The world's a cycle of life and death, and for our guy it's a movie he's seen 100 times already. A massive blade crashes down. This was just another Tuesday for him, a brutal battle where every move counted. He's dodging attacks like they're nothing, taunting his enemy and calling them a maggot, because he's just that much better. But even for a pro, a single moment of arrogance can be a death sentence. A monstrous roar erupts as the enemy closes in for the kill. He realized too late that he was just playing around. His armor shatters, and the look of shock on his face says it all. This is the end. In his final moments, he dares the beast to take a bite, going out with a bang. A massive explosion of light and energy consumes everything as the battle reaches its peak. He knows that being angry during a fight is a rookie mistake, but sometimes you just can't help it. He's throwing everything he has at the beast, trying to punch his way through the chaos. The impact is deafening. Deep down, he knows he's a swordmaster at heart. He swings his sword with every ounce of strength left in his body, aiming to end it all. He's floating in the air, but here's the thing. He's got a secret that changes everything. The sound of soft footsteps echoes in a quiet room, a sharp contrast to the war zone he was just in. He's groggy, wondering who the hell is trying to wake him up after such a long fight. He opens his eyes to see a beautiful woman looking down at him with a gentle gaze. He's half asleep, thinking that being a legendary warrior usually comes with a few ladies following you around. He's lying in a massive, luxurious bed, feeling completely drained from the intense battle he remembers. A soft hand reaches out to touch him, and the warmth is unlike anything he's felt in his past lives. The woman leans in and gives him a soft kiss, smelling like fresh flowers. He's absolutely stunned, she's gorgeous, and he's definitely not complaining about this wake-up call. He feels a bit guilty for just staring at her, but he's still trying to figure out where he is. She's smiling down at him, her hand gently cupping his face. They lean in close, and it looks like a scene straight out of a romance novel. A light kissing sound fills the air as the world goes soft for a second. Suddenly, the perspective shifts. The beautiful lady is holding a baby! He tries to reach out, but his hands are tiny and chubby, wiggling around in the air. The realization hits him like a truck. He's a baby, and he's currently drooling on himself. He lets out a loud cry, his infant instincts taking over as he starts to panic. The woman, his new mother, thinks he's just hungry and prepares to feed him. He's screaming internally, realizing he's been reincarnated yet again. He calms down for a second, admitting that reincarnation is actually pretty normal for him. His mom cradles him in a room that looks like it belongs in a palace. He's not like other people who get reborn once. He's lost count of how many lives he's had. He decides to just roll with it and starts drinking his milk while thinking back on his past. Memories flash by. Him as a knight, a scholar, a warrior, all different lives. Each face represents a lifetime of experience, skill, and eventually, death. He remembers his very first life as a normal Korean student with a backpack. That life ended abruptly under the wheels of a car, and he thought that was it. He was terrified when he woke up in a new world for the first time. Imagine going from a teenager to a baby in the blink of an eye. It's a lot to process. In his second life, he was born into a foreign family where he couldn't understand a single word they said. After that, the cycle just kept repeating, again and again and again. He's been a high-tech pilot standing on an asteroid, looking out into the vastness of space. He's been an old master, a modern agent, a swordsman. He's been everything. By now, he's a pro at being a baby, sitting there with his arms crossed like a tiny boss. His mom keeps feeding him, and he decides it's time to scope out his new environment. He looks up at a massive, expensive-looking chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The furniture is fancy and old-fashioned, making him think he's in the medieval era. But as an expert in reincarnation, he notices things are a bit too polished for the actual Middle Ages. The verdict? He's in a classic fantasy world. His mother stands tall in her elegant dress, holding him in the light of a large window. He thinks about his past lives, realizing that high-tech sci-fi worlds were actually the easiest to live in. At least he's not in a slum. The room has a nice fireplace and some high-end looking drinks. He sees another maid in the room and realizes he's likely in an upper-class family. But the best part of this new life isn't the money or the status. It's his mother, who gives him another loving kiss on the cheek. She's speaking a language he doesn't know yet, but her voice is filled with warmth. She looks at him with so much joy, her eyes practically sparkling. He can feel her love even without understanding the words, something he didn't always get in past lives. She holds him tight, as if he's the most precious thing in the world. Her eyes are kind and full of genuine affection. Errol realizes that in this life he is truly, deeply loved. He thinks back to his other mothers. Not all of them were this kind. He's been abandoned in a basket in the rain and used as a child laborer in past lives. But this time, he has a really good feeling about his family. Suddenly, someone calls out to his mother, addressing her as Lady Levana. Levana turns around, her expression shifting from joy to a more serious look. The maid tells her she should rest and leave the prince to her. Arl is shocked to find out he's royalty. Levana looks worried, wondering if people will actually respect a baby like him as a prince. The maid bows deeply, but there's a heavy atmosphere in the room now. Levana smiles sadly, a look of regret crossing her face. She tells the maid to just call her by her name, dropping the formalities. The maid is hesitant, clearly feeling the weight of the social hierarchy. Levana insists, reminding the maid of their shared history. Errol realizes the truth. His mom was a maid before she became a concubine, and that's why she's so gloomy. He has royal blood, but because his mom was a commoner, his life is going to be a struggle. Levana is terrified that one day Errol will grow up to hate her for his low standing. She knows the other nobles are whispering, mocking Errol for having no power or right to the throne. Errol reaches his tiny hand up toward his mother's face. He wipes away a tear and lets out a little coo, trying to comfort her. Levana is amazed, asking the maid if it's possible that the baby actually understands her. Errol gives her a big, toothless grin, telling her silently that he's totally fine with their situation. He doesn't care about the throne or the crown. He's fine with being ignored by the powerful nobles and the court. He sees the rankings of the other princes and realizes he's at the bottom of the list. But to him, that just means he gets a quiet life. His 101st life is starting in a crib, bathed in the morning sun. He thinks this is the perfect setup for a comfortable, easy life. Arel's imagining his future, a life far away from the blood-soaked power struggles of the court. He's giggling in his sleep, dreaming of a peaceful life where he can just chill. His mom and the nanny are watching him, thinking he's just a normal, happy baby. Levana smiles, but her heart aches because she thinks her son is too bright for the dark world of the palace. She wishes she had the power to protect that smile forever. Her expression falls back into that familiar sadness, feeling helpless against the nobility. Arl wakes up and hears the word power, and his brain starts working overtime. He gets why she's worried. He's seen what happens to low-born princes in these kinds of worlds. In a world where lineage is everything, a prince without a backing is just a target. He's nothing more than a scapegoat for the higher-ranking royals. Assassins with cold steel would come for him eventually, seeing him as an easy loose end. No right to succession means no allies and no future. Without power, he has zero protection from the wolves in the palace. The end result is always the same, a lonely death after being used by others. But Errol smirks, internally of course, because his mom has no idea her son is a 100-life pro. Fast forward 3 months, and things are starting to move. The palace looks peaceful under the blue sky, but Errol is busy working in the shadows. His mother checks on him in his crib, thinking he's just taking another long nap. He's faking it, snoring away to keep up appearances. Levana thinks his sleeping face looks like a little angel. She lingers for a moment, her eyes full of love and a bit of lingering worry. She sighs, wishing he at least had the king's hair color so he'd be more accepted. The nanny, China, comes in to tell her the carriage is ready for her daily errands. Levana gives Errol one last kiss and tells him to be a good boy while she's gone. As soon as the door shuts, the room goes quiet. Errol waits until the footsteps fade away and the door is locked tight. He pops up with a mischievous grin. That sleeping act was Oscar-worthy. Suddenly, he hears a noise and freezes, his eyes wide with panic. He remembers that the nanny is on 5-second standby and will be back if she hears a peep. He strikes a pose, thinking that being this cute is actually a lot of work. He knows his time alone is limited, so he needs to move fast. To live the easy life he wants, he needs the one thing this world respects: power! He starts gathering energy, his tiny body glowing with a soft blue light. No matter the world, the strong are the ones who make the rules. He's sitting up in his crib, surrounded by a swirling vortex of spiritual energy. He's searching his memories for a technique that can build strength in a baby's fragile body. He finds there's only one method that can handle this: the origin creation Qigong, a technique he invented back in his 30th life as a martial arts master. It's a divine skill that trains both internal qi and external mana simultaneously. Best of all, it's invisible. No one will ever know he's training while he's sitting in his crib. If he masters this, he'll have the power of a 60-year master by age 10! Once he builds up enough, he can even practice while being held in his nanny's arms. He starts the process, pushing the qi into his brain to stimulate his nerves and energy centers. He can feel the energy expanding through his tiny limbs, making them hum with power. His head starts to burn with heat as the energy reaches a critical point. The pressure is building up to the maximum, and he's struggling to keep it contained. He lets out a silent scream as a massive wave of energy erupts from his body. The nanny, China hears the commotion and sprints toward the room. She bursts through the door, terrified that something has happened to the prince. She stops dead in her tracks, her face pale with shock. Errol is lying there, sweating and out of breath, thinking she really did make it in 5 seconds. She looks down at him, wondering if it's just time to change his diapers. Errol is screaming internally, begging her not to touch him right now. His body is still glowing with blue aura, and he's mid-evolution. He's praying she stays back so his hard work doesn't go to waste. China sniffs the air, trying to figure out if there's a mess to clean up. Errol is staring at her with intense focus, hoping she just leaves him alone. She thinks he just had a nightmare and turns to leave, much to Errol's relief. He settles back down, the door clicking shut behind her. Now he's a human power plant, his body overflowing with raw energy. The heat is intense, and he feels like he's about to catch fire. A fever can be lethal for a baby, and he's worried his body might break under the strain. But he clenches his tiny fist. He'd rather die trying than live as someone else's pawn. He pushes the technique even further, accelerating his mana manipulation to the next level. A massive burst of light fills the room as the evolution completes. He's standing in his crib, radiating power, all for the sake of his future comfortable life. Outside, China hears another noise and lets out a scream of pure confusion. China bursts back into the room, shouting for the prince as she rushes to the crib. She stops and gasps, seeing Errol looking completely different than before. She asks why he's so sweaty when he was just sleeping peacefully a second ago. She tells him she's going to prepare a refreshing herbal bath to cool him down. She sprints off again, her dedication to her job being borderline superhuman. Errol reaches out a hand, feeling a strange new sensation in his mind. He did it! He successfully evolved his prefrontal lobe, giving him god-tier control over his energy. He pulls his blanket up, feeling satisfied with his first big step toward power. China comes back and picks him up, happy to see him looking so energetic. She checks his limbs and sees he's moving perfectly, much to her relief. Errol looks at her and realizes that despite her speed, she has zero affinity for mana. He uses his new chi sense to suck up mana from the atmosphere while she's holding him. He's laughing like a maniac internally, because he's getting stronger just by being lazy. He calculates that in 3 years he'll be a beast, and by 10, almost no one in this world will be able to touch him. China looks up at the ceiling, wondering if there's something funny up there that he's laughing at. She gives him a huge hug, loving how much he smiles and how strong he's becoming. Errol is already imagining himself as a grown-up prince, sitting on a throne of comfort. The seasons start to change as the months fly by in the palace. 5 months have passed since his birth, and Errol is already hitting his milestones. He's crawling around the carpet, his inner chi making him grow way faster than a normal baby. He's thinking that while he's crawling now, he'll be levitating through the hallways in no time. He hears the door open and snaps back into normal baby mode. His mom walks in, praising him for being such a good boy and playing by himself. She holds up a new toy, a classic baby rattle with a proud smile. Errol stares at it with a "you've got to be kidding me" look on his face. He realizes he's not reacting the way a baby should, and he's making it awkward. Mom looks disappointed, thinking he doesn't like the gift she worked hard to get. Errol immediately forces a big laugh and starts shaking the rattle like his life depends on it. He's crying inside, knowing that this is the proper reaction but feeling his dignity die. China and his mom are delighted, promising to play with him all the time now. His mom calls him lovely, wondering who he took after to be so adorable. Errol decides he's going to cherish this time, even if it means playing with rattles for a while. Suddenly, his expression goes completely blank as he realizes something. "Ah, crap!" his internal voice screams. His mom worries that he's already bored of the new toy. But the truth is much simpler. This damn baby body is hungry again. China claps her hands, immediately knowing that the prince needs his milk. His mother sits down, the mood in the room suddenly getting a bit heavy. Errol starts drinking but notices that another maid, Anna, hasn't been around lately. China mentions that Anna quit yesterday, and the look on her face is grim. Levana sighs, saying it couldn't be helped, but she looks heartbroken. The real reason? The palace budget for their household was slashed this year. They couldn't even afford to pay the staff anymore. Errol recalls hearing the maids whispering about this a few days ago. They were talking about cutting down on the food they serve to his mother. The budget is so low that they're struggling to provide basic nutrition. Errol thought it was just the maids complaining, but it's way worse than he imagined. Levana tries to be positive, saying they should be glad they aren't starving yet. Errol is furious. His mom is a royal concubine, and they're treating her like this? He realizes the problem is that she was born a maid, and the palace elite will never let her forget it. The biggest threat is winter. They won't have enough money for food or warmth. They're expected to be self-sufficient, but nothing grows in the freezing winter. Errol is panicked, thinking that even as a prince, he might actually freeze to death. China asks about his majesty, but Lavanna admits she hasn't seen the king at all. Errol realizes his mom goes out every day trying to see the king, but she gets blocked every time. He thinks that no matter how busy a king is, ignoring his own family like this is unacceptable. The doors to the royal court are slammed shut in his mother's face. Errol knows there are forces, other concubines or high-ranking aides, keeping her isolated on purpose, but he decides that their reasons don't matter anymore. The king's indifference is the root of the problem, and Errol isn't going to stand for it. His mom picks him up, and he starts crying, showing her just how much he cares. He clenches his fist, determined to help her even if he's just a baby right now. He's only good at acting cute and flipping over, but he's going to use every tool he has. The moon rises over the cold palace as night falls. The massive stone building looks more like a prison than a home. Our boy is sitting in his crib under the moonlight, stressing over how he's going to survive the winter. Between the lack of food and the freezing cold, they're going to need a mountain of firewood and a serious pile of cash. He's racking his brain, trying to find a solution that a baby can actually pull off. He lets out a little frustrated shout, his voice echoing through the empty, cold palace room. Suddenly, it hits him, the eureka moment every genius MC has when the stakes are high. He peeks through the bars of his crib, his eyes locking onto the fireplace across the room. He stares at the charcoal remnants, it's pure carbon, and his 100 lives of knowledge start clicking together. If charcoal is carbon, and diamonds are carbon, then he just found a shortcut to becoming the richest baby in history. He remembers seeing his mom's jewelry and knows that in a fantasy world like this, gems are worth more than gold. The problem is solved. If the palace won't give them money, he'll just manufacture some himself. He tries to stand up, but his tiny baby legs are still a work in progress. He flops back down with a thud, cursing the fact that his mind is a god, but his body is basically a potato. But then he remembers, he doesn't need muscles when he has a massive pool of mana at his disposal. The room starts to glow with a bright blue light as he begins to channel his energy. He's literally levitating out of his crib, floating through the air like it's the easiest thing in the world. He lands in front of the fireplace, looking at the cheap charcoal like it's the most important resource on the planet. He gives himself a little pat on the back, thinking that being a genius is his best perk in this life. But he snaps out of it quickly. He needs to finish this before anyone wakes up and catches him playing with fire. He starts heating up the area, the flames reflecting in his golden eyes as he prepares for the transformation. He enters a state of deep concentration, focusing every bit of his will on the carbon in front of him. He begins combining thermal energy with pure mana, forcing the molecules to bond under insane pressure. His face is turning blue from the effort. He's pushing his infant body to the absolute limit. He can feel the energy slipping, but he refuses to let all that gathered mana go to waste. He's screaming internally, forcing the energy to compress. Zip! Compress! He's literally squeezing a diamond into existence. The internal pressure is fighting back, and he has to plant his feet and stick to the floor to keep from being blown away. He tells himself to endure it, thinking only about how happy his mother will be when she sees the result. He visualizes her smile, pushing through the pain for the only person who's shown him real love in this life. A massive burst of light and steam erupts from the fireplace as the reaction hits its peak. Smoke starts pouring out of the palace chimney, signaling that something big just went down inside. Errol reaches into the ashes with his tiny soot-covered hands, digging around for his prize. He's covered in dirt and coughing from the smoke, but he doesn't care. He's got a good feeling about this. Gotcha! He pulls out a perfectly cut, glowing diamond that's practically sparkling with value. He sits there on the floor, admiring the gem and thinking about the best way to accidentally give it to his mom. He flops onto his back with a tired laugh, wondering how a baby is supposed to naturally explain finding a giant diamond. The next morning, the sky is clear and blue, but things are about to get chaotic in the nursery. China walks in with a bright "good morning," ready to start the day. She stops dead and lets out a scream of horror, seeing the prince crawling around on the floor like a little chimney sweep. Errol just gives her a cheeky grin, pretending he's just a normal baby who went on a little nighttime adventure. She's looking at him like he's an alien. There's no way he should have been able to climb out of that crib. She scoops him up, worried sick that he's been sitting on the cold floor all night long. She notices the ashes all over his face and hands, wondering what on earth he was doing in the fireplace. She looks around the room and realizes the place is a total disaster zone. The fireplace looks like a bomb went off in it, with soot and ash everywhere. The carpet is messy and pulled apart, making it look like the baby had the wildest party of the century. She's stunned. The palace is old, but this kind of mess is definitely not normal. She stares at a burn mark on the floor, her confusion growing by the second. She decides she can't let him back on the floor, while Errol just giggles, thinking he's got her right where he wants her. He's laughing to himself, knowing that he's the world's most dangerous toddler. China notices something in his mouth, and her eyes go wide with panic. She tells him he can't be putting random stuff in his mouth and demands that he hand it over. Errol pretends to struggle, acting like a typical baby who found a cool rock and doesn't want to let go. He spits it out into her hand. Ta-da! The massive diamond hits her palm, shining like a star. She's frozen, her jaw hitting the floor as she realizes she's holding a fortune in her hand. She starts panicking, checking her records to see if a gem went missing from the treasury, but there's nothing listed like this. She hugs him tight, tears in her eyes, thinking that the prince found this hidden treasure just to help them. She whispers a heartfelt thank you to the clueless baby, who is secretly high-fiving himself. Errol is overjoyed, knowing that his mother won't have to suffer through the winter anymore. Shortly after, a parade of wagons starts rolling into the palace gates. It's a sight the servants haven't seen in years, real supplies arriving at the outcast castle. The kitchen warehouse, which was bone-dry just days ago, is now buzzing with people carrying heavy sacks. Boxes of fresh food and piles of high-quality firewood are being stacked up, easing everyone's worries. It turns out that diamond was high-grade material and sold for an absolute killing. They now have enough money to live comfortably for at least the next 5 years. Levana is still a bit worried, asking if it's okay to keep the money if the gem belonged to someone else. China reassures her the castle was abandoned for 100 years before they moved in, so whatever they find is legally theirs. She jokes that maybe God is just looking out for the prince because he's so special. Levana smiles softly, her heart finally feeling light for the first time since Errol was born. Errol grabs onto his mother's dress, vowing to himself that he'll keep making her smile like this. He's determined that once he grows up, his mother will never know a single day of hardship again. He imagines himself in the future, a powerful prince standing by his mother's side. But for now, he's just her sweet child Errol, playing around her feet. He looks toward the main palace, promising that one day he'll make the king acknowledge his existence. The winter sets in, but for once, the fireplace in their room is burning bright and warm. Levana is eating a high-class steak dinner, shocked by the amount of food they can finally afford. The staff is finally happy too. Anna is back, and the treatment of all the servants has done a total 180. But the most important change isn't the food or the money. It's the genuine, peaceful smile that's finally returned to Errol's mother's face. Errol watches her knit, thinking she looks her best when she's not carrying the weight of the world. The winter outside is the coldest it's been in decades, with snow piling up against the palace walls. But inside their little castle, it's warmer and more joyful than Errol has ever felt in any of his lives. 1 year later, the seasons have shifted, and it's finally time for a major milestone. China is holding up a fancy white outfit, excited to dress Errol up for his first big event. She keeps picking out different colors, acting like his personal stylist for the day. Levana joins in, holding up a navy suit with a huge smile. She's having way too much fun with this. Arel is sitting there in his diapers, looking back and forth between the two women like they've lost their minds. They're wrestling him into these complicated clothes, and he's wondering why they're making such a big fuss. He tries to look serious and princely, but it's hard when you're being treated like a giant doll. He finally loses it and lets out a huge fake yawn, hoping they'll get the hint and let him rest. He starts crying at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing off the fancy chandeliers. They finally put him back in his crib, and he lets out a sigh of relief. Being a baby is exhausting. China smiles, saying that after today, the prince will be officially recognized by the entire royal family. She's so proud that he grew up for a year without any health issues or accidents. But Levana looks a bit nervous. Even though Errol is royalty, she knows the king hasn't visited once. China tries to stay positive, suggesting the king was just waiting for the 1-year mark to make sure Errol was healthy. Errol's ears perk up. He realizes today is his first birthday banquet. He knows this isn't just a party, it's a formal ceremony to announce he's inherited the royal blood. Levana is more excited than usual because this means Errol will finally be under the protection of the family rules. Errol sees the spark in her eyes and realizes how much this means to her status as a mother. But he also knows this means he's finally going to meet his siblings, the other princes and princesses. Most importantly, he's finally going to face his father, the King of Ernesia. The banquet hall is massive, filled with expensive wine, gourmet food, and classical music. Nobles from all over the kingdom are gathered, laughing and socializing in their finest silks. Errol is sitting in a miniature royal chair, wide-eyed at the sheer extravagance of the event. Levana looks stunning in her purple gown, holding Errol up so he can see the crowd. China is right there with them, noticing how Errol is taking everything in with his usual focus. Mom whispers to him that he's the main character today, giving him a loving kiss. Suddenly, Errol's danger sense tingles. He feels a sharp shift in the atmosphere. He looks over and sees a group of high-ranking nobles already whispering and mocking them behind their fans. He brushes them off like they're nothing. He only cares about one person in this room. He looks toward the empty throne, waiting for Theorel Ernisia to make his grand entrance. He's determined to make an impression on the king. He wants his existence to be imprinted on his father's mind. The sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoes through the hall, and the music stops instantly. The announcer yells out the arrival of the royal family of Ernisia. A procession of blonde-haired royals walks through the center of the hall, looking down on everyone. Errol's eyes narrow. He realizes this is the queen and his half-siblings. Queen Elia is at the front, radiating a final boss energy that makes the other nobles bow their heads. Following behind her are the children, each one looking like a mini version of the king. They walk past Lavanna and Errol with their noses in the air, acting like they don't even exist. Errol spots the first prince. He's got a cold, calculating look that says he's been trained to kill since birth. Then there's the younger princess, looking bored and arrogant, already infected by the palace's toxic pride. Errol makes a mental note of every single one of them. He needs to know who his future rivals are. They walk right past his mother without a single word of greeting or acknowledgement. Errol is furious. They're blatantly disrespecting his mom in front of the entire court. Lavanna tries to comfort him, thinking the noise is just scaring him. But Errol is just fuming with rage. The crowd starts praising the queen's beauty, further isolating Lavanna in her corner. Suddenly, the air in the room becomes incredibly heavy, making it hard to breathe. Errol notices his mom's expression change. She's pale, looking toward the entrance with genuine fear. He can feel a massive pressure, like a physical weight pressing down on his chest. The king makes his entrance, and he's surrounded by a swirling aura of golden light and raw power. Errol is absolutely shocked. He didn't expect his deadbeat dad to be this terrifyingly strong. He walks forward with a purpose, each step echoing like a thunderclap in the silent hall. Errol notices the king's mana is dense and fiery, suggesting he's a combat master of the highest order. He realizes that if his intuition is right, his father is at least a peak-level master in this world. The king's boots stop right in front of Lavanna and Arl, casting a long shadow over them. Lavanna bows low, and China does the same, both of them terrified of the man standing before them. The king stares down at them, but it's impossible to tell if he's looking at Arl or the woman who gave birth to him. Errol thinks that after 100 lives, the one thing he still can't do is read a human's heart. The king continues past them, walking up the steps to his throne without saying a single word. The banquet officially begins, and a line of lower-class nobles starts presenting their gifts. They stand in front of Errol's table, bowing and offering their forced congratulations. They're saying all the right things, talking about what an honor it is to meet the new prince. But Errol can see right through their fake smiles. They're all looking at his mom with pity and contempt. One noblewoman gives a smug smirk while she bows, making it clear she thinks Errol is a joke. They aren't celebrating a prince, they're mocking a maid and her mistake. Errol is fuming, his tiny face turning red as he listens to their thinly veiled insults. He wants to scream at them to stop, wishing he could just punch every single arrogant noble in the face. He wonders if he should just let out a mana-boosted scream and burst all their eardrums right now, her kindness being the only thing keeping him calm. He realizes that if he causes a scene, his mother is the one who will suffer the consequences. He decides to just sit through the rest of this pretense, knowing their opinions don't actually matter. He lets out a huge yawn, deciding that taking a nap is better than listening to these snakes. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pinch on his cheek that nearly makes him jump out of his skin. He opens his eyes, shouting, "What the hell?" internally as he looks at his attacker. It's a little girl, one of his half-sisters, staring at him and calling him so small. She's at that age where she doesn't understand politics, so Errol decides to let it go and just endure the pinching. The other concubines and their kids come up next, offering their sincere congratulations to the low-born prince. But as soon as Lavanna tries to thank them, they turn their backs and walk away, completely ignoring her. The banquet continues like this for hours, a long, cruel test of patience for Errol and his mom. They're sitting there in silence, surrounded by hundreds of people who are treating them like ghosts. Suddenly, Queen Ilia walks over and addresses Lavanna, acting like they're old friends. She smiles, but her red eyes are cold and predatory, showing zero actual warmth. She starts bragging about her own son, the first prince, and how he's doing his part as the heir. Errol rolls his eyes. She's literally using a baby's birthday to flex her own status. He realizes that the queen is on a completely different level of manipulation than the other nobles. She comments that Errol looks just like Levana, which is basically a subtle way of reminding everyone he looks like a commoner. She calls him cute, but Errol isn't falling for her kind aunt act for even a second. He knows that if she actually cared, their castle wouldn't have been starving and freezing for years. He remembers his mom having to use palace guards as woodcutters, and maids having to sew his clothes from scraps. The queen tells them to have a good time and walks away, leaving Levana trembling in her wake. Errol sees the cold smirk on the queen's face as she leaves. She enjoyed every second of that humiliation. Then, the heavy boots return. The king is approaching them again. Levana looks up in shock, her breath catching in her throat as the king looms over them. He asks if anything has been out of the ordinary, and if she's gotten used to living in the concubine castle. Errol is screaming internally, "Everything was out of the ordinary! They were literally dying!" He starts shouting agaga at the king, telling him he's a cheapskate who needs to pay his child support. The king looks at the baby with a thoughtful expression, not bothered by the yelling at all. He reaches out and tells Levana to just hand the prince over to him. He notices that Errol isn't crying, unlike every other child who sees his terrifying face. Errol realizes this is his chance. He gives the king a huge, charming smile to melt his icy heart. The king calls him an interesting kid, a small hint of amusement finally appearing in his red eyes. Errol decides to give him a little extra service to really seal the deal. He starts wiggling around, making it look like he wants to be put down on the floor. The king sets him down, and Errol stands there on his own, his tiny feet steady on the tiles. Levana is panicked, telling the king that Errol can't walk yet and he's going to fall. The king just watches, curious to see what this one-year-old is actually capable of. The nobles start whispering, all eyes in the room focusing on the low-born prince. Errol starts taking steps, real, confident steps that no one-year-old should be able to do. He shouts internally that he's the main character today, and he's going to prove it. Levana and Chena are in total shock, watching him walk toward the royal table. The king smirks, realizing the baby was definitely trying to show off for him. Errol keeps going, determined to show everyone that he's better than the pure-blood heirs. He looks over at his half-siblings, seeing their shocked and jealous faces, and it feels amazing. He thinks, "Watch out, for I am Prince Errol," as he reaches for the tablecloth to steady himself. But his baby balance fails him at the last second, and his foot slips on the smooth floor. He grabs onto the white tablecloth with all his strength, trying to save himself from a faceplant. Everything slows down as the wine glasses, plates of food, and expensive bottles start sliding toward the edge. The banquet hall erupts in a deafening crash as the royal feast turns into a pile of shattered glass and spilled wine. Levana is absolutely horrified, covering her mouth as she sees her baby in the middle of the wreckage. The king's red eyes narrow, his face unreadable as he stares at the chaos his youngest son just caused. But Errol is chilling internally, telling himself it's all good because this disaster is exactly what he wanted. He's a pro at this. He didn't just fall. He's executing a high-stakes plan to expose the palace snakes. He flashes back to his first steps, showing off those chubby legs to distract everyone while he set up the trap. While the nobles were busy being impressed by a walking one-year-old, Errol was busy prepping the main event. He calls it his perfect operation, a mix of tactical genius and world-class bad acting. He counts his steps like a pro, timing his approach to the table perfectly. He grabs the edge of the cloth, shouting, "It's now!" in his head as he prepares for the fall. He activates his chi at the exact second his foot slips, making the whole thing look like a genuine accident. Everything is going exactly to script, and Errol couldn't be happier with the results. He hits the floor and starts wailing at the top of his lungs, really selling the scared baby act for the audience. He peeks through one eye, thinking he should probably keep crying a bit longer to make sure he has the king's full attention. The king drops to one knee, scooping Errol up and asking if he's hurt, while Levana rushes over in a panic. The king notices Errol is covered in wine and glass, but he's focused on something much more suspicious. Levana is relieved he's not bleeding, but she tells the king he needs to change his clothes immediately. Chena tries to take the prince, but the king brushes her off, deciding to handle this himself. Suddenly the king's face changes. He sees something that makes his blood boil. He grips Errol's expensive outer robe and pulls it back, revealing what's underneath. The prince's undergarments are cheap, thin, and covered in lint, a total insult to the royal name. Chena and Levana are paralyzed with shock. They didn't realize the king would actually notice. Chena is losing her mind, wondering how the fancy clothes she put on him this morning turned into rags. The king stares down at the baby in his arms, the silence in the room becoming heavy and dangerous. The nobles start whispering, judging the prince for wearing something that looks like it came from a dumpster. They're mocking him, saying his humble clothes prove he's not fit to be a member of the royal family. The words, humble life, echo through the hall, a direct slap to the face of Errol and his mother. The king's temper is at its breaking point as he listens to the nobles gossip like vultures. "Be quiet," he roars, his voice carrying enough power to make the stone walls tremble. Lavanna and the nobles flinch, terrified by the raw authority radiating from the man on the throne. The king asks what kind of life Errol has been leading, his eyes filled with a new kind of intensity. Errol smirks internally. "Great! I got him!" The king is finally asking the right questions. He flashes back to earlier that morning, showing exactly how he sabotaged his own outfit while China was distracted. He used his internal heat to weaken the fabric, essentially melting his clothes from the inside out. The material was so cheap and fragile that he could tear it apart with his bare baby hands. The fancy outer layers were just a lie, a show put on for the birthday to hide the fact that they were being neglected. Errol knew that if he went out in those fancy clothes, it would look like they were living a life of luxury when they were actually starving. The king looks at Lavanna and demands to know what the hell has been going on in their palace. He notes that this level of clothing is a disgrace to the royal family's standard. But then, he stops himself, realizing he's asking the wrong person for answers. His red eyes snap toward his head administrator Jennifer with a look that could kill. Jennifer steps forward, bowing low as he feels the king's murderous aura pinning him to the spot. The king demands to know how the budget was distributed to each palace. Jennifer stammers that he distributed it fairly according to the king's previous orders. "Fair?" the king snaps, gesturing to Errol's rags. "Does this look fair to you?" He orders Jennifer to bring him the full budget details immediately, his voice cold as ice. Errol watches with wide eyes, realizing his birthday party has officially turned into a high court hearing. Lavanna tries to take the blame, but she's clearly terrified of the fallout. The king remains silent, his focus entirely on the stack of papers that Jennifer brings out. Errol apologizes to his mom and Nanny in his head. He knows they're stressed, but this is the only way to save them. He's doing this for their sake, to ensure they never have to worry about food or clothes ever again. The spill on the floor is a perfect metaphor for the mess the king is about to uncover in the palace accounts. The musicians and guests are frozen in place, too scared to even breathe as the king reviews the evidence. The nobles are all sweating, wondering who's going to be the first one to lose their head. A heavy set of footsteps approaches as the tension in the room reaches a boiling point. The king takes the documents, his red eyes scanning the numbers with lethal precision. The first prince and his sister watch from the sidelines, their faces pale as they realize their mother's scheme is unraveling. The king lets out a low, his anger simmering just beneath the surface as he finds the discrepancies. He crushes the papers in his hand, his grip so strong that the parchment begins to tear. "Ridiculous!" he shouts, a burst of fire magic erupting from his hand and incinerating the documents instantly. Errol realizes the king was completely in the dark. He actually didn't know his son was being treated like a servant. The king asks the one question that makes everyone's heart stop. Who did it? The room goes dark as the king focuses his terrifying aura on a single person. He steps toward the queen, his heavy boots clicking ominously on the tile floor. He asks Queen Elia if she knew about this blatant leak in the budget distribution. The queen remains silent, her face a mask of cold indifference, but she's clearly feeling the pressure. She asks what was written on the papers, trying to play dumb and avoid the king's wrath. The king tells her point blank that the budget wasn't distributed fairly and was leaking to the wrong places. The queen acts shocked, claiming it's impossible, but the king isn't buying her act for a second. He reminds her that she's in charge of everything related to the concubines and their households. Suddenly, the first prince steps in between them, trying to protect his mother from the king's fury. He shouts for his father again, trying to divert the king's attention away from the queen's guilt. He claims that someone wicked must be behind this, and that his mother would never be so cruel. The king's red eyes lock onto his eldest son, a look of pure disappointment crossing his face. He asks if the prince is suggesting his mother isn't responsible just because she didn't physically do it herself. He gestures to Errol, noting that the baby was starved and poorly clothed because of this lack of management. The first prince is stunned into silence, realizing he's just walked into a trap of his own making. Errol notes that the queen's usual malice aura is completely suppressed by the king's overwhelming presence. The king asks if they're really trying to say she's not responsible for anything that happens under her watch. He tells the queen point blank that she has been disappointing, a word that carries the weight of a death sentence in the palace. The entire room is stunned. Nobody expected the king to publicly shame the queen like this. Lavanna, being too kind for her own good, speaks up and says it's all her own fault because she doesn't deserve better. The king stops and looks at her with a confused, almost angry expression. He asks her what the hell she's talking about, clearly annoyed by her low self-esteem. He reminds her that she gave birth to a child who carries his blood, his own royal lineage. He declares that that alone is enough to qualify her as a true member of the royal family. Levana is trembling, her eyes wide as she hears the king finally acknowledge her and her son. He tells her she should be proud of herself, a massive shift from the way everyone has been treating her for years. He smiles down at her, and for a split second, it actually looks like a real happy family moment. But in the background, the queen and first prince are fuming, their faces twisted with pure hatred. The king orders them to find the perpetrator and hold them accountable immediately, hoping this never happens again. The queen bows her head, whispering a robotic yes, while her eyes burn with a lethal fire. She's clenching her dress so hard you can almost hear the fabric ripping. She's absolutely humiliated. The king turns his back on her, warning that if this happens again, he'll hold her personally accountable. She's left standing there, swearing revenge on the worthless mother and son who ruined her perfect record. She walks away with a stiff, angry gait, the sound of her heels clicking like a ticking clock. She stops by Levana and offers a fake apology, wishing that Levana would have consulted her first. Errol rolls his eyes internally. Her acting is so bad he's surprised anyone is falling for it. He's shouting in his head, telling his mom she should have slapped the queen while she had the chance. He knows the queen was aware of everything from the start. Her whole innocent aunt act is a total lie. She promises it won't happen again, but Errol can see the total lack of sincerity in her cold, red eyes. He looks at the other concubines, wondering just how many of them were in on the queen's plan. He knows he's surrounded by enemies, but he's not scared. He's just waiting for his turn to strike back. The ceiling of the banquet hall looks more like a prison than a palace as the event draws to a close. The birthday party finally ends, leaving a trail of broken glass and political fallout in its wake. The budget problem is solved instantly, with money suddenly flowing back into Errol's household like a flood. A low-ranking official drops to his knees in the dirt, his face pale as the guards surround him. The mastermind of the embezzlement is captured, a convenient scapegoat to protect the queen. It turns out he was from a minor aristocratic family, a perfect sacrificial lamb for the king's justice. He's dragged away in chains, begging for a mercy that isn't coming. The shadow of the guillotine falls over the prison courtyard as the sun begins to set. He meets a miserable end, his life cut short by a blade that sends a message to the rest of the court. Blood splatters the ground as the executioner finishes his work, lethal justice for a man who tried to starve a prince. The outcast castle looks a lot better now that they actually have the money to maintain it. The maids are gossiping about the ringleader's confession and wondering where all that stolen money went. They're just glad the truth finally came out, not realizing the real villain is still in the main palace. Errol watches them from his crib, thinking that the execution was far too easy a way out for the queen's lackeys. Everything has gone quiet after the execution, but Errol knows this is just the calm before the next storm. He clenches his tiny fist, admitting that the queen is a formidable opponent who won't be easily defeated. He vows that once he grows up, he'll turn her and her entire faction into nothing but dust. But for now, his first priority is something a bit more basic. He lets out a massive shout, his baby stomach demanding its due. China rushes in with a bowl of soup, asking the prince if he's finally hungry. She feeds him a special blend she made just for him, and Errol decides to just enjoy the meal for once. He decides to spend his time playing and eating like a normal baby while focusing all his energy on his growth. He lets out a happy hehe, finding it refreshing to just be a kid after living 100 lives of struggle. He thinks a nap is a perfect way to end a day of successful political maneuvering, the room filled with the warm, peaceful glow of a home that's finally safe. The palace is quiet, the afternoon sun shining through the massive windows of the nursery. Errol wakes up to the sound of something noisy outside, his infant senses already on high alert. He looks over and sees China has fallen asleep in her chair, clearly exhausted from all the recent drama. He looks out the window and sees an expensive black carriage being escorted by armed guards. He realizes it's not his mother's carriage, and he's never seen this specific escort before. He wonders who these soldiers are protecting and why they're coming to his outcast castle. He uses his chi to levitate up to the windowsill, his heart pounding as he senses multiple people approaching. He hears the sound of high heels and smaller footsteps clicking on the stone floor outside the room. He recognizes one familiar person. It's his mother, but she looks incredibly tense. The other two sets of footsteps belong to an adult and a child with a light, bouncy step. They're standing right outside the massive double doors of his room. Errol panics. He needs to wake his nanny up before they see him floating in midair. He shouts "Nanny" in his head as he dives back toward his crib. He's flying through the air, praying he can make it into bed and look normal before the doors open. The doors slowly begin to creak open, letting in a flood of bright light. His mother enters with a serious look, followed by a blonde woman and a young girl. Levana looks at the crib, her face filled with surprise at what she sees inside. Errol is back in his baby act, giving his nanny's cheek a big, painful pinch to wake her up. China yells out in pain, telling the prince to stop as she rubs her red cheek. Levana walks in and scolds Errol, telling him he shouldn't be so rough with his nanny. China bows to the visitors, while Errol just gives them a big, innocent ahoo grin. China's eyes go wide when she sees the blonde woman. She calls out the name Miss Fenelia. She starts apologizing frantically for not being prepared for such high-ranking guests. Fenelia waves it off with a tired smile, saying she didn't notify anyone that she was coming on purpose. She looks a bit depressed, her eyes downcast as she stands in the room with her young daughter. Errol remembers her. This is the royal concubine who was hanging out with the queen during the banquet. Fenelia admits she doesn't want other people to know about this visit, suggesting it's a secret meeting. Fenelia tells her daughter, Princess Kania, to stay with the baby and the maid while the adults talk. The room is quiet, the elegant ceiling decorations reflecting the high status of the women inside. They sit down at a small table, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. Levana is nervous, wondering what Fenelia could possibly want to talk about so suddenly. Levana decides to break the ice and apologizes first, though she's not even sure what she's apologizing for. Levana lets out a small cough, her health still being a bit fragile from years of neglect. She asks Fenelia what she meant by her earlier comments at the banquet. Fenelia looks away, her voice trembling as she admits that she keeps feeling sorry for what happened. Levana is confused. Why would a high-ranking noble be apologizing to her? Fenelia confesses that she wanted to apologize for her behavior on the day of Errol's birthday celebration. The silence returns as both women process the weight of that apology. We see a flashback of a night on a horse, the glory days of the Kenchester family. The Kenchesters were a legendary military family that everyone in the country respected. Their massive estate was a symbol of their power and service to the crown, but that glory is a thing of the past. Their family sword is now just a decoration gathering dust. Because no boys were born with military talent, the family started a long, painful decline. Rumors started spreading that the family's finances were in ruins, and they were drowning in debt. The Kenchesters were desperate, willing to do anything to keep their name from disappearing. Levana realizes the truth. Fenelia helped the queen because she needed money to pay off her family's debt. Fenelia admits she couldn't turn down the queen's proposal because her family was at stake. She reaches into her dress and pulls out a heavy-looking bag. She places it on the table and tells Levana that she's giving it back. She knows it won't fix the damage she caused, but she felt she had to do something. The bag spills open, revealing a pile of gleaming gold coins, a small fortune. Levana is speechless, staring at the gold like it's a pile of poisonous snakes. Fenelia says she's not asking for forgiveness. She knows what she did was wrong. She begs Levana to direct all of her hate only toward her and not toward her daughter. She looks over at Kanaya, her only priority being the protection of her child's future. Kanaya is across the room, quietly looking at a bookshelf and ignoring the adults. Levana looks at the girl and realizes that Fenelia is just another mother, trying to survive the king's feud. She sees the image of the queen and the other cold nobles looming over them all. Levana's expression softens as she tells Fenelia that it's fine. She pushes the gold back toward Fenelia, saying she won't take it because she doesn't think badly of her. Fenelia is shocked. She expected Levana to scream at her or demand more. She looks into Levana's eyes, finding zero compassion or pity, which surprises her even more. Levana says she doesn't want them to have any hostility toward each other in this den of lions. She puts her hand on the bag of gold and tells Fenelia to keep it as a token of intimacy between them. She gives Fenelia a warm, genuine smile, calling the gold a gift to help her family. Errol is watching from his crib, thinking back on what he vaguely remembers about his mother's past. Levana tells Fenelia the real reason why they had such a big problem with their budget. She says it's because she knows the person responsible for the embezzlement well. Fenelia is confused, asking how a former maid could possibly know the queen's inner circle. Levana drops the bombshell. She was actually Queen Elia's personal lady attendant before she became a concubine. Errol is losing his mind. His mom was the queen's own maid? That explains everything! He realizes the beef with the queen is personal. The queen likely feels betrayed by her own servant. Errol starts rolling around in his crib, thinking about how much his poor mother must have suffered. He gives his nanny a big wide grin to hide the fact that he's currently planning a revolution. China is surprised by the mood swings, thinking Errol is just a typical unpredictable baby. The nanny walks away to check on Princess Kania, who is still quietly reading her book. Princess Kania looks up and smiles, clearly enjoying the quiet peace of the nursery. Arl sits up and starts focusing his chi again, deciding it's time for some serious training. He realizes that while controlling his chi, his hearing is boosted. He can hear every whisper in the next room. Levana admits that for a long time, she just took it for granted that the queen would hate her. She thought there was nothing she could do but accept the queen's despise and live in silence. She's calm now, taking a slow sip of her tea, but you can feel the shift in her energy. The days of her just taking the bullying are over, and she's got a look in her eyes that says she's ready for war. Now that she has Errol to protect, she isn't going to let the queen walk all over her anymore. It's time to stand her ground. She tells Phanelia that she actually wants to get closer to her, catching the blonde concubine completely off guard. This isn't just about being nice. Levana is playing the long game and is ready to see this alliance through to the very end. Phanelia gives a small nod, finally realizing that she's found someone she can actually trust in this cutthroat palace. They both know that in a place like this, when you're backed into a corner, you need someone you can rely on to have your back. Errol is watching all of this from his crib, thinking to himself that his mom was way ahead of the game the whole time. He looks out at the palace, realizing there's a silent war brewing between his family and the rest of the royals, and he's wondering who's going to strike next. Suddenly, the little guy hears a loud thud and his eyes go wide. Something's coming. A tiny hand grabs the bars of his crib, and you can hear the wood creak from the grip. "It's Princess Kania!" She pops up with a huge grin, and Errol is just stunned, wondering when she even got in the room. She's staring at him like he's a new toy, and Errol is praying she doesn't try to climb inside. Too late! She lunges in and starts squishing his cheeks, yelling about how soft and warm he is while Errol just looks dead inside. Our MC is losing his mind internally, screaming that he's a legendary warrior, not some stuffed animal for her to play with. The nanny, China, hears the commotion and comes rushing in, looking completely confused by the noise. She sees Kanaya basically attacking the prince with hugs and panics, asking the princess to take it easy on him. But Kania just laughs it off, saying Arel is just too cute to resist, and the nanny actually starts agreeing with her. Arel is crying actual tears as China tells the princess she should come visit and play with him more often. He's screaming for help at the top of his lungs, but to everyone else it just sounds like a cute little baby agoo. Time skips forward, and before we know it, our boy Arel is already 30 months old. The outcast castle is looking way better these days, thanks to all that diamond money they've been spending. Errol stares out the window, realizing that in just half a year, he's going to be 3 years old. He's getting all philosophical, thinking about how life is just a fleeting moment, but he looks hilarious, saying it in a toddler body. He tries to speak, but his baby tongue keeps tripping him up, making him absolutely furious that he can't talk like a man yet. He remembers his 45th life where he was a total lady killer who could seduce anyone in 10 minutes, and now he's stuck drooling on himself. Suddenly, he hears the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of someone running down the hallway. His eyes pop open as he recognizes that sound. It's the sound of his daily nightmare approaching. Kania bursts through the door like a whirlwind, shouting that it's time to play, and Errol looks like he's about to faint. He tries to hide behind the curtains, but Kania scans the room, wondering where her favorite toy went. She starts looking around the room, moving past the crib, and checking every corner while Arl holds his breath. She spots a pair of tiny feet poking out from under the curtain and gets a mischievous look on her face. She rips the curtain open with a "found you," and Errol lets out a soul-crushing scream as his hiding spot is blown. Kanaya is convinced he was playing hide-and-seek with her, and Errol just gives her a not-really face that she completely ignores. She grabs him by the hand and starts dragging him toward the door, yelling that they need to go somewhere bigger to play. They head outside into the palace gardens, and you can hear Kanaya's victory cry echoing through the trees. They end up by a massive fountain, and Errol notes that since the moms became friends, Kanaya has been visiting almost every single day. He looks up at her, realizing that even though she's annoying, her visits are proof that the alliance is actually working. It means his mother and Phanelia have become a real team, which is exactly what they need to survive the queen. Kanaya starts bragging about how she's the best for coming over to take care of such a young, weak prince like him. She makes him promise to come whenever she calls when they get older, and Errol just sighs, feeling like he's the one doing all the playing. Suddenly, she looks him in the eyes and says she likes him the best out of everyone, leaving our MC totally stunned. She starts venting about how her other brothers are either mean or just boring to be around. She flashes a bright smile, saying they get along perfectly, while Errol thinks to himself that there's no way he's playing with her in a few years. Kania decides it's hug time and squeezes Errol so hard he literally stops breathing, his face turning blue as he begs for his life. Thankfully, a knight in white armor appears, warning the princess that she's going to actually hurt the little prince if she keeps it up. The knight steps in, telling Kanya it's time to let him rest since he's still just a baby and shouldn't overdo it. Errol clings to the knight's leg like it's a lifeline, thanking the gods that Kanya's escort showed up at the perfect time. The knight suggests they go inside to paint or play music, but Kanya immediately pouts, saying that sounds super boring. She gives a frustrated look, and the knight sighs, asking her what she actually wants to do then. Kanya looks around the garden, her eyes searching for something that'll actually be fun. She spots a fallen branch on the ground and grabs it with a firm, determined grip. She starts swinging it around, declaring that she wants to learn how to use a sword just like her older brother Kyle. Errol watches her closely, and his master-level instincts kick in. He notices her center of gravity is perfect, and her balance is insane. She starts shouting hi-yap and yap while swinging the stick, and Errol is genuinely impressed by her form. He realizes she's just mimicking what she's seen, but she has a natural knack for swordsmanship that's actually scary. With a huge grin, she says she wants to learn real swordsmanship so she can knock down any knight that stands in her way. The knight immediately shuts her down with a, "You can't!" and Kanya is beyond pissed, demanding to know why. She screams that her brothers are all doing it, so it's not fair that she's being left out. The knight just looks away, saying there's no reason for a princess to ever hold a sword. Errol watches the tension, feeling bad for the girl because he knows exactly how much potential she's hiding. The knight tells her that no matter how stubborn she is, the answer is still no. She tells Kanaya that her most important job is learning literature and culture, which is basically a death sentence for a kid with her energy. But Kanya isn't having it. In a flash, she reaches out and swipes the knight's real sword right out of its scabbard. She takes off running through the garden with a real blade, shouting that she is going to learn swordsmanship whether they like it or not. The knight panics and starts chasing her, begging her to at least use the scabbard so she doesn't cut herself. Errol watches her run off with a smirk, thinking to himself that he's actually starting to like this crazy princess. The seasons are changing at the palace, and the outcast castle is starting to look more like a royal residence every day. Winter hits hard, with snow covering the towers, but the warmth inside Errol's home is a far cry from the freezing hell it used to be. Errol is now 5 years old, and in the world of royals, that's when the real training begins. He watches the other princes out on the field, riding massive horses and looking like proper young knights. He knows he's expected to do the same, to put in all his might and show off his royal blood. He's sitting there, holding onto a pair of leather reins, looking like he's about to go for a ride himself. Cut to the wide shot, Errol is literally just sitting on a wooden rocking horse, doing absolutely nothing while his nanny watches him with a really face. China asks him if he doesn't want to ride a real horse, and Errol just shakes his head, saying it's way too dangerous for him. The nanny is heartbroken, crying that he should be interested in swords and horses at his age, but Errol just smiles, telling her that the prince on a horse thing is totally outdated. He thinks to himself that after living 100 lives, he's finally realized one universal truth about talent. While the nanny brings him water, Errol is perfectly content just chilling on his toy horse in the middle of a field. The truth is, exceptional talent always brings misfortune, and Errol has seen it happen too many times. He flashes back to his past lives, where being a master swordsman just meant having a never-ending line of idiots trying to kill you to prove they're better. He remembers being a powerful mage, where his own magic became a curse that drew constant danger to him. He's had enough trouble in this palace already, and he knows that what he does now will decide if he lives in peace or ends up in a coffin. He heads back to his room and tells China he's at a very important stage right now and shouldn't be disturbed. As soon as the door closes, he flops onto his bed, excited to do absolutely nothing for the rest of the day. He's snoring away, enjoying the lazy life he worked so hard to get. But the nanny is watching him through the window, looking like she's about to stage an intervention. Errol wakes up and sees her disappointed face, and he can tell she's dead serious about whatever she's about to say. He starts tearing up, hoping that if he acts like a sad kid, she'll back off and let him sleep. Internally, he's telling himself to stay calm and play the part perfectly. He slumps into a big chair, acting like the weight of the world is on his shoulders while China approaches him. She asks him if he really hates studying that much, looking genuinely concerned. Errol lets out a huge sigh and confirms it. He absolutely hates it with every fiber of his being. China tells him that he's 5 now and needs to build his knowledge, but Errol just pouts, saying he's not curious about the wide world at all. The nanny is stunned, saying he sounds like someone who's lived several lives already, which hits way too close to home for Errol. She looks at him with pity, wondering if she taught him wrong, while Errol realizes he might have overplayed his hand. He flops over the arm of the chair, thinking that he's already worked hard 100 times and just wants a break. He looks up with fire in his eyes. For once, he just wants to live exactly how he feels like. But the nanny drops a truth bomb. According to royal law, every prince has to start studying at age 5. She brings in a massive stack of basic books, and Errol looks like he's just seen a ghost. He reaches out and touches one of the books, realizing that he actually knows everything in it already. Instead of reading, he starts spinning the book on his finger like a pro, and China freaks out, telling him it's for reading, not tricks! She tells him that commoner kids would die for these books, but Errol just starts building a house out of them on the floor. The nanny begs him to show some respect for the books, and as she reaches for them, Errol lets the whole house collapse. She tells him to get back in his seat with a determined look, and Errol realizes she's not going to give up easily. So, he decides it's time for the ultimate weapon in a toddler's arsenal. He throws himself on the floor, kicking his legs and screaming, "I don't want to!" over and over again. He's putting on a world-class tantrum, shouting that he's never going to study, making as much noise as humanly possible. Suddenly, the door swings open with a loud creak. It's his mom! Errol freezes mid-tantrum as Lavana stands there with a sweet but terrifying smile, and he realizes his little strike is officially over. Next thing you know, he's stuck in a massive library, forced to sit at a table and actually look at the books. He knows his mom only wants what's best for him, but he's still bored out of his mind. He yawns, thinking about how ironic it is that the more he tries to show off his talent, the more danger he puts everyone in. He imagines himself on the throne with spears and arrows pointed at his back. That's the future he's trying to avoid, thinking about how everyone has their destiny decided from the moment they're born. So, he decides his destiny is to live idly for the sake of everyone's safety, and he's pretty happy with that choice. China tries to encourage him, saying everyone will be happy if he gets good grades, but Errol just gives her a, yeah, right look. He reaches for his tea, wondering if being successful is really the only way to make people happy. He thinks that's way too much pressure for a 5-year-old, and he's not interested in being the kingdom's golden boy. China sighs, telling him he really needs to stop saying things like that. She hits him where it hurts, saying Lady Lavana will be really sad if he doesn't at least try. Errol pauses. He can't stand the idea of his mom being sad, so he decides he has to do something. He tells the nanny he'll study, but with 2 big exceptions. No swordsmanship, because he doesn't want to die by a blade. And no magic, because he knows it only brings envy and jealousy from everyone around him. So, he picks up a pen and starts writing, trying to figure out what kind of future he can actually have without being a target. A few days pass, and a fancy carriage pulls up to the outcast castle. Errol peeks through the window and panics when he hears a mage from the magic tower has arrived. China tells him the mage is here to measure his mana, and Errol's heart almost stops. If they see his real power, he's toast. She's all excited, saying he could become a great mage, but Errol is screaming internally that he has zero intention of doing that. He knows a real mage will be able to feel the massive amounts of mana swirling around him if he isn't careful. He starts glowing with a blue aura, realizing that his mana is comparable to the strongest mage in existence, and he has to hide it now. He starts walking toward the reception room, concentrating every bit of his focus on suppressing his energy. China follows him, trying to comfort him by saying even a little bit of mana is okay to start with. The doors click open, and it's time for the moment of truth. Errol and the nanny stand at the entrance of a massive hall where the mage is waiting at a table. The mage looks up, his eyes widening in shock as soon as he sees the prince walking in. He mutters to himself that he can see it. He can see something moving inside the prince. His glasses glint as he tries to track the mana flowing through Errol's body, but it's moving in a way he's never seen before. The mage walks right up to Errol, towering over the little guy to get a closer look. He grabs Errol's wrist, and a bright green light flashes as he tries to read the prince's veins. China is clapping her hands, hoping Errol is special, while the mage looks like he's having a midlife crisis. He tells Errol he doesn't know whether to call him special or just plain strange, and Errol just tilts his head, acting innocent. The mage finally lets go, announcing that he can't detect any mana in Errol's body at all. Literally, 0. Errol crosses his arms and gives a little smirk, thinking to himself that his mana hiding was a total success. He remembers how he controlled his chi breathing on the way in to make sure he was empty by the time he got to the room. He shows us how he did it, using a specific breathing technique to condense his energy into a tiny point. The mana was compressed so tightly it basically disappeared from the physical plane. Then he sent that tiny speck of mana into his peripheral nerves where it couldn't be detected by a standard search. He's relieved he fooled the mage, because a prince with 0 mana is basically a nobody, which is exactly what he wants to be. The mage explains the situation to Lady Lavana, who looks completely devastated by the news. Errol thinks about how he completely threw the mage off the track by hiding his internal veins perfectly. The mage notes that even commoners have a little mana, so for a royal to have none is almost impossible. Errol wonders if he overdid the act. He peeks over at his mom, feeling a little guilty for making her think her son is talentless. It means he'll never be a mage, which is a huge blow to his family's reputation in the palace. Levana stands there in silence, her heart breaking for her son, while the rumors about his incompetence start to fly. Errol looks down, trying to look sad, but secretly he's celebrating his freedom from the magic tower. He knows it's the only way. If the world thinks he's incompetent, they'll leave him and his mom alone. He apologizes to his mom in his head, acting like he's crying while he leans on the table. He declares to himself that this is only the beginning of his legendary incompetence tour. Next up is physical training. A new guy named Lonfil Tagiran shows up, all pumped up and ready to train the prince. He's a 25-year-old knight who's way too energetic, telling Arel he can become just as strong as him if he works hard. Arel gives a fake, "Let's do our best," while standing in front of a straw dummy, pretending to be excited. Lonfil laughs, telling the prince to trust him and follow his lead, thinking he's mentoring a future legend. Arel just wants to make sure the training isn't actually difficult, because that would ruin his lazy life plan. He remembers seeing Princess Kanaya training with massive weights and thinking she's absolutely insane. Lonfil explains that Kanaya's family are all martial arts freaks, which explains why she's so intense. He starts showing off some fancy sword moves, talking about flexibility and balance like he's a philosopher. He tells Errol they're going to start with basic balance training, giving him a big thumbs up. Errol stands on a wooden stump and starts wobbling like a maniac, screaming that he's going to fall. Lonfil tries to comfort him, but Errol is putting on a masterclass and acting like a clumsy toddler. The result? Sense of balance? Total fail! Errol pouts, complaining that he's scared of heights even though the stump is like 2 feet off the ground. Next is flexibility, and Lonfil is sure a kid will have no problem with this one. Errol reaches for his toes and acts like his back is made of solid stone. Flexibility? Another big fail! Finally, they try the wooden sword, with Lonfil explaining how to transfer power into the swing. Arel swings and accidentally lets the sword fly right out of his hand's grip. Failed miserably. He looks at his hands and sighs, saying he guess he just has no talent, while Lonfil tries to tell him it'll get better with time. They keep at it in the gardens, with Lonfil begging the prince to just try holding the sword one more time. While they're training, Errol's sharp senses pick up something in the trees, a watchdog sent by the queen to spy on him. The spy watches from the shadows, and Errol thinks to himself that the more he plays the part of a loser, the safer he is. And just as he hoped, the rumors about his trash performance start spreading through the palace like wildfire. In the city, people are already talking about the prince who can't even stand on a stump. Nobles are gossiping, laughing about how Prince Errol has even less mana than a random peasant on the street. The news reaches the other royals, who hear that he fails at literally every aspect of martial arts and can barely walk without falling. The queen hears the report and is absolutely delighted, calling it great news while the rumors become her favorite source of entertainment. Errol knows he's in a difficult spot now, because his trash reputation is starting to have real consequences. He hears that a new private tutor is coming to handle his academic studies since the knights gave up on him. He's sitting there eating cookies when China confirms that they finally found someone brave enough to teach him. He knows the rumors have scared off everyone else, so he's curious about who actually took the job. In his head, he sees a vision of everyone refusing to be his tutor because he's a lost cause. He keeps munching on his cookie, wondering what kind of idiot would sign up to teach a trash prince. Suddenly, there's a loud clack outside, and Errol looks up, sensing a new presence. He peeks through the window as a fancy carriage pulls up and a man in a vest steps out. The man walks in and introduces himself as Gamil Pernea, his new private tutor starting from today. Gamil looks bored already, saying they'll start with basic languages, and his aura is just pure condescension. He slams a stack of books on the table, saying it usually only takes 1 day to learn basic grammar if you're not an idiot. He stares at Errol, saying it's fine if he takes 2 days, or if he just can't do it at all. Errol is beyond annoyed. RMC is fuming internally, thinking that even if he is faking it, it doesn't feel good to be looked down on like this. He's ready to snap, thinking that while he asked people to stop caring about him, he definitely didn't tell them to treat him like garbage. The palace is quiet under the starlight, but inside the outcast castle, our boy Errol is working overtime. He's surrounded by towers of books, the moonlight hitting the shelves as he prepares for a secret midnight study session. Errol thinks about his body. It's young, but thanks to his past lives, his brain is already leagues ahead of any adult. He walks through the library with a single lantern, knowing that after hundreds of life cycles, learning a simple language is child's play for him. He smirks, wondering if he should stir up some trouble by leaking a theory that he's a total genius. He sets the lantern down with a thud, ready to stop playing the fool and start playing the sage. Errol raises his hand and a massive surge of blue mana erupts, swirling around him as he prepares to use a high-level learning technique. He decides to start with a vocabulary book, and as he channels his power, the wind in the room starts to pick up. Books begin to fly off the shelves, caught in his mana current as he scans for a grammar book next. A thick volume slams onto the table, the energy around it crackling as Errol forces his brain to absorb information at light speed. He figures that while he's at it, he might as well learn the languages of all the neighboring countries too. Books are whipping through the air like a storm, the pages flipping so fast you can barely see them. He's a literal whirlwind of intellect, the blue light illuminating his determined face as he absorbs centuries of knowledge in minutes. The books stack themselves perfectly on the table, hundreds of them, all mastered in a single night. He notes that while the world has many different characters and languages, they all follow the same basic logic. He grabs one final book, the mana fading as he finishes his quick study session. He realizes that regardless of the language, there are common rules that his 100 lives have made second nature. Errol lets out a confident grin, thinking that he didn't go through all those reincarnations for nothing. He sits calmly on the floor by his lantern, reading a book like it's a casual bedtime story. The next morning, the tutor's carriage rolls up to the palace, with Gamil ready to deal with the trash prince. Inside, Gamil is pacing the room, telling Errol that he's taking his genius joke way too far. He looks at the kid in disbelief, asking if there's any possible way he actually mastered the common language already. Errol just gives him a smug look, saying he's not lying and offers to prove it right then and there. Gamil leans in, his face right in Errol's, suspecting the kid just memorized a few lines, but he's still shaken by the boy's confidence. Errol notes that the kingdom's language is actually one of the hardest ones to learn in this entire region. Gamil shuffles through his stack of books, determined to find something that'll trip the prince up. He thinks to himself that even a prodigy needs to be at least 12 years old to read a simple academic book. He slams a difficult text onto the table with a loud thwack, challenging the 5-year-old to read it. But the unthinkable happens. This 5-year-old kid learned the entire alphabet in just 2 days. Errol starts reading the complex text fluently, and Gamil literally jumps back, his face a mask of pure terror and awe. The tutor is speechless, his jaw hanging open as he realizes he's standing in front of a monster. His fear turns into excitement as he realizes his own reputation will skyrocket if he's the one who taught this genius. Errol leans back on his hand, knowing exactly what Gamil is thinking. He's got the tutor right where he wants him. Gamil clears his throat and starts planning the day's progress, his tone way more respectful now. He thinks it's the honor of a lifetime to have a student like Errol, while our boy just enjoys the tea and snacks. Outside the palace, the nobles are losing their minds, wondering if the clumsy prince actually learned a language in 48 hours. The genius Errol theory spreads like a virus through the high society bars, especially after people hear he's doing advanced math in his head. And the source of all these wild rumors? It's Gamil. He's at the local tavern telling everyone that while others saw a trash prince, he saw a hidden talent. The tutor is totally wasted, bragging to the other nobles that it's all thanks to his excellent guidance that the prince is so smart. The news eventually travels up the ladder until it reaches the ears of the king himself. The king looks at Levana, realizing that forcing the boy into swords and magic when he was a scholar at heart was a mistake. Levana looks down, acting like she's just as surprised, but she's secretly proud of her little man. She wonders if she should have noticed his peculiarities sooner, playing the part of the concerned mother perfectly. The king turns to her, telling her she must have been worried sick about the prince's future. He gives her a warm, genuine smile, saying he truly believes Errol is going to grow up to be something magnificent. Errol is watching from the shadows, thrilled that his plan to be safely interesting is working. He's not a threat, but he's not being ignored either. He flops onto his bed, celebrating his successful genius scholar cosplay, as a burst of mental energy surges through him. A bit later, China and another maid are struggling to drag a massive, heavy iron chest into Errol's room. Levana enters, telling her son that the king has sent him a special gift to recognize his hard work. Errol's eyes light up. He loves gifts, especially when they come in heavy metal boxes. The maids give him an encouraging smile, telling him to hurry up and see what's inside. He flips the lid open, and a blinding golden light fills the entire room. The chest is overflowing with gold coins, rare jewels, and expensive artifacts, a literal fortune. Errol starts running his hands through the coins, wondering just how much wealth he's holding right now. He pulls out a massive red gem necklace, and he can immediately tell this isn't just some piece of jewelry. The maids ask if that's the most expensive item, and Arl says it's more extraordinary than just expensive. He explains that the necklace automatically stimulates the wearer's brain, accelerating processing speed and preventing fatigue. China is impressed he knows all that just by looking, and Errol just laughs, saying it's basic knowledge for a scholar. He looks at the gem, seeing the mana enhancement device hidden inside, and thinks of Kanya, who's currently training like a beast. He asks his mom if he can give it to Kanya instead, and Levana is moved by her son's kind intentions. Arl tells her he likes Kanya because she's strong, making everyone in the room laugh as the rumors of the king's favor spread even faster. The sun shines down on the palace, and everything seems perfect for our MC. For now. Errol is sitting at a massive table, looking at a spread of desserts that looks amazing, but he's got a look of deep disappointment. He takes a big bite of a cookie, but you can see from his face that it's not hitting the spot. He reaches for another one, searching for something that just isn't there. China asks him if he's enjoying it, telling him to eat slowly, but Errol is clearly suffering. He slams his hands down, shouting that none of this is delicious because the desserts aren't nearly sweet enough. The nanny is shocked, offering to call the best chef in the palace to fix it, but Errol stops her. He demands an alchemist immediately, leaving China completely bewildered as to why a kid needs a scientist for a snack. Errol starts hallucinating about chocolate and cola, crying out that he needs alchemy to recreate the fizzy taste of his dreams. China asks him why the hell he needs an alchemist for food, and Errol, realizing he said too much, tries to play it off. He thinks to himself that no one would listen to a 5-year-old explaining the chemistry behind carbonation. He looks at the bland cakes on the table, realizing that the kingdom's current technology is just too primitive for real flavors. A single tear rolls down his face as he imagines the cold, fizzy sensation of a refreshing cola. He suddenly stands up, deciding that since he's already established himself as a genius, he should use that power to get what he wants. He sprints toward the door, shouting to a confused China that he's going to study. He runs down the hallway, thinking to himself that cooking is just a branch of chemistry after all. He's full of energy, declaring that alchemy is the final piece of the puzzle to getting his favorite drinks back. The leaves fall as the years quickly blur past, moving the story forward. 3 years have passed! Errol is now 8, and he's sitting in a room full of old advisors, leading a high-level meeting. A gray-bearded official asks the prince what he thinks of the new bridge proposal, showing him a blueprint. Errol holds the paper up, hiding his face as he pretends to be impressed by its splendor. He lowers the paper and asks with a polite smile who exactly designed this masterpiece. The camera zooms in on Errol's mouth. He's got a sharp, dangerous smirk that the advisors can't see. A man with a mustache starts laughing, proudly bragging that he supervised the design day and night. Errol's face turns cold instantly, growling that if the man ever creates something this useless again, he'll cut his funding entirely. He slams his hand on the blueprint, pointing out that while it looks pretty, it'll collapse as soon as it snows because the supports are trash. He demands a total redesign, telling the stunned room to bring the next proposal while thinking about how many responsibilities he's picked up. He knows that in this kingdom, even the top scholars and elders can't even hold a candle to his 101 lives of experience. The advisors are sweating buckets, embarrassed that they're being schooled by an 8-year-old kid. Errol sighs, looking over more papers and thinking it's pathetic that he has to do all the work, but he might as well show off his skills. The palace towers glow in the sunlight as Errol's reputation as a sage reaches its peak. A new maid is walking through the halls with a laundry basket, looking around the corner. She spots Errol walking by and stops in her tracks, looking totally starstruck. She calls out to him using the nickname the Ashen Young Sage, and Errol's face immediately turns to one of pure cringy regret. He stops and looks at her, and the poor girl bows down, apologizing for being so excited to meet him. Arl crosses his arms, telling her that he absolutely hates that nickname and she better never use it again. He stomps off, looking like a grumpy old man in a kid's body, while the maid just giggles to herself. He realizes that unfortunately, that's just what everyone calls him outside the castle these days. He walks toward his carriage, holding his head in shame because of how bad the kingdom's naming sense is. The carriage wheels start turning, taking him to his next important meeting. He's heading toward the king's main palace, the horses kicking up dust as he moves with purpose. Lady Levana watches from her window, asking China where on earth her son is going at this time of day. The nanny tells her that Arl has requested a formal audience with the king, leaving his mother totally surprised. Cut to the throne room. Arl is standing before his father, declaring with total confidence that he wants to learn alchemy. He's sitting in the carriage, wondering what his father's expression will be when he actually hears the request. He sighs, thinking that since the king granted the meeting immediately, he's definitely earned his father's trust over the last 3 years. He admits that even after hundreds of lives, the king's natural charisma still makes him a little nervous. The carriage speeds through the fields as Errol focuses on his plan. He has to make sure he speaks perfectly to get what he wants. The king's voice booms through the room, asking Errol why on earth he suddenly wants to learn alchemy. Errol tells him he wants to be of greater help to the kingdom and his father, acting like the most loyal son in history. He plays the pity card, saying he has no talent for swords or magic, so his only way to contribute is through his knowledge. The king looks at him with a piercing gaze, impressed by his son's devotion and maturity despite his age. He agrees, offering to introduce Errol to the most reliable alchemists in the land. Errol lets out a huge phew internally. He made it! The king gives a subtle smirk, clearly proud of his genius son. As soon as the news gets out, every famous alchemist in the kingdom rushes to the palace to show off for the prince. Among them is a legendary scholar who created a mirror fortress to stop enemy invasions, and Errol has chosen him. Errol sees the man from behind and thinks he's an old man, but is shocked when he turns around and looks incredibly young. The man, Darman Lanzit, explains that his hair turned white after inhaling toxic alchemy smoke during an experiment. Errol laughs nervously, realizing that alchemy in this world is basically a life-or-death gamble. He notes that Darman is calmly telling him that if Errol dies during an experiment, Darman's life is officially over too. Darman looks him in the eye, warning him that alchemy is way more dangerous and difficult than a child can imagine. Errol gives him a confident, mature smile, telling the scholar that he's well aware of all the risks involved. He explains that for him, alchemy is a science, not magic, and he has zero interest in the fantasy of turning lead into gold. He tells Darman he wants to study metallurgy and pure technology to make the kingdom's metals stronger and more efficient. Darman is stunned, his mouth hanging open as he realizes the prince's vision is years ahead of his own. He stares at the boy's purple eyes, realizing the rumors weren't exaggerated. This kid is not just smart, he's a natural-born leader. He thinks to himself that Ernesia's future is finally looking bright, with a true ruler at the helm. Darman drops to one knee, pledging to teach the prince everything he knows, his loyalty officially secured. It's been a few days since the alchemy lessons started, and the palace is already buzzing with new experiments. Darman stops his lecture, asking Errol if he's secretly studied alchemy before because his questions are way too advanced. Errol panics, realizing he showed too much of his past life knowledge, and quickly claims he just saw a little bit in a book. Darman gives a knowing smile, saying the prince is just as incredible as all the rumors claimed. Errol lets out a nervous laugh, thinking he did a great job maintaining his genius scholar cover. The sun filters through the curtains of the palace lab as the two move on to the next topic. Errol correctly guesses that adding bone powder or eggshells to iron can make it stronger, and Darman confirms he's spot on. The prince starts scribbling down notes about extracting lead and material properties, his hand moving like a blur. He realizes with a grin that the laws of physics and chemistry in this world are almost identical to his previous lives. Darman asks what he said, and Errol just plays it off, saying he was just talking to himself. He's excited, thinking that it's finally time to move forward with his real, refreshing plan. A royal messenger zooms across the countryside, carrying an urgent letter from the prince. The rider arrives at the main palace gates, delivering Errol's request to the higher-ups. The king sits on his throne, surprised that his son is already asking for 4 more high-level alchemists to help him. He gives the order to form a special group with the best minds in the kingdom to support Errol's research. An advisor looks hesitant, bowing before the king with a look of concern on his face. He warns that voices are growing louder about the massive budget being poured into an 8-year-old's projects. The king just taps his finger on the armrest, silent for a moment as he considers the political fallout. He remembers Errol's promise to help the kingdom and decides to trust his son, regardless of the cost. Cut to the lab. Errol stands before his new team of elite alchemists and announces his first major goal: carbonated drinks. The mustache alchemist almost falls over, asking if they're really using the royal budget to make luxury goods for snacks. Errol confirms it with a huge, happy face, while the room of old scholars looks like they're about to have a collective stroke. He starts handing out blueprints for the basic theories, his face full of stars as he thinks about his future soda empire. The alchemists are staring at the papers, their faces turning blue with despair at being tasked with something so unimportant. One of them literally starts crying, wailing that he turned down a lifetime professorship just to end up making juice for a kid. Errol doesn't care, he just gives them a big thumbs up and signals for the motivation to be brought in. He starts flipping massive gold coins into the air, and the alchemist's eyes immediately follow the money. He promises them that their compensation will be more than they ever dreamed of, making them forget their honor instantly. He tells them he won't even care if they fail a few times, he just wants results, holding up a gold coin as a reminder. The mustache guy sighs, his greed finally winning out over his academic pride. He suggests that the first thing they need is natural carbonated water, which apparently flows in some parts of the kingdom. Errol thinks to himself that these guys are easy to manage. As long as you give them honor or money, they'll do anything. He's focused on the goal, knowing that this research is going to change the kingdom's economy forever. The carriage is sent out immediately to gather the necessary ingredients from across the land. A few days later, heavy barrels of carbonated water are being hauled into the palace by the carriage load. Errol is glowing with joy as the barrels arrive, ready to taste his first bit of heaven in this new world. Darman opens one of the barrels, a puff of white gas escaping, and asks if they're really supposed to drink this stuff. He takes one look inside and recoils in horror. The water is black, bubbling, and looks absolutely disgusting. Errol peeks inside, telling Darman he's just checking to see if it's even drinkable at all. He takes a tiny sip and immediately gags, his face turning gray from the foul taste of the natural spring water. He slams the lid shut, declaring the natural water a total disqualification. He goes through barrel after barrel, rejecting all of them while the alchemists look on in total confusion. He stands tall, declaring that if nature won't give them good water, they'll just have to make artificial carbonated water instead. He tells his competent team that based on the theories he gave them, this should be a piece of cake. The alchemists are sweating, feeling the pressure of Errol's high expectations as they look at his impossible blueprints. Darman gives a nervous laugh, declaring that they are indeed the best in the kingdom and won't let the prince down. Errol skips out of the room, telling them he won't interfere because the joy of discovery should belong to them. He shuts the door and asks with a playful tone if a single week will be enough for them to finish. He walks down the hall, knowing that since their professional pride is at stake, they'll probably work twice as fast to prove him right. He shouts a final encouragement, telling them their work will bring new vitality to the Ernesia kingdom. A week later, the team is gathered around a table as Errol holds up a flask of clear, bubbling liquid. Darman is still skeptical, asking if this carbonated water will actually be popular with the public. Errol claps his hands, explaining that you don't drink it plain, you mix it with fruit juice or expensive alcohol. He presents 3 glasses of carbonated aid, thinking it's a decent compromise since he couldn't find the cola fruit yet. He grabs a flask of lemon juice and starts pouring it into the sparkling water with a huge grin. He takes a massive, soul-satisfying gulp, his eyes closing in pure bliss as the bubbles hit his throat. A single tear of joy escapes as he shouts, "This is the taste!" His first modern luxury in years. He tells the alchemists to try it, and as soon as they take a sip, their faces literally explode with shock at the refreshing sensation. The legend begins. Prince Errol's carbonated aid is officially born. The popularity of the drink spreads like a wildfire, crossing borders and reaching every corner of the world. It becomes the ultimate luxury item, traded among high-ranking nobles as if it were worth its weight in gold. In the city, people are rushing to buy the new drink, and the entire kingdom is buzzing about the genius prince's new creation. A commoner holds up a bottle in awe, watching the bubbles rise to the top. Count Dement, the Lord of the North, holds a bottle of the carbonated aid, asking if this world-changing drink was really developed by the young prince. His advisor confirms it, noting that under Errol's leadership, this luxury item is single-handedly carrying the kingdom's economy right now. Rumors are flying that carriages loaded with pure gold are arriving at Errol and his mom's palace every single day. They're literally swimming in it. The Count is hitting the table in regret, crying that he judged Errol as worthless back when he was a baby, and now he's missing out on all that influence. He realizes he's been sleeping on a legend and vows to pay close attention to everything the Ashen Sage does from now on. Night falls over the palace, but even in the dark, you can feel the shift in power as Errol's reputation grows. A wooden sword cuts through the air with a sharp whoosh, showing that someone's been training hard. It's Kanya! She's moving like a blur, her swordsmanship becoming incredibly sharp and focused. She's 16 years old now, and she looks every bit the warrior princess she always dreamed of being. She asks Errol how she looks, and our guy, who's now 10, gives her a late sarcastic, "Whoa, you're so cool," while clapping. The knight escorting them is genuinely impressed, telling the princess that her skills have become truly amazing. The knight notes her basic forms are perfect, and Errol smirks to himself, thinking she's already better than any boy his age. Kanaya is glowing with praise, but the knight tells her it's time to take a break before she overworks herself. They sit down for tea, and Kanaya mentions that she's been hearing Errol's name everywhere lately. She points out how his soda development saved the palace's finances, but Errol just plays it off, saying it's just his duty as a prince. She leans in, mentioning that everyone is jealous of his mom for having such a perfect son, and Errol realizes this is more than just a success story. He looks at an old, cracked photo, remembering his mother's allies who were once living as commoners because of the queen's bullying. He reveals that he secretly entrusted the soda distribution to the Ainrest family, his mom's side, to bring them back to power. The results were insane. People were fighting in the streets, begging to buy every bottle at 3 times the price. He didn't stop there. He introduced yogurt and MSG too, and the demand for his modern flavors exploded into a massive hit. Errol stands in his palace, bathed in a golden glow, realizing that his family is finally in a position where they have nowhere to go but up. Back at the table, Kanaya pouts, asking Errol to go easy on her because everyone keeps comparing her progress to his genius. Errol just laughs, offering her waffles with syrup and reminding her that he's got more money than he knows what to do with. Suddenly, Kania lunges forward, her wooden sword stopping just inches from Arl's face, catching him totally off guard. She tells him that all the money in the world won't matter if he can't even defend himself with a sword. But Arl isn't worried. He knows he's got secrets that would make her sword look like a toothpick. She offers to teach him, but Errol just smiles and declines, finding her enthusiasm a little annoying but sweet. He thanks her for the kindness, but internally he's thinking about his past lives as a sword god and decides he's done with that life. A sharp slash cuts through the air. Kania is locked in. She's shouting instructions at him, trying to force him to swing properly so they can finish up quickly. Arl can feel it. Kania has a real dream and a goal that drives her to work this hard every single day. She lunges toward him, and Arl lets out a playful yelp, pretending to be overwhelmed by her energy. He realizes that it's this dream that turned a fragile girl into someone so full of life and power. He decides to secretly spill a little bit of his own mana into Kania while they practice to help her grow even stronger. He figures a little boost from a 100-life master won't hurt her at all. They continue their duel in the garden, with Errol putting on a perfect show of being the weak little brother for the watching guards. Later that day, Errol's fancy carriage, the kingdom's equivalent of a Lamborghini, rolls through the capital city. People are cheering in the streets, screaming Errol's name as he passes by like a total rock star. Errol peeks out the window, realizing that between the carriage and his reputation, he's basically become a royal idol. He's even got a full night escort now, making him feel like he's finally reached peak luxury. He's heading to see the king, leaning back and wondering what his old man wants to talk about this time. He touches his chin, worried that the king might have something tiresome planned for him. He hums a tune, hoping that maybe he's just getting another massive reward for all his recent achievements. He walks into the king's high balcony office, noting the heavy, crazy silence that usually makes people tremble. He immediately goes for the snacks, munching on cookies while he waits for his father to speak. He's used to this place now, having been here so often to deliver his various genius reports. The king drops a bombshell. He asks Errol if he's ready to take up a full-fledged job in the royal government. Errol literally chokes on his cookie, his eyes nearly popping out of his head at the thought of actual work. The king says that even though Errol is only 10, nobody would object because his contributions have been so legendary already. Errol starts waving his hands in a panic, shouting that he doesn't want any work at all. Internally, his soul is screaming. He just wants to spend this life eating, playing, and being lazy. He takes a deep breath and a sip of tea, trying to regain his composure before he ruins his innocent kid act. He sets the cup down and tells his father that while he appreciates the offer, he isn't interested in politics. He claims he just wants to focus on science and alchemy, looking the king straight in the eyes with a serious face. Errol thinks about the first prince and the queen, knowing that if he joins the government, he'll be crossing a line that starts an all-out war. He thinks back to when he sabotaged the ball as a baby, considering himself lucky that he stayed out of the line of fire for this long. He realizes there's a huge difference between being loved by the king and being trusted with real political power, knowing that gossip and fighting with his half-brothers is the last thing he wants to deal with, wondering if the king is trying to force a confrontation between him and the queen on purpose. The king sits with his hands clasped, a dark, heavy aura surrounding him as he watches Errol's reaction. We see a shot of an eagle in the sky. The king believes that the world is a jungle where only the strong survive. To the king, being on the throne means being as ruthless and powerful as a bird of prey. He looks at Errol like an eagle looking at its chick, pushing it out of the nest to see if it can fly, or if it'll fall to its death. Errol keeps eating, refusing to take the bait and show his claws to his father just yet. He decides that in the end, it doesn't really matter what the king's game is. The screen splits as Errol's two sides show. He's got a mischievous grin on his face, knowing that the current him won't be an easy opponent for anyone to fight. Errol is out on horseback, riding through the rolling hills far away from the stuffy atmosphere of the palace. He's excited, thinking to himself that this is the first time he's been allowed to go this far from his mother's palace. He shouts freedom as he rides, relieved to finally get away from all the paperwork and workaholic lifestyle he's been living. He remembers his past lives where he traveled the entire universe looking for strong opponents, and realizes he's been a homebody for way too long. Kanya rides up next to him, telling him to slow down and admitting she had no idea he could ride a horse this well. Arl just laughs and lies through his teeth, claiming it's only because the horse is smart and the reins are doing all the work. Suddenly, Errol's expression shifts as his master-level senses pick up something strange in the distance. He looks back and realizes they have a massive army of escort knights following them for what was supposed to be a short trip. He notices that every single one of these knights is a high-level elite, their blue auras radiating power and intensity. Kanya awkwardly laughs, saying she told them they didn't need this many troops, but Errol just smiles, knowing that her safety is the palace's top priority. Errol stops his horse, his eyes narrowing as he looks toward a dense, dark forest up ahead. He can feel a heavy, dark magic energy oozing out of the trees, and Kanya asks him what's wrong. He warns her that they should turn back because he thinks there are dangerous monsters hiding in that forest. Kanya asks how he knows, and Errol just plays it off as a good sixth sense, claiming he can feel some kind of trap waiting for them. He yells "Giddy up" as he leads the knights deeper into the woods, decided to face whatever's coming head-on. He shouts to the guards, telling them they have to make sure the princes are brought back safely, acting like a worried little brother. The knight leading the group corrects him, saying that this is the right way, because beyond that forest is Kanaya's actual training ground. Errol is stunned, his jaw dropping as he realizes he walked right into a training mission he didn't sign up for. Kanaya draws her sword with a cheer, leading the charge into the woods while Errol just groans, realizing he's been tricked. He flashes back to breakfast, where Kanya innocently asked if he wanted to go on a trip with her. She played him, asking if he was frustrated being stuck in the palace, and claiming she just wanted to go on an adventure. Now, Arel realizes that her idea of a trip is basically torture, as she tells him that for her, traveling is practice, and practice is traveling. She gives him a sweet smile, telling him not to worry because his big sister will protect him from all the monsters. Errol watches her, thinking that despite being annoying, Kanaya really does have a cool side to her. They arrive at a clearing, and the knights announce that they've reached the target area. Errol immediately switches into commander mode, laying out the operation for the knights. He uses a stick to draw on a map on the ground, explaining exactly how they're going to lure the monsters out. The knights look at the 10-year-old in awe as he explains how to use time and energy efficiently to maximize Kanaya's combat ability. Suddenly, a group of 20 massive green orcs bursts from the trees, roaring and surrounding the knights. Kanaya's grip tightens on her sword, the steel creaking as she prepares to jump into her first real life-or-death battle. She lunges forward, her blade glowing as she slashes through an orc's chest with a single lightning-fast strike. She rides her horse through the pack, her movements a blur of gold as she takes down multiple enemies in seconds. Errol watches from the sidelines, surprised that she can handle orcs so easily during her very first practice session. He looks at her with a new sense of respect, thinking to himself that his sister is actually incredibly strong. He's impressed not just by her sword skills, but by her composure. She's staying perfectly calm even while surrounded. The spirit and courage radiating from her whole body are so intense that it's visible even from a distance. The knights start cheering for her, their voices overwhelming the roars of the orcs as they watch their princess dominate the field. The battle isn't over quickly. The practice continues for several days as they clear out the surrounding area. Kanaya keeps at it, taking down orc after orc without showing a single sign of slowing down. As night falls, Arel asks her if she isn't tired yet after fighting for so long. She just looks at him and says she's fine. In fact, she actually wanted to fight a bit more. They sit by a campfire while the armored guards stand watch around their tents in the quiet woods. Errol warns her not to overdo it, reminding her that people make fatal mistakes when they let their guard down. He flashes back to one of his past lives where a master warrior was cut down in a split second. He remembers how that one tiny mistake cost him his entire life, and he doesn't want to see Kanya go through the same thing. Kanya just starts munching on a roasted marshmallow, telling him it's delicious, and totally ignoring his lecture. Errol smiles, thinking that in moments like this, she actually looks and acts like a normal 16-year-old girl. The fire crackles and pops as the two siblings share a rare moment of peace in the middle of a monster-infested forest. Suddenly, Errol gets serious and asks her why exactly she wants to be so strong. Kanaya looks down at the fire, admitting that as a princess, no matter how good she is with a sword, nobody will ever be happy about it. She imagines her future, a fancy wedding to a man she doesn't even know, all for the sake of a political alliance. She slumps on her stump, the weight of her royal duty clearly crushing her spirit. Arl watches her in silence, realizing that behind all that energy is a girl who's terrified of losing her freedom. He knows that political marriage is just a normal, cruel reality in aristocratic society. He looks at her sad face, thinking about how she's already reaching the age where she'll be engaged to someone for political reasons. Kanaya looks up and declares that she absolutely hates that kind of life. She tells Errol that she wants to live exactly like him. She points out that he makes his own money, contributes to the kingdom, and earned everyone's recognition by doing what he's good at. She stares at the ground, saying she wants to be recognized for who she is and the skills she has, not just as a bargaining chip. She looks Errol in the eyes, telling him she wants to contribute to her family through her skills, not through a forced marriage. Her eyes fill with fire as she declares that she will decide her own fate. Errol gives her a warm, supportive smile, telling her that he knows she'll be able to change her future, just like he did. He mentions that they're finally heading back tomorrow, ending the trip on a high note. He sits by his tent, admitting that even though he was tricked, it turned out to be a pretty great trip. He tells her he's actually glad he joined her, making Kanaya's day. But suddenly, the peace is shattered as a massive pair of wings casts a shadow over the camp. Something huge is in the air. The next morning starts with a roar as a massive orc tries to ambush the group, looking absolutely feral. Kanya is already in motion. The guards can only sigh, watching her hunt orcs even while they're supposed to be heading home. Nobody can stop her once she gets going. She's taking care of orcs that were hiding in the brush, moving with a scary amount of speed and precision. Arl finally has to call out to her, telling her it's time to stop and actually get moving. He points out that they need to hurry if they want to get back to the palace on time, while Kanya looks a little disappointed the fight is over. She tosses her sword aside, noting that there are no more orcs left to catch anyway. She literally cleared the entire area. She gives a bright, bloody-faced grin and says, "All right, let's go!" looking like she just finished a fun game of tag. But as she reaches for her horse, she notices the poor animal is acting strange, huffing and looking exhausted. Arl examines it and realizes the horse is just suffering from accumulated fatigue and can't move. He tells Kanaya she'll have to ride with him. They leave the princess's horse with the magicians in the back for treatment, making sure it's well taken care of. Errol offers to let Kanya drive since she's better at riding, and she hops on behind him with a smile. The group sets off at a gallop, the horses kicking up dust as they race toward the city under a bright blue sky. They're moving fast through the open fields, but the air starts to feel heavy and cold. Arl suddenly pulls on the reins, his eyes scanning the horizon as Kanaya asks him what's wrong. He stares up at a strange purple cloud in the distance, sensing that something is definitely wrong. He thinks to himself that while he can't see it clearly yet, he can feel a massive presence hiding nearby. His golden eyes flare up as he realizes there's something huge lurking right behind that cloud. Suddenly, a massive shadow breaks through the mist. A giant green-scaled wyvern dives toward them. Errol's heart drops as he realizes they're being targeted by a legendary flying beast. He screams for Kanya to hold on to his waist tight as he prepares for a desperate escape. He shouts to the knights that the wyverns are coming and they need to run for the cover of the forest immediately. The knights are confused, laughing and saying there are no wyverns in this area because the local lord hunts them regularly. One of the soldiers is still smiling, explaining that the lord always confirms their absence, until a giant shadow falls over him. A massive K-Rook sound echoes through the air as the soldier is suddenly snatched off the ground by his feet. The forest erupts in screams as people realize it's not just one wyvern, a whole flock is diving from the sky. Kanya is panicking, asking Errol what they should do because there are way too many of them to fight. Errol is sweating, wondering why these beasts, who usually hunt alone, are suddenly working together in a flock. The wyverns aren't just hunting for food, they're diving into the knights and tearing them apart with brutal efficiency. A soldier is slammed into the ground by a massive claw, the earth shattering under the force of the impact. The wyvern opens its mouth and blasts a stream of purple acid breath, melting everything in its path. It's a literal massacre. Errol watches in horror as his escort soldiers are wiped out, realizing these monsters are using a level of power and poison that makes no sense. He screams at Kanya not to look back and just hold on as he pushes his horse to the absolute limit. Another wyvern dives behind them, its eyes glowing purple with a strange, unnatural rage. A magician from the escort group jumps forward, firing a massive fireball at the beast to buy them some time. He shouts for the princess to dodge as more magicians join in, their beams of light barely making a dent in the wyvern's scales. Errol notes that they can't keep running like this. These wyverns have high resistance to low-level magic, so the guards are basically useless. The beast roars in a magician's face, and Errol realizes that as the fight drags on, his allies are only going to get slaughtered. A wyvern swoops down right over their heads, its claws inches away from snagging them off the horse. Errol's face turns deadly serious. He knows he can't hide his power anymore if he wants to keep Kanya alive. He starts channeling his mana, deciding to turn his energy into concentrated projectiles to snipe the beasts out of the air. Bang! A beam of blue light pierces through a wyvern's head, sending it crashing to the ground instantly. He fires again, taking down another one with a perfectly aimed mana bullet that leaves a trail of light in the sky. The remaining magician looks around in confusion, thinking he was the one who did it, while Errol just keeps the horse moving. But then, a massive wyvern slams into the ground right in front of them, blocking their path and sending rocks flying. Errol and Kanaya both stare up in terror as the beast towers over them, its mouth already beginning to glow with toxic energy. The wyvern roars, a massive purple aura surrounding it as it prepares to finish them off. Suddenly, a spray of blood hits the ground as a sword slashes through the beast's neck from behind. It's Kanaya's maid! She's covered in blood but still fighting, yelling for them to take this chance to escape into the woods. Errol is impressed, thinking to himself that this maid is no joke when it comes to combat skill. She might actually buy them enough time. They ride past as the maid continues to duel the giant beast, acid breath exploding all around her. Errol looks back, but his eyes catch a new figure standing on a hill, a person he doesn't recognize. The camera zooms in on a hooded man with a wicked, purple-lipped smile. He's the one controlling the monsters. The mysterious guy raises a staff, and a massive pillar of purple and blue energy erupts from the ground around him. Errol grits his teeth, looking back and shouting, "Yo, you!" as he realizes they've been lured into a trap. The hooded figure is surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark mana, looking like a total final boss. Errol spots the man's staff, noticing the glowing blue gems and the strange, twisted wood it's made from. He shouts at the suspicious guy, demanding to know what the hell he's up to and why he's attacking them. The man just gives a smug, "Me?" acting like he's just enjoying the show. He points his staff toward them, the air crackling with lightning as he begins to chant a high-level spell. "Lightning cannon!" he shouts, and a massive beam of pure electricity shoots out toward Errol and Kanya. Errol's eyes glow with intense mana as the lightning reflects in his pupils. He's ready to counterattack. The battlefield is blinding as a massive bolt of lightning tears through the air, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. The royal guards scream in agony as the electricity arcs through their armor, leaving them completely defenseless. Errol's eyes widen in shock as the explosion rocks the ground, realize just how close he and Kanaya came to being hit. Dust and smoke choke the air, revealing the gruesome sight of fallen soldiers and shattered blades scattered across the grass. Errol quickly looks back at Kanaya, but his blood runs cold when the mage calls her out by name. This wasn't a random attack. They were targeted. The hooded mage steps out of the shadows, a sick, twisted grin on his face as he grips his glowing staff, enjoying the chaos he's caused. He looks at them with those jagged predator teeth, basically telling them that everything up until now was just a warm-up for him. He raises his staff high, summoning a massive swirl of dark energy and taunting them to try and run while they still can. Errol feels the sticky weight of the dark aura pressing down on them, and he knows this guy isn't just some random low-level caster. The ground turns black as the mage's shadows spread out like a virus, reaching for the horses and the fallen men. Kanya points into the distance, her voice trembling with horror as she sees something truly nightmarish rising from the dirt. The fallen soldiers and even the dead monsters begin to twitch, their bodies overtaken by a purple, necromantic fog. One of the surviving guards backs away in terror as his own comrade stands back up with hollow, lifeless eyes. Even the wyvern that was just killed lurches back into the air, its jaw hanging open as it becomes a puppet for the mage. Errol stares at the rising army of undead, realizing the stakes just went from a simple ambush to an all-out slaughter. The mage points his finger like a death sentence, screaming for his new pets to tear the second princess apart. He wants to humiliate the royal family, using the dark cult's power to turn their own men into their executioners. But then, the mage stops dead in his tracks, feeling a sudden, overwhelming pressure that definitely didn't come from a child. Errol has had enough. His eyes glow with a cold, golden fury as he prepares to end this creep for daring to touch his sister. With a silent flick of his hand, a massive wave of pure mana slams into the mage, blasting him backward before he can even scream. Kanya is left blinking in confusion as the mage's body hits the ground, and Errol casually plays it off like the guy just used too much magic and died on his own. Even with their master dead, the mutated wyvern is still in a frenzy, lunging at Kanya with its claws outstretched. Errol explains that the command over the undead usually lingers for a bit, so they aren't out of the woods just yet. He tells his sister they need to bail immediately before more of these things swarm their position. The remaining knights lock swords with the undead, buying the royal siblings just enough time to disappear into the forest. Later that night, Kanya looks back toward the smoke, worrying about the men they left behind while Errol reassures her the undead won't last much longer. Errol gets down on his knees and starts rubbing sticks together, acting like he's struggling to do things the normal way. Kanaya's impressed he even knows how to start a fire, but Errol just gives her a nerdy explanation about friction to keep up his bookworm persona. Secretly, Errol is just waiting for her to look away so he can use his mana to ignite the wood instantly. He lets out a fake little yelp to make it look like he's actually putting effort into it. The fire roars to life, and Kanaya cheers, completely fooled by her little brother's survival skills. The campfire crackles in the darkness, providing a small bit of comfort after a day of absolute hell. Kanya slumps down, her pride hurt as she thinks about how badly she failed to protect Errol during the fight. Errol tells her it wasn't her fault, but Kanya asks if he was scared, looking for some kind of shared trauma. Errol realizes he acted way too cool and calm earlier, which is totally out of character for a weak 10-year-old. He immediately starts fake crying and shivering, making Kanya believe he was just holding it together out of royal dignity. Kanya reaches out and gently takes his hand, her heart breaking for her frightened little brother. She thanks him for being there, realizing that his presence was the only thing keeping her sane through the chaos. Errol looks into her eyes, seeing a vulnerability in Kanya he never expected from the kingdom's toughest princess. They sit together in the quiet, Kanya feeling more protective of him than ever before. Errol reflects on how much this event will change her. Seeing her men die in vain is a heavy burden for someone as young as Kanya. She eventually falls asleep, leaning against him, her exhaustion finally catching up after the brutal combat. Errol's face goes cold as he looks into the fire, shifting his focus back to getting them home safely and dealing with whoever sent that mage. He's prioritizing their safety over everything else right now. Suddenly, a high-pitched screech echoes through the sky as two massive winged beasts collide mid-air above the cliffs. Errol and Kanya watch in awe as a wyvern and a griffin tear into each other, their wings beating against the moonlight. Errol spots a nest on the cliffside and realizes the wyvern isn't just fighting. It's trying to eat the griffin's baby. The two monsters crash into the rocks, their massive weight causing the entire cliff face to groan and crack. Errol grabs Kanya's hand as the mountain begins to crumble, boulders the size of houses raining down toward them. A massive roar of falling stone fills the air as the entire section of the cliff collapses into a pile of rubble. A thick cloud of dust settles over the area, leaving a haunting silence in its wake. Kanya coughs through the dust, wondering what on earth just happened and if the monsters survived the fall. The wyvern, realizing the fight isn't worth the effort anymore, lets out one last screech and flies off into the night. Errol looks around and realizes Kanya has already disappeared into the settle dust. He finds her kneeling over the white-feathered griffin, which is lying motionless under the debris. Errol sighs, knowing that Kanya's soft heart is about to get them into more trouble. She looks down at the dead mother griffin, feeling a deep pit of sadness for the creature that fought so hard for its child. Errol awkwardly asks if she wants to bury it, but Kanya has something else in her hands. She reveals a tiny, chirping baby griffin that the mother managed to protect with her own body until the very end. Errol tries to be the logical one, saying they should let nature take its course because raising a griffin is impossible. Kanya ignores him completely, her eyes sparkling as she declares that they're taking the baby home and raising it themselves. The rescue party finally finds them, and the knights are relieved beyond words to see the royal siblings alive. The head knight reports that the undead magic vanished the moment the mage died, meaning no one else had to fall. One of the guards spots the tiny beak peeking out from Kanya's arms and nearly loses it. Finding a griffin is like finding a pile of gold. Errol smirks to himself, thinking the timing of their rescue couldn't have been more perfect. He tells the knights to try and calm the baby down, while secretly planning how to use this creature for his own ends. Fast forward 1 week later, and things have finally settled back down at the palace. The morning sun hits the royal towers, but it's not exactly a peaceful morning for our boy Errol. He's trying to catch some extra sleep, but there's a new alarm clock in his room that doesn't care about his schedule. The baby griffin, now named Fry, pounces on Errol's chest, screeching at the top of its lungs for attention. Errol realizes that sleeping in is a thing of the past with a legendary monster living in his bedroom. He gives in and scratches Fry's head, admitting the little guy is pretty special since he won't leave Errol's side for a second. Flashback to the cliffside. Errol told the knights to clear the area around the mother's body so no scavengers would come. But Errol had a secret motive. He needed the guards gone so he could harvest something very specific. With a cold, steady hand, he raised a dagger over the mother griffin's chest. He sliced it open and pulled out a glowing purple magic stone, the condensed essence of a griffin's power. He knew this stone would be the key to taming Fry and unlocking the baby's true potential. Back in the present, Arl hears someone approaching his room and realizes his mourning is about to get even louder. Kanya bursts through the door, already dressed and full of energy, calling out for her favorite brother and her pet bird. Fry takes flight immediately, soaring through the massive palace hallway as Kanaya chases after him. Errol walks behind them, listening as a knight explains that the Dark Order is now wanted across the whole kingdom. Errol gets serious for a second, wondering if he's been focusing too much on making money and not enough on actual threats. He waves the knight off, wanting to keep his mind clear while Kanya plays with Fry in the background. Kanya holds Fry, telling the bird it needs to listen to her, but Errol is thinking about the bigger picture. They need more power. He looks at Kanya and decides she needs to be strong enough to protect herself when he's not around. His goal is to turn her into a sword master by her late 20s, which would make her one of the strongest people in history. He baits her by saying he's bored and wants to do something fun, knowing she can't resist a challenge. They head to the training hall, and the sound of steel clashing against steel rings out through the room. Errol's eyes are sharp, his movements perfect, even as he pretends to just be messing around. Kanaya is shocked as her little brother's wooden sword stops her dead in her tracks. They dance across the floor, Kanaya swinging with everything she's got while Errol just calmly parries every strike. She's breathing hard, her feet sliding across the stone as she tries to find an opening that doesn't exist. She's amazed, her eyes literally sparkling as she asks what that weird feeling was during their clash. Errol smirks and tells her he used aura, knowing he's just hooked her into his next training plan. She's dying to learn it and Errol just plays it off like he researched it in some old book. He points to his head, explaining that using aura is all about mental control and brain power. He teases her by saying if you're slow, you can't use it, making Kanya panic for a second before he reassures her. He promises to teach her, and even Fry seems excited about the news, chirping from the sidelines. Kanaya is eager to start, but Errol has a secret reason why this is going to work so fast. He's been secretly pumping her full of mana during their tea times for months, basically preparing her body to handle the power. They head to a private room, Errol telling her to focus and follow his lead exactly. They post a no entry sign on the door, and the maids are left wondering what kind of genius training is going on inside. Outside, the leaves rustle in the wind as the seasons begin to shift. Every time Kanya visits to see Fry, she spends the rest of the day training her aura with RL. She stares at her blade in disbelief as a blue, glowing energy begins to coat the steel. But RL notices one small, hilarious side effect of all this extra energy in the room. Fry has been absorbing the leftover mana, and the baby griffin has suddenly grown into a massive beast that towers over Errol. Errol struggles to hold the giant bird, hoping that its weight goes back down when it shrinks back to its normal size. He explains that the more mana she has, the better she can ride Fry into battle while using her aura. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the hallway, and the atmosphere in the room completely changes. Errol senses a massive presence, and he quickly tells Kanya that her day to shine is coming sooner than she thinks. The massive doors to the hall swing open, revealing a figure that demands absolute respect. A servant announces the king's arrival, and the siblings immediately snap to attention. King Theorel enters, looking sharp and intimidating as ever, followed by a very proud-looking Lady Lavanna. The king looks down at them, asking if it has arrived yet, his voice booming through the room. He mentions he's heard rumors about Arl getting into swordsmanship lately, and gives his son a knowing look. Arl plays it cool, saying he's just trying out new things and wants to use the griffin for border defense. The king looks genuinely impressed, which is a rare sight, while Errol keeps up his cocky genius act. Two guards carry in a heavy, ornate wooden box, grunting under the weight of whatever is inside. Kanya gasps as a brilliant light spills out of the box, illuminating the entire room. The king looks Errol dead in the eyes and simply says, "It's yours." Inside is a one-of-a-kind, masterfully crafted sword made specifically for the prince. Even Lady Lavanna is worried, thinking Errol is way too young and fragile to be handling a real weapon. Errol picks it up, his eyes widening as he feels the balance and the quality of the blade. The king watches him closely, wondering if this child, who supposedly has no talent, will actually be happy with a warrior's gift. Errol immediately stumbles and drops the sword, falling flat on his back like a clumsy toddler. He laughs it off, acting like the sword is too heavy and that he'd rather not die by his own weapon. Inside his head, Errol is congratulating himself on his acting, knowing that mastering the sword publicly would just drag him into palace politics. He knows he can't let all his hard work faking his weakness go to waste just because he got a cool gift. He gets on one knee and tells the king that while he's grateful, his skills are toddler level, and the sword would be better off with Kanaya. Kanaya is absolutely floored, her jaw dropping at the thought of taking her brother's special gift. Errol tells her she deserves it because she's growing so fast and has already reached the level of an aura practitioner. He imagines her standing tall, her blade swirling with powerful blue energy, looking like a true legend. He tells her that with this sword, she'll be treated as a top-tier elite in the entire kingdom. We see a vision of Kanaya tearing through a battlefield, her speed so fast she's basically invisible to the human eye. Errol claims she's on the verge of becoming an aura expert, a rank held by only 30 people in the whole country. Even the veteran knights nearby are sweating, wondering how a 16-year-old girl got so monstrously strong. Errol hands her the blade with a warm smile, making it look like a touching moment between siblings. The king nods, seeing the logic in it, but he has one condition before he lets her keep it. He suddenly demands Kanaya show him the skills that make her worthy of such a legendary weapon. Errol's face falls as he remembers his dad is a total musclehead who only communicates through fighting. The king draws his own sword, telling her to just swing at him without holding anything back. Kanaya is completely panicked, but Errol just gives her a thumbs up and tells her to take this chance to show off. He gives her a little nudge of encouragement, whispering for her to just go for it. Errol gets a devious look on his face, thinking about how satisfying it'll be to see Kanaya beat up their muscle maniac father. They face each other in the center of the hall, the air thick with tension as Kanaya takes her stance. The king notices immediately that her stance is completely different from any knight he's ever seen. Kanaya takes a deep breath and lunges, her eyes glowing with the same golden fire as Errol's. She moves like a streak of blue lightning, her speed leaving a trail of energy in the air behind her. Errol watches with pride as his mother nearly loses her hat from the sheer wind pressure Kanaya is generating. Kanaya closes the distance in a fraction of a second, her blade aimed straight for her father. Errol's a bit surprised that her first move is a literal headshot. She's definitely not playing around. The king just smirks, the blade stopping inches from his face as the shockwave ripples through his hair. Errol realizes this father and daughter duo is actually terrifying when they get serious. A massive explosion of blue and red energy erupts as their powers clash, shaking the very foundation of the palace. The king holds her back with one hand, admitting that was a surprisingly heavy attack for someone her age. He laughs, saying even his knight commander can't push him this hard in a duel. Kanaya sits on the floor, blushing and out of breath, while Errol watches the king's gears start to turn. The king turns to Errol, asking if it's true that a 10-year-old child was the one who taught her this style. Errol puts on his most innocent face, saying his theories just happened to work out well. He acts like he's just a nerdy researcher who gave his sister a little bit of scientific advice. The king strokes his chin, wondering if this method could be taught to his entire army. Errol realizes the king wants to mass-produce elite knights, which sounds like a nightmare to him. We see a vision of an invincible army of silver-clad soldiers, ready to conquer the entire world under the king's command. Errol's internal response is a hard no, because that sounds like way too much work. He bows deeply, telling his father that reproducing Kanaya's results with other soldiers will be almost impossible. He lies, saying Kanaya was born with special potential and that he's been watching her move since they were babies. He gives a convincing speech about how her growth is a 1-in-a-million miracle. The king seems to buy it, but Errol is secretly thinking that he could train the others, but he's just too lazy. He imagines having to watch sweaty, muscular men train all day and realizes his eyes are way too precious for that. He's definitely not interested in being the kingdom's personal trainer. But he doesn't want to disappoint the king entirely, so he decides to throw him a small bone. He says he can provide training methods, but only for the actual members of the royal family. Errol knows that making the nobles stronger would just lead to a civil war, and he wants those hyenas as weak as possible. The king agrees, deciding to keep the secret methods strictly within the royal lineage. Errol realizes his training diary is about to become a national treasure handed down through generations. He feels a bit embarrassed but also proud that his 101 lives of knowledge are finally being put to good use. He looks out the window with a sneaky grin, thinking about how hard the rest of his family is going to have to work. A few months pass by, and the palace is filled with the sound of intense training. Massive shockwaves blast through the training grounds, sending dust and debris flying past the shocked maids. The king is drenched in sweat, his body steaming as he pushes himself to the absolute limit. He stands over a shattered training dummy, realizing he's finally reaching the level of a peak expert. He's amazed that a weak child like Errol could come up with a method this effective. He looks at Errol's room, thinking that his son is the one who needs protection most of all, and he decides it's time to take action. The sun shines through the trees as Errol enjoys a peaceful tea time, completely unaware of what's coming. Kanya nearly chokes on her tea when she hears the news. The king is assigning an exclusive night just for Errol. The word is officially out. Errol is getting his own squad of exclusive knights, and the palace is buzzing with excitement. Errol's tutor drops a massive stack of applications on the table, explaining that half the knights in the kingdom volunteered to protect the Ashen Sage. Errol is stunned by the sheer number of resumes. Just a few years ago, these same nobles wouldn't have even looked him in the eye. He leans back with a cookie, thinking that while he doesn't actually need bodyguards with his power, it's nice to see his reputation finally improving. Kanaya is hyped up, looking through the names and telling Errol he's officially the coolest kid in the palace. Errol learns he can pick up to 3 knights, and he starts realizing that being the one in charge of the interviews is actually going to be pretty fun. He lets out a devious little giggle, wondering exactly what kind of factors he should be looking for in his personal guard. He imagines a bunch of sweaty, muscular dudes followed by a group of beautiful, elite female knights, and thinks to himself, the choice is pretty obvious, right? His tutor and Kanaya just stare at him as he disappears into his own little world of noble considerations. He snaps out of it and holds up his quill like a sword, declaring that it's time for the legendary interviews to begin. The doors swing open, and a group of elite knights march in, their presence so heavy and intimidating that Errol actually gets a little spooked. He cries a little inside, because while these women are terrifyingly strong, they definitely don't fit the graceful lady image he had in mind. The knights notice him turning pale and ask if he's okay, but Errol quickly plays it off like he's just deeply impressed by their intensity. He pulls himself together, deciding to set aside his personal preferences and actually focus on finding the best people for the job. He looks at one candidate who has more muscles than the king and realizes that having a wild warrior as a bodyguard would definitely make him feel safe. But then, his eyes land on a woman who stands out from the rest. She has the calm, refined aura of a noble lady despite wearing a knight's uniform. He finishes the basic questioning and asks everyone to wait outside so he can do some serious thinking. Once the doors are shut, Errol gets serious. He knows he can't just pick people based on a 5-minute conversation. He sits in a lotus position, activating his sixth sense connection, a high-level immortal technique that stimulates his brain and intuition. His eyes glow with a piercing blue light as he prepares to look past their faces and see the true colors of their souls. He calls them back in one by one, his eyes now capable of spotting even the tiniest hint of a lie or an ulterior motive. He immediately busts a few candidates who have dark clouds in their hearts, realizing they're just spies sent by the other princes to keep an eye on him. He sighs, realizing that choosing honest people in this palace is a full-time job, until the next candidate walks through the door. He's stunned. The blonde knight from earlier, Asha, is surrounded by a light so pure it's almost blinding. Her name is Asha Fernil, and Errol can't believe someone this talented could be this genuinely good-hearted. He looks at her record and sees she comes from a modest, fallen family, which only makes him more curious about her. He decides not to meddle in her past for now, and happily calls for the next person in line. He's struggling to find a second knight until he remembers the berserker woman from earlier, who also seemed to have a decent soul. Suddenly, a high-energy girl with short brown hair and fangs bursts into the room, introducing herself as Sena Geralt. Errol is shocked to see that she's also incredibly pure, with a bright, sunny personality that lights up the room. Her record shows she's been transferred to every corner of the kingdom, and she awkwardly admits she's had some circumstances. Errol checks her aura and sees that her soul color doesn't change, meaning she's not a troublemaker, she's just someone who stands up for what's right. He lets out a satisfied smirk, realizing he's just found his 2 perfect bodyguards without having to deal with any more spies. He claps his hands together, ending the interviews and telling the ladies they can finally relax. He officially announces that Asha and Sena are his new exclusive knights, and both girls look like they've just won the lottery. And so, the dynamic of the palace is about to shift in a big way. Errol walks through the grounds with his new guards, making quite the statement, as the sage finally has his own private army. He notices that Sena has a serious on-duty face that is a complete 180 from her bubbly personality, and he's digging the vibe. He stops in his tracks, a mischievous thought crossing his mind as he looks back at the 2 women. He leads them to an open training area, and Asha asks why they've been brought to such a secluded spot on their first day. Errol puts on a bright, innocent smile and tells them he wants to see their abilities with his own eyes. He explains that while they're strong, they need to become monsters to protect him, and he needs to assess their current level first. Asha and Sena nod, agreeing that showing their skills to their new boss is the most important thing they can do. Errol's eyes sparkle as he suggests something even better. He wants them to spar against each other. Sena laughs, thinking it's a great idea, while Errol internally celebrates the fact that he gets to watch a high-level fight for free. He drops a bombshell by asking which one of them is actually the strongest, successfully baiting their competitive spirits. Sina gets a sharp look in her eye, admitting she's curious too, while Asha's stoic face starts to crack with a hint of battlethirst. Errol hops onto a bench with a pair of 3D glasses, screaming that he needs popcorn, because this show is about to be legendary. The two knights start stretching, Sina asking if they need rules while Asha calmly states that a real battle doesn't have any. Arl is already munching on popcorn, telling them to just make sure they don't accidentally kill each other before his training plan even starts. Sina says she'll go easy on the noble lady, but Asha fires back that she's confident enough in her spear skills to handle a mercenary. The atmosphere turns cold as their auras start to flare up, and Errol realizes they might actually be taking his little test a bit too seriously. He tries to give the begin signal, but before he can even finish the word, the ground beneath them literally explodes. A massive shockwave of blue and red energy erupts as they clash, the speed of their movements making them look like blurs. Errol has to shield his eyes as the force of their spirit energy sends his popcorn flying everywhere. He sits there with a piece of popcorn stuck to his head, completely deadpan as he realizes he shouldn't have egged them on. The ground cracks as Sina launches a punch, and Errol decides to use this chance to analyze their flaws and strengths. Asha thrusts her spear with precision, but Sena's instincts are razor-sharp, allowing her to weave through the attacks like a ghost. Sena's fists glow with a fiery red aura. Asha narrowly dodges a punch that would have shattered a stone wall, her eyes widening at Sina's raw power. Sina grins, seeing an opportunity to end the fight as she closes the distance between them. She dives in, her fist aimed right for Asha's chest, hoping to catch the spear user in her dead zone. Arl notices that Asha is struggling, because spears are naturally hard to use when the enemy is breathing down your neck. But Asha surprises everyone. She lets out a sharp tsk and launches a high kick that sends Sina flying back. Sina skids across the floor, complaining that kicking while using a spear is cheating, but Asha just tells her that a win is a win. Arl is about to comment on their skills when he notices the air in the training ground starting to hum with dangerous electricity. A vision of a blue lion and a red bear clashing fills the air as their auras reach a level that shouldn't be possible for normal knights. Errol panics, realizing that at this rate, they aren't going to stop until they see blood, and his bodyguards will be in the hospital before their first shift. He jumps between them, waving his arms and screaming for them to stop before they wreck the entire palace wing. He tells them he's seen enough to understand their skills, and honestly, they both have a ton of room for improvement. He starts breaking down their moves, giving them a taste of the sage's legendary insight. He tells Asha she's way too impatient with her speed, and points out that Sena is actually timid because she's not used to fighting someone with actual technique. Asha remembers the rumors about Errol training Princess Kanaya, and realizes they're about to get the same god-tier guidance. Errol asks if they actually want to get stronger, or if they're content being just okay knights for the rest of their lives. The girls are flustered, saying they don't want to be a bother, but their eyes are clearly begging for his secrets. Arl chuckles, saying he's already training his muscle maniac father, so he might as well help his own guards too. He points to the sky, declaring that as long as they're by his side, they will become sword masters no matter what it takes. Both girls can only blink in shock at his insane confidence. And just like that, Errol's Special Training Plan Chapter 1 is officially in session. The two fierce warriors are now sitting at tiny desks, looking like students in a classroom while Errol takes the podium. He puts on a pair of glasses and pulls out a massive book, telling them they need to master the theory before they touch another weapon. He shows off his manual, Introduction to Anyone Can Become a Knight, thinking he could probably make a fortune selling this to the public. Asha is confused by the advanced mana circulation theories, while Sina just puts the book on her head and admits she understands absolutely nothing. Arl draws a barrel on the chalkboard, explaining that the amount of mana someone can store is different for everyone. He shows a diagram of the human body, pointing out that their acupoints, the paths for mana circulation, are currently blocked. He explains that trying to use aura without opening these paths is like trying to use a broken sprayer. It's wasteful and dangerous. Sina imagines herself as a fire hose, laughing as the water sprays everywhere uncontrollably. Errol slams his hand on the desk, screaming "bang" to show what happens when that forced energy causes your internal systems to explode. He explains that they'll fall into a state of chi deviation, basically becoming a living corpse if they don't follow his method. He tells them they need to learn to accept the energy of the world into their bodies, as naturally as a butterfly landing on a flower. He promises them that if they master this, the way they use their aura will change forever. He hops off his stool and tells them to follow him, as it's time for the practical part of the lesson. Welcome to Chapter 2 of the Errol Special Training Plan. He starts with Sina, telling her she needs to learn how to focus her aura instead of just letting it leak out. He challenges her to put aura in her other arm and both legs at the same time, and Sina starts sweating as she realizes how hard that actually is. Errol notes that she can only focus on one spot at a time because her energy consumption is way too high. Sina collapses to the floor, panting and saying her senses just can't keep up with that many points of focus. Errol gets down on the ground with her, telling her there's a trick to making it easy. He takes her hands in his, telling her to focus all her senses on the heat and touch of his palms. He guides her energy, whispering for her to make it just a little bit stronger as her fists start to glow with a brilliant red light. Sina is amazed, but then she starts gushing about how soft and nice Errol's hands are, and he has to tell her to stop being weird and focus! A massive pillar of red energy erupts from Sina as she finally gets the hang of it, her power doubling in an instant. Errol sits on the floor, wondering if he accidentally taught her something too dangerous, but he figures at least it worked. Time for Chapter 3. It's Asha's turn. He tells Asha that her biggest problem is her lack of patience, which is a death sentence for a spear user. He reminds her of the spar, saying she blindly kicked because she panicked when Sina got too close. He explains that spear fighting is all about staying calm, and Asha asks if that's why he's making her do this specific training. We see Asha doing squats with Errol literally sitting on her back like a tiny demanding backpack. She admits all she can feel is his weight, but Errol tells her she needs to concentrate until she doesn't even feel him there anymore. He yells in her ear to stay calm and focus like nothing in the world can get in her way. Asha lets out a tired yes, her legs shaking as the sun begins to set on their first day of training. That night, a crow screeches from the palace balcony, signaling that someone is watching from the shadows. In a dark room, Queen Elia is reading a report about Errol's recent activities, her face full of annoyance. She used to think Errol was just a harmless fly, but now he's starting to become a real problem for her plans. Her eyes glow with a murderous red light as she sets the report on fire with her bare hand. The pieces of paper turn to ash, just like she wants to do to Errol's future. Back in the forest, Asha is panting and drenched in sweat, pushing herself to the absolute limit. She looks at a massive tree she just shattered and realizes she's become significantly stronger in just a few days. At first, she thought Errol's training was a joke, but now she's seeing results that should have taken years. She wonders if a girl from a fallen family like hers even deserves this much personal attention from a prince. We see a flashback to her childhood. The Pernil family lived a quiet, modest life in the countryside. But their peace was shattered when a horde of monsters attacked, and their home went up in flames. The resulting famine destroyed their wealth and their status as nobles in an instant. Her father stood his ground, barricading the door to give his family a chance to escape. Young Asha could only watch as her mother dragged her away from the fire and the screams. To make matters worse, all the other noble friends turned their backs on her family the moment they lost their money. She joined the knights just to survive, and her talent allowed her to reach the capital faster than anyone expected. But she was assigned to the 15th Order, a dumping ground for low-ranked trash and lazy soldiers. And the worst person in that entire unit was her own commander. He was a lazy creep who only got his rank through connections, and he started calling Asha into his office for separate instructions. He touched her shoulder and asked her to have dinner with him, saying she looked just like his daughter. Back in the present, Asha thrusts her spear into a rock with a look of pure rage, remembering the creep's face. She sighs, wondering if she should just split that guy's lower body in two the next time they cross paths. She and Sina walk through the grounds, both of them grateful that they were rescued from their old lives by Errol. She just needs to save up a bit more money so she can send her younger brother to a proper academy. She looks at the sunset, vowing that she will repay Errol's grace no matter what the cost. Meanwhile, Sina is doing her morning stretches, admitting she only applied to be an escort out of total desperation. She greets Errol's tutor, Gamil, with a bright smile, looking like she's already totally at home in the palace. Her family had been mercenaries for generations, living in a tribe that never stayed in one place for long. But as the kingdom entered a time of peace, her father realized the mercenary business was slowly dying out. He told young Sina to go out and pave a new path for herself so she wouldn't be stuck fighting for scraps with the old men. She promised him she'd be back with a new future, leaving her tribe with a wave and a grin. She didn't hate the world outside, and honestly, the standard night training was a piece of cake for someone raised by mercenaries. She spent her days traveling on a wagon, enjoying the fresh air and looking for a way to make her mark. But things took a dark turn when she returned to visit her tribe. She found her father tied to a chair in a dungeon, his body covered in blood after being tortured by a corrupt lord. Sina didn't hesitate. She punched through the stone wall and cornered the man responsible. She slammed the lord's head into a table, her fangs bared in a snarl as she demanded justice. She asked if he was crazy, wondering if his recent promotion had made him completely blind to his own crimes. The lord had tried to frame innocent villagers as bandits just to wipe them out for their land, and Sina wasn't having any of it. He begged for his life as Sina prepared to deliver the final blow. Looking back, she doesn't regret a single thing she did that day. In fact, she felt a massive sense of relief, knowing she had stood up for what was right even if it made her an outcast. She wandered for a long time after that, eventually volunteering to be Errol's escort as her last resort. And then she met Errol, a boy with a smile that made all her past struggles feel worth it. He welcomed them both with open arms, telling them he was looking forward to working together. Sina realizes she was incredibly lucky to end up with a boss who actually treats her like a human being. She thinks Errol is a bit lazy, sure, but he's not arrogant like the other royals, and she gets a fuzzy feeling whenever he's around. She blushes, realizing this is the first time she's ever felt this kind of loyalty and warmth toward a master. She clenches her fist, the red aura burning brighter than ever as she swears to repay the grace she's received. She turns to Asha, asking if they should get to work. Both girls exchange a determined look, their past traumas now fueled into a single goal. They're ready to protect their benefactor with their lives today and every day after. Their boots click against the stone as they march toward the palace gate, looking like two of the most dangerous women in the world. Meanwhile, Errol is at his desk, surrounded by books and looking every bit like the great gray sage people believe him to be. He's already enriched the kingdom's finances and turned his sister into an aura expert, all before he's even reached his teens. That's the legend of the Ashen Sage, but the reality is a little bit different. Underneath a big white umbrella, Errol is currently lounging on a chair, his eyes closed as he enjoys the breeze. He lets out a big sigh of relief, thinking to himself that nothing beats doing absolutely nothing for a whole afternoon. He holds up a glass of soda with a wink, fully enjoying his trash prince lifestyle, while everyone else does the heavy lifting. But across the palace, a meeting is being held that is about to ruin his vacation. Count Tenvest speaks up, mentioning that the third prince, Errol, will be turning 14 next year and his coming-of-age ceremony is close. The king asks what kind of opportunity the count is talking about, his eyes narrowing as he senses a trap. The queen and her nobles suggest giving Errol his own estate, but the king realizes they're actually trying to exile the boy to a far-off territory. The count points out that Errol's name is already being heard in other countries, and people are starting to talk about him as a potential heir. The king slams his hand on the table, his aura literally burning as he screams that the heir is the crown prince and Errol has zero interest in the throne. Duke Gast argues back, saying young noblemen are already showing more support for Errol than for the crown prince, and public opinion is swaying. The king looks around the room, realizing that his own advisors are turning against the order of the royal family out of fear. He tells them to shut up, but the pressure from the nobles is becoming too much to ignore even for him. A servant brings in a massive stack of scrolls, formal appeals from dozens of noblemen who are concerned about the kingdom's stability. The king reads through them, his face darkening as he realizes the nobles have joined forces to force his hand. Every single one of them is requesting that Errol be sent to a place far, far away from the capital. This is the nobles' ultimatum: either move Errol or face a complete breakdown of the royal court. The king sighs, the weight of the crown finally forcing him to bend for the first time. He gives in, telling them to find a suitable territory for the boy and make a recommendation for his move. Later that day, Errol reads the letter from the meeting, his eyes wide as he realizes what just happened. He calls it total bullshit, thinking they're trying to exile him because they're scared of a 10-year-old. But then, he bursts out into an insane fit of laughter that echoes through his entire room. He's overjoyed, thinking that having his own territory is 100 times better than being surrounded by hyenas in the palace. He can't stop laughing at how perfectly his plan worked. He screams with joy, he finally has his own lovely house and total freedom, and those terrorist nobles just gave it to him for free! Welcome to Fahilia, the frozen graveyard of the north, where the wind screams and the snow never stops falling. Arel looks over the maps of his new home, realizing the nobles chose the harshest place possible just to watch him suffer. But our boy isn't sweating it. He's got 1 year and 1 month until the move, and he's planning to turn that frozen hell into a paradise. He gathers his entire household, telling them that moving to the north is no joke, and only those who are truly ready should follow him. He's a fair boss, offering to help anyone who wants to stay behind find new jobs within the capital. To his surprise, his staff cheers with absolute loyalty, ready to follow their young prince into the heart of a blizzard. Errol's relieved that his lead scientists and alchemists are on board, because he's going to need every brain cell they've got. Sina looks a bit worried, mentioning that she's actually spent time in Fahilia before. She remembers being deployed there as a mercenary, and just the memory of the cold makes her shiver in her armor. She describes it as a place where your tears freeze to your face the second they leave your eyes. She tries to find something nice to say about it, but honestly, there's nothing there but ice and misery. Errol just leans back in his chair, telling the girls that Fahilia is actually way better than the monster-infested death traps he expected the nobles to pick. He imagines being sent to a dragon's nest or a volcano, so for him, a bit of snow is basically a vacation. Asha and Sena look at him with teary eyes, thinking their prince is just being brave to keep their spirits up. They swear a solemn vow to protect him from the cold and any danger that tries to touch him. Errol is internally screaming because they're completely overreacting and missing the point of his master plan. Once they're alone, Asha tells Sena to be honest about why she's really so worried. Errol ignores the drama and gets back to work, scribbling down more blueprints for the technology he's taking north. Sena looks out the window, remembering the bleak, empty white plains where she almost lost her life to the cold. She explains that the only reason anyone stays in Fahilia is to stop northern monsters from migrating south, but it's a thankless, lonely job. She asks Asha if she's really okay with staying there, and Asha just gives her a "don't be stupid" look. They both know that despite the harsh conditions, they'll follow Arl anywhere because they believe he's got a secret trick up his sleeve, and why wouldn't they? Sina notes that when you look into Arl's eyes, you don't see a scared kid, you see a man who's already calculated his victory. They share a quiet moment of resolve, realizing that their new life is officially beginning. She decides it's time to send a letter home, letting her tribe know she's heading to the north. Asha agrees, wanting to make sure her family knows she's moving for a very important cause. Back in his room, Errol finishes his documents, feeling proud of the blueprints that are going to change the world. But he stops and sighs, worrying about how his mother is going to handle him moving so far away. He knows Lady Lavanna is heartbroken, and he's also worried about leaving her alone with the Queen and the assassins. He realizes he needs a way to keep in contact, thinking about magic circles, scrolls, or even hiring a full-time magician. He shakes off the nerves, reminding himself that a professional like him thrives in harsh environments. It's time for step 1 of the Great Northern Preparation. Payan, the royal mage, enters with his disciples, looking a bit confused about why the prince called for them. Errol greets them casually, but his eyes are sharp. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. He pulls Payan close, asking if the man can keep a secret that could potentially change the balance of power in the kingdom. He slides a blueprint across the desk, telling the mage he needs a specific item made as fast as humanly possible. Payan adjusts his glasses, but the second he looks at the drawings, his entire face turns pale. He's shaking, asking Errol if he actually drew this himself, or if he stole it from a god. It's an upgraded Sage's Necklace, an artifact that doubles brain power while being 10 times cheaper to make than the original. Payan is losing his mind, wondering how a child could solve a magical engineering problem that stumped mages for centuries. Errol asks if it's too hard, but Payan insists the blueprint is perfect, he just needs the materials to start. Errol sees the hesitation in the mage's eyes. The guy is scared to mess with such a high-level design. So, Errol decides it's time to use the most powerful magic in the world to clear that hesitation. He slides a small bag of gold across the table, calling it a secret-keeping fee. Then, he drops 2 massive bags of pure gold coins on the desk, the light reflecting off them like miniature suns. He tells Payan he's being generous, and will even throw in tips for future deliveries. Payan and his disciples immediately drop to the floor, bowing so hard their heads hit the wood, swearing their souls to the prince. Errol laughs internally, thinking that money really is the best way to bring people to their knees. He tells them he needs the first batch within the month, knowing he's just secured a steady supply of top-tier artifacts. A few days later, the mages return, looking absolutely exhausted. They present the finished product, calling it the Grey Sage's Necklace, but Errol tells them to stop with the cringy names. He inspects the green gem, realizing Payan must have worked his disciples to the bone to finish this in 10 days. Payan asks how many more he wants, expecting maybe 4 or 5. Errol flashes a bright smile and says he needs 50 of them, and you can practically hear the mage's souls leaving their bodies. He laughs as they drag themselves away, thinking that if they think it's unfair, they should try living 100 lives like he did. Now, it's time for step 2! Under the cover of darkness, a lone carriage rolls through the forest path. Arl is sitting inside, casually munching on snacks while Asha watches him with a concerned look. She asks where they're going at this time of night, offering to handle whatever business he has so he can sleep. Errol tells her it's nothing special, but it's something he has to do in person this time. Asha is suspicious, wondering what kind of shop is only open at midnight in a place like this. The moon hangs high over a dark, fortress-like building as Errol reveals their destination, the slave market. Asha repeats the word, her brain short-circuiting as she tries to process what she just heard. She screams in shock, her face going totally pale as she imagines the worst. She begs him not to do it, thinking her pure-hearted prince has finally been corrupted by power! The carriage rocks as she panics, and Errol has to tell her to calm down because she's definitely misunderstanding his goals. Asha's imagination goes wild, picturing Errol as a cruel tyrant whipping slaves in the frozen north. She imagines him laughing like a maniac while people starve, and Errol has to snap her out of it before she has a heart attack. He's offended she'd even think he's that kind of guy, and Asha quickly apologizes, though she's still on edge. Most people think of slave markets as hell on earth, full of screams and misery. They imagine families being torn apart and people weeping behind iron bars in the dark, but the reality Errol walks into is something completely different. The market is actually clean, well-lit, and surprisingly quiet, looking more like a high-end dormitory than a dungeon. Arl is surprised by how well-maintained the place is, noting that the merchandise looks healthy. Asha explains that if the slaves were sick or dirty, no noble would buy them, so the management is forced to be meticulous. A man with a slicked-back ponytail approaches them with a wide, professional smile, welcoming them to the capital's finest market. This is Ian, the owner, and he knows exactly who Errol is, treating him with the respect due to a royal VVIP. Errol plays it cool, telling Ian he doesn't need to be so formal since he's here as a customer. Ian leads them through the halls, bragging that they follow all the legal procedures, and that everything here is by the book. Errol asks how most of these people ended up here, and the answer is as grim as you'd expect, mostly people who couldn't pay taxes or fallen nobles. Asha looks down, realizing that for some of these people, being a slave is the only way to avoid starving to death. Ian points out that while there are some criminals, he's already separated them so the prince doesn't have to worry about low-quality products. They sit down in a private office, and Ian asks exactly what kind of slaves the prince is looking for today. Errol leans forward with a smirk, telling Ian he's going to need a lot of them, a whole lot. Ian nearly chokes when Errol casually asks for at least 150 people in a single go. Errol asks if it's too many, but Ian quickly recovers, saying his company has facilities outside the capital that can handle 3 times that number. Ian is curious why a kid needs a small army of slaves, but Errol just waves his hand and says he's not doing anything weird. He gives Ian a specific requirement. He wants the slaves grouped by families, neighbors, or close acquaintances. Ian thinks it's a bit complicated, but he agrees, knowing that keeping families together actually makes them easier to manage. He presents Errol with a mountain of documents, showing off the records of every person they have available. Errol starts sorting through them, looking for people who at least know how to read and write. He hands over another massive bag of gold, telling Ian he expects the best and wants them sent to his chosen location. Ian's face lights up with pure greed, promising to serve Errol as their most important customer for the rest of his life. Arl walks out with a devious grin, once again proving that money is the ultimate cheat code in this world. The sun begins to rise as they head back, the first light hitting the trees. The carriage rolls through the morning mist, and Asha finally finds the courage to ask the big question. She wants to know what he's actually going to do with 150 people in a frozen wasteland like Vahelia. Errol simply says he's making them the new residents of his estate, which is why he needed so many. He points out that there's no point in being a lord if the land is empty. You can't rule over nothing but snow. He pulls out one of the new artifacts, spinning the green gem around his finger. He explains he's going to give one to each family and educate them, turning a group of slaves into a highly skilled workforce. Asha is speechless, realizing that Errol isn't just buying labor, he's building a society from scratch. Arl leans back, saying he has no intention of living a quiet, boring life in the north. He's going to make Vahelia the best territory in the world, just so he can live as comfortably as possible. He imagines a future where he's lounging like a king, while his highly trained staff handles everything for him. He lets out a loud laugh, declaring that just you wait, he's going to build a literal paradise in the middle of a blizzard. But as the days pass, Errol finds himself staring at the ceiling, feeling a strange weight on his chest. He realizes that preparing to live on your own for the first time is harder than he thought. Even after 100 lives, saying goodbye to the home you've lived in your whole life still hurts. There's a knock on the door, and Lady Lavanna enters his room, her eyes red from crying. She wraps Errol in a tight hug, her heart breaking at the thought of her son leaving for such a dangerous place. She offers to go talk to the king again and beg for a better territory, but Errol knows that won't work. He holds her close, telling her not to worry and promising to send gifts and visit as often as he can. He waves her goodbye with a fake smile, trying to be the strong man of the house. But the moment she's gone, his face falls. He's still keeping the true nature of his plan a secret until he's settled in. He looks out the window knowing that once he makes his move, there's no turning back. Meanwhile, across the palace, the sound of an explosion rips through the air. A royal guard is blasted into the sky, his sword flying from his hand as a massive shockwave hits him. 3 other guards are huddled on the floor, trembling as the wall behind them literally shatters into pieces. Kanaya stands in the middle of the courtyard, her aura burning like a supernova as she screams that she won't accept Errol's exile. She looks like a demon as she points her sword at the next guard, demanding they come at her with everything they've got. The men are terrified, realizing that the princess has completely lost her mind from grief. She tells them if they don't fight for real, they might actually die, and her eyes show that she's not joking. The guards start crying, begging for mercy because they know they stand zero chance against her. Kanya swings her blade, thinking about how unfair it is that Errol has to leave just because some nobles are scared of him. She understands why Errol has to go, but her heart refuses to let it happen without a fight. Her face is dark, her jaw clenched as she prepares for another devastating strike. She's furious that Errol kept this a secret from her for 6 months, only telling her now that it's too late. She blasts another guard away, her power reaching a level that the palace has never seen before. Is it because she's talented? No. Errol watches from a distance, thinking that he only hid the truth because he knew she'd react exactly like this. Kanaya grips her sword so hard her knuckles turn white, her aura shifting from blue to a dark, intense purple. The guards gasp, feeling a pressure that feels like the world itself is crushing them. Errol's manual states that if you push strong emotions to the absolute limit, your mana will flow at a godlike pace. Kanya becomes a pillar of light, her spirit finally breaking through the final barrier. This is the secret of becoming a master. On that day, at just 19 years old, Kanya officially becomes the youngest swordmaster in the history of the kingdom. She lets out one last, massive explosion of power, her irritation at her younger brother changing the course of history forever. Errol suddenly remembers his first life, seeing the barbed wire and the military fences of a world he left behind a long time ago. He remembers the day he got his enlistment notice, how time felt like it was melting away before he was sent to serve. Now, at 14 years old, he's experiencing the same thing as his coming-of-age ceremony officially begins. A noble bows deeply to him, congratulating him on becoming an adult, while Errol internally tells the guy to shut up and get lost. He puts on his fake customer service smile, thanking the man, while his soul dies a little inside. He finds the whole thing incredibly boring, thinking that an idle handshake event would be less exhausting than this. He looks like he's about to vomit from the pure fakeness of the nobles around him. He can practically hear their thoughts. They're all celebrating the day the thorn in their side finally gets kicked out of the palace. Honestly, he can't hear a single word they're saying over the sound of his own annoyance. He sits on his throne, looking like a bored king while the next noble offers their sincere congratulations. He considers turning the whole banquet upside down, but he spots his mother watching and knows he has to behave. He tells himself he only has to endure this for 1 more month when a familiar, annoying voice reaches his ears. Someone congratulates him on becoming an adult, and the voice drips with sarcasm. Queen Elia approaches, looking stunning in a red gown and hiding her smirk behind an expensive fan. Errol bows, calling her the worst auntie in the kingdom in his head while playing the role of the humble prince. She mocks him, saying his brother Zale will miss him, even though Zale probably doesn't even know Errol's name. 2 maids step forward and drape a heavy, luxurious-looking fur coat over Errol's shoulders. But the second the coat touches him, Errol senses something dark, a vision of a massive, shadowy snake coiling around him. He realizes the queen was the one behind the entire exile plot, manipulating the nobles like puppets. She chuckles behind her fan, enjoying her victory as she looks down at the boy she thinks she's defeated. Errol realizes that the queen used the nobles' fear of him to force the king's hand. She's the only one with enough power to organize a kingdom-wide appeal just to get rid of a 14-year-old. Her eyes glow with a sinister red light as she celebrates her cleverness, thinking she's finally won. The snake in his vision bares its fangs. The queen is truly a monster in human skin. Errol looks at the fur coat, realizing she gave it to him as a joke, a reminder that he's heading to a frozen wasteland. He stands there, his back to her, feeling the weight of the insult. He grips his fist until his knuckles turn white, trying to keep his cool so he doesn't become a third-rate person by getting angry. He turns back with a radiant smile and a background of roses, telling her he'll always be ready to support his big brother from afar. The queen looks a bit surprised by how reliable he's acting, but she just keeps smiling along. In their minds, they're both visualizing ripping each other's heads off, the air between them thick with killing intent. Errol internally prays that the day they have to be honest with each other never comes, because it will be a bloodbath. He leans against the balcony as the banquet starts to wind down, feeling a massive sense of relief. But then, a nagging thought enters his mind. He feels like he's forgotten something really important. He looks over his shoulder, and his golden eyes widen as he spots a familiar blonde figure. Kanaya has been unusually quiet lately, and Errol wonders if she's still mad about the move. Suddenly, Kanaya stands up from her seat, her expression so intense it looks like she's just decided to change the fate of the world. Errol panics, sensing the solemnity of a master coming from her. He knows she's about to cause a massive scene. She storms over to the king, her eyes fixed on her father as the entire room goes silent. The king tells her now isn't the time, but Kanaya isn't taking no for an answer. Her eyes are glowing with an unnatural fire, her focus entirely on her mission. She drops the bomb. She announces to the entire kingdom that in 1 month she is leaving the palace to follow Arl to the north. A noble literally spits out his wine in shock, while Arl can only watch in horror as his peaceful plan explodes. He looks at Lady Lavanna, but even she looks like she's given up on trying to stop her daughter. The king is furious, slamming his fist down and telling her that her joke has gone way too far. Kanaya doesn't flinch, screaming that she's absolutely serious about her decision. Errol facepalms so hard it echoes, realizing his life is about to get 1,000 times more complicated. The king mocks her, saying becoming a knight isn't a game, but Kanaya interrupts him with a bombshell. She declares that she's reached the level of a sword master, and the entire room erupts into whispers of disbelief. The king is stunned. The only person to achieve that at 19 was the late king himself. To prove it, Kanaya draws her blade, her aura surging with enough power to crush everyone in the room. She lets out a roar, her spirit manifesting as a physical force that sends the nobles scrambling. She brings her sword down, a beam of pure light tearing through the air and slicing through everything in its path. The floor of the banquet hall literally explodes as the shockwave ripples through the building. Errol's jaw hits the floor. He knew she was strong, but he didn't expect her to wreck the palace to prove it. The dust settles, and Kanaya stands there with her head bowed, her point officially made. The truth sinks in for everyone. She really has become a sword master. The nobles are shaking, their eyes wide with terror at the girl they used to call a combat freak. Kanaya stands tall, looking like a literal goddess of war in the middle of the wreckage. She looks at her father, telling him she's been thinking about this ever since Errol was granted the estate. She'd rather choose her own path as a knight than stay behind and be married off to some stranger for politics. Errol is internally crying, knowing that her resigning from being a princess is going to have massive consequences for both of them. The nobles start whispering that this is basically a rebellion, and the king's face is a mask of pure shock. Errol notices a small, devious smirk on Kanaya's face and realizes she picked this exact moment to force the king's hand. He tries to step forward to stop her, but Kanaya isn't done with her performance yet. Her boots click against the stone as she walks toward Errol, her eyes full of a strange, shimmering light. She grips the hilt of her sword, her resolution absolute. She closes her eyes for a split second, taking a deep breath as the entire room holds its collective breath. She drops to one knee before Errol, offering him the sword she's trained for her entire life. She swears on her soul that she will dedicate everything she is and everything she will be to him. She vows to stand by his side and defeat every single hardship that dares to get in his way. Errol can only stare in disbelief as Kanaya finishes her oath. She's officially his knight. Errol is completely stunned as he looks at Kanaya's hand, realizing she just performed the knight's vow right in front of everyone. He's trying to process this because Kanaya is a princess, not a knight, and honestly, she never even asked for his permission to pull a stunt like this. But the real headache is the massive crowd of nobles staring at them. This wasn't just a private moment. It was a public declaration. A knight's oath is serious business, and when a literal aura master makes one, people don't just take it as a joke. Now, Because of the witnesses, everyone in the kingdom has to accept that this oath is legally binding. Arl facepalms, feeling the weight of the massive political mess his sister just dropped in his lap. He realizes this was all part of her plan. She's not just following him to be a babysitter, she's carving out her own path away from the royal family. Kanaya looks up at him with a pure, satisfied smile, looking way too happy about throwing her royal life away. The irony of the situation is so thick that Errol can't help but let out a dry, hollow laugh. Looking around, the other guests are paralyzed with shock, and some of the maids look like they're about to faint from the sheer drama of it all. Errol looks over at the queen and can practically feel the murderous aura radiating off her as she watches her plans fall apart. The queen is fuming, her face twisting in rage because her nuisance of a stepson just secured the most powerful knight in the kingdom. Errol wants to cry too, but for different reasons, his quiet life of exile just got a lot more complicated. He remembers his first birthday being a disaster, and now his 14th is ending in total chaos too. The moon hangs high over the silent palace, but inside, the political landscape has been changed forever. Errol makes a silent vow to himself. He is never ever having another birthday banquet as long as he lives. Despite the madness of the night, the sun rises and time keeps moving forward toward his departure. The courtyard is buzzing with activity as workers load up massive carriages for the long trek to the north. Arl stands ready in his travel gear, tipping his hat with a bright smile as he prepares to leave the palace behind. His mother, Lady Lavanna, watches him with bittersweet eyes, amazed at how much her little boy has grown. Arl gives her a big, reassuring smile, promising to visit often and telling her not to worry about him. She admits that she and China were always worried because he was such a quiet baby who never even cried. She starts nagging him about his health, warning him to call for help the moment he feels sick in the cold. Errol starts to mention the harshness of the territory he's going to, but stops dead when he realizes she already knows exactly what kind of place it is. She teases him, asking if he really thought a mother wouldn't know where her child was being sent, making Errol feel like a total amateur. She pulls him into a warm, tight hug, telling him she knows he'll do well no matter where he goes, and whispering that she loves him. Errol closes his eyes, soaking in the moment and telling her to stay healthy while he's gone. He realizes that even though he can come back whenever he wants, the actual moment of gaining independence is still pretty sad. Soon, the carriages are rolling through a brutal snowstorm, carving a path through the white void of the north. This is Fahilia, the frozen edge of the map where the ground is literally ice and the wind howls like a dying beast. Errol looks at the frozen dirt and realizes reclaiming this land is going to be a nightmare, especially when a pickaxe can barely dent the soil. He screams out in the wind, cursing the nobles who sent him here and vowing to turn this frozen hell into a luxury paradise just to spite them. Kanaya yells at him to stop acting like a clown and close the carriage window before they all freeze to death. Arl huddles in his thick fur coat, grateful he spent a fortune on magic heating tools to keep the carriage warm. He glances at Kania and is baffled. She's just sitting there in her normal dress like they're having tea in a garden. He activates his vision and realizes she's instinctively using her mana as a literal thermal blanket around her body. He tells her she's a scary genius for doing that without being taught, but she just brushes it off like it's something anyone could do. Meanwhile, outside the carriage, the escort knights are shivering so hard they're basically vibrating, and their tears are freezing to their faces. Errol asks Kanaya if she's really not going to regret leaving her royal life for this frozen wasteland. Kanaya responds by grabbing his cheek and pulling it as hard as she can, annoyed that he's even questioning her loyalty. She officially joined his group under the title of an apprentice knight, which is a total lie considering she's a sword master. Errol and the king spent hours arguing about it, both of them exhausted by Kanaya's stubbornness. They tried every logical argument to get her to stay, but she wouldn't budge an inch. The king begged her to reconsider, but Kanaya just shut him down with a blunt no and didn't look back. She literally ran away from her responsibilities just to make sure she could follow her brother into the snow. Kanaya lets go of Errol's face, repeating that she has zero regrets about her choice. She explains that this move was actually a huge opportunity for her to escape something she hated. She reveals that if she had stayed at the palace, the queen was planning to force her into a political marriage very soon. Errol realizes that since she's 19, an engagement was definitely overdue, and he's surprised she managed to dodge it this long. He wonders if avoiding a boring marriage was the real reason she was so desperate to follow him. Errol looks at her and realizes that, just like him, Kanaya craves freedom more than any crown or title. She leans back with a satisfied look, declaring that she's finally going to find her own freedom in the north. Errol asks who the poor guy was supposed to be, but Kanaya says she rejected the proposal before she even heard his name. Errol thinks to himself that whoever that noble was, he probably dodged a bullet because Kanaya's personality is a lot to handle. Outside, the carriages continue their slow crawl through the blinding white snow and jagged pine trees. The blizzard finally starts to thin out as they reach their final destination. Errol steps out of the carriage, his boots crunching deep into the fresh, untouched snow of his new home. He stands before the gates of his new castle, looking confident and ready to lead, flanked by his loyal knights. Errol looks at the 1,000 troops assigned to him, tough, weathered men who look like they've seen too many winters. He turns to the 200 educated residents he brought along, who are shivering but looking around with wide, curious eyes. His core team of alchemists and maids stand ready, looking to Errol for their first set of orders. With a determined look, Errol stares at the massive stone fortress and declares that it's time to start building his own paradise. As soon as they settle in, Asha and Sina waste no time taking absolute control over the local military forces. Sina is already out in the field, waving her flag and whipping the local guards into shape. Asha is handling the paperwork and logistics, looking like a true commander as she reviews the state of the garrison. As for Kanya, Errol has zero intention of giving her any actual work, knowing she'd probably just break something. While everyone else is working, Kanya is literally running through the snow like a kid on Christmas morning, completely ignoring her duties. Errol sits down in his new office and starts digging into the records, realizing he's got a massive task ahead of him. He finds out that the population is only 10,000 people spread across 12 villages, and it's been declining for decades. The territory is so poor that the royal palace doesn't even bother collecting taxes from it, they just treat it like it doesn't exist. He finds the previous lord's ledger and realizes the guy went completely bankrupt trying to reclaim the land with no plan. Errol throws the book in frustration, realizing he's inherited a situation that's even worse than he imagined. He rants to himself about how the former lord was a total idiot for failing this badly. He spreads out a map of the territory, searching for any resource he can use to turn the economy around. He notices the massive, untouched forests and realizes he could make a massive profit by starting a paper production industry. Luckily, his cola and other inventions are still selling like crazy back in the capital, so he's not worried about money yet. He stands up, deciding it's time to go meet the people who actually run this place. He knows that when a lord is incompetent, there's always someone else in the shadows holding the real power. The local leaders are tough, grizzled men who have survived this frozen hell through sheer grit and willpower. And those people are the village chiefs, the true backbone of Fahelia. Errol slams his hands on the table and orders a summit, demanding that every single village chief show up in person immediately. The heavy doors of the throne room creak open as the village chiefs march in, looking skeptical of their new young lord. Errol observes them, noting that they all look strong enough to wrestle wolves with their bare hands. The chiefs offer a formal greeting, but their eyes are cold and full of doubt. They bow low, but the atmosphere is heavy with the tension of men who don't like being told what to do by a kid. Errol introduces himself with a polite smile, but he can feel them looking down on him as just another privileged royal brat. He spots one chief, who looks surprisingly young, and decides to call him out to set the tone for the meeting. The young man stammers that he inherited the position this year after his father passed away. Errol tells him to relax, making it clear that he's already read all their files and knows exactly who everyone is. He decides to break the ice by inviting them all to a massive feast, hoping to talk business over a hot meal. Errol thinks to himself that lower-rank people usually hate awkward company dinners, but he's going to use this to his advantage. The dinner starts off incredibly tense, with the chiefs sitting stiffly like they're waiting for a death sentence. Errol tells them to relax before they get a stomachache, but they all shout back that they are perfectly comfortable while sweating bullets. Errol sighs, admitting the heavy atmosphere is draining him too, while Kanya and the others watch from the sidelines, amused by his struggle. The food is served, thick, juicy cuts of meat dripping with sauce, and Errol apologizes that it's not better. The chiefs are stunned by the quality of the food and quickly insist that they are more than grateful for such a meal. Errol takes a bite, knowing that while the meal looks simple, the hidden ingredients are what really matter. One of the chiefs realizes the meat is heavily seasoned with salt, a luxury that's worth its weight in gold in this region. Errol explains that salt is a rarity here, making this salted meat a symbol of his wealth and power. He tells them he's eating the same food as them to show they're on the same team, building a sense of kinship. The room goes quiet as Errol acknowledges that the former lords probably treated them like trash and gave them a hard time. He warns them that if they keep doing things the old way, the territory will be completely dead within a decade. The chiefs look grim, knowing he's right. They can't survive on just hunting and gathering forever. Errol tells them he's going to be giving some strange orders soon, and he needs them to trust him even if they don't understand. He slams the table and demands their absolute trust, his eyes glowing with an intensity that demands respect. The chiefs are swept up in his charisma, shouting out their loyalty as they realize this prince might actually be different. They start looking at Errol like he's a literal angel sent from heaven, which is a bit much even for him. He tells them that if they follow his lead, every resident in the territory will be able to eat high-quality meals, just like this one. Then, he drops his first real order. They must accept the new residents he brought along into their villages. He explains that the freed slaves will be moved to the villages to work, while the educated ones will stay at the castle to run operations. The chiefs worry about social status and outsiders, but Errol tells them he'll make it worth their while. He reminds them that he's already shown his sincerity with the salt and the feast, and his gaze tells them not to push their luck. The chiefs huddle up, coughing and whispering as they realize they don't really have a choice but to agree. They finally give in, promising to do their best to integrate the new residents. The meeting ends and the chiefs march out into the snow, feeling the weight of the massive changes coming their way. The young chief asks the older one if all former lords were this strange, feeling like he just met a whirlwind. The elder admits that most lords were just here to rot in exile and never cared about the land or its people. He reflects on how Errol is just a boy who just finished his coming-of-age ceremony, yet he carries himself like a seasoned king. The elder chief remembers the look in Errol's eyes and is now certain that their new lord is someone truly extraordinary. The young chief asks if they'll really be okay, and the elder looks out into the blizzard with a thoughtful expression. He decides that for now the only thing they can do is place their trust in the prince and see where he takes them. Back at the castle, Errol is lounging around, looking over more documents while Sina keeps him company. Sina teases him for acting like a baby, but Errol is laser-focused on checking the latest census data for the territory. He realizes the population has already dropped by several hundred since he first looked at the records. Sina notes that the decline has been steady for a long time, and the territory is slowly bleeding its people away. Errol sees that birth rates are at an all-time low because the people are too poor to even think about raising children. He calculates his current gold reserves and realizes he can only keep the territory afloat for about 50 years if he doesn't change anything. He rants about how the nobles back home were trying to bury him in a muddy economic trap where he'd just slowly rot away. Sina reminds him that farming is impossible because the last guy who tried it went completely bankrupt. Errol jumps up with a plan, deciding that trade is the only real answer and it's time to lay the groundwork. He announces his first step to save the ruined territory from its slow death. The first priority on his list is building a modern, reliable road system. He points out that the current roads are just unstable mud and snow that would cause any trade wagon to crash instantly. He sends his construction plans to the village chiefs, who are shocked at the scale of the project. The chiefs see that Errol is hiring local workers and offering a fair, high wage, which is unheard of in this region. The villagers waste no time, their boots hitting the snow as they head out to start the massive project. The elder chief is stunned to see the actual resources and tools Errol has provided for the work. His jaw drops as he realizes Errol isn't just making a dirt path, he's building something much more advanced. The sound of hav-ho fills the air as workers haul massive stones and timber to the construction site. The foreman worries that the plan is too big and will take too long, but Errol tells him he'll pay double if it takes extra time. The workers are ecstatic, praising Errol for the bribe and vowing to work their fingers to the bone for him. Errol watches with satisfaction as everyone works together, looking cool in his sunglasses while his team looks on with pride. He believes in a simple truth: if you want to eat well, you have to work hard, and he's giving them the chance to do both. The new road is sleek and smooth, cutting through the snow like a modern highway. Errol jokes that now nobody's butt will hurt when they're riding in a wagon, and orders his men to plow the rest of the land. With the roads done, he moves on to the second step of his grand plan. He calls in a local merchant and orders him to establish an official merchant company, ignoring the man's confused protests. Errol explains that the company will trade daily necessities, making sure the residents have everything they need to survive and thrive. By controlling the trade route, he ensures that peddlers and merchants will flock to Fahilia to do business. Now, it's time for the final, most ambitious step in his plan to fix the economy. He turns to Damon and asks if they can start producing high-quality paper themselves immediately. Errol gives a confident nod, knowing that paper is one of the most valuable commodities in the world. He explains that most paper currently available is low-quality trash imported from foreign countries because nobody in the kingdom knows how to make it. Because it's so rare and expensive, only high-ranking nobles can afford to use it for anything other than absolute necessities. He knows that if they can produce better paper at a lower cost, they'll basically have a monopoly on the entire market. Damon thinks it over, realizing the massive potential for profit if they can actually pull this off. Damon asks if Errol actually knows the secret production method, and Errol just gives a wicked grin, basically telling him to never doubt his genius. Errol shows him the blueprints for the equipment they need, explaining that their product will be in a completely different league from the competition. Damon reviews the blueprints and is shocked. The design is flawless, but it's too complex for local blacksmiths to build. He tells Errol that while they can make medicine, building a machine this precise is a whole different level of difficulty. Damon suggests that there's only one group of people capable of such sophisticated metalwork: the dwarves of the royal capital. Errol's eyes light up at the mention of dwarves, remembering their reputation for making the most precise tools in existence. He jumps up, ready to throw his gold at them to get the machinery built as fast as possible. Damon warns him that dwarves don't care about money. They only accept commissions that challenge their pride as master craftsmen. Errol is annoyed by their craftsman's pride, thinking it's a weird way to run a business when gold is on the table. He wonders if their refusal of high pay is why the race is always struggling, but he knows he has to play by their rules. Damon says he knows one dwarf in particular who might be interested and offers to send him the blueprints along with a letter. A few days later, the scene shifts to a massive iron factory in the capital, where smoke billows from giant chimneys. Inside, a master dwarf is barking orders at his workers, telling them that if they slack off, their workload will double tomorrow. An apprentice runs in with a letter, and the master assumes it's just another annoying request from the bastards in the royal family. This is blacksmith Aiken, and he's so busy with high-tier commissions that he has no interest in taking on more work. The apprentice quickly clarifies that the letter isn't from the palace, it's from Damon, the alchemist who left 10 years ago. Aiken's expression softens as he remembers that kid Damon, wondering what he's been up to. He's surprised to hear Damon is in Fahelia, and he expects whatever he sent to be a useless waste of time. But as soon as he opens the letter and sees the blueprints, his face goes pale, and he tells his apprentice, Ben, to take over the shop. Aiken marches off with a determined look, his eyes burning with a new kind of fire as he goes to consult with the other masters. Ben is left standing there, completely baffled by his master's sudden change in attitude and wondering what could possibly be in that letter. The iron factory is usually a place of discipline, but right now it's buzzing with a tension that's about to boil over. 35 of the kingdom's top blacksmiths are gathered around a single table, looking at Aiken like he's just told them the world is ending. One of the masters yells out, asking why the hell they've been called away from their anvils for some cheeky kid's drawings. Aiken doesn't even blink. He just slams the blueprint onto the table, his eyes dead serious as he tells them to just look at the design. The second they see the schematics, the room goes dead silent. The sheer complexity of the machinery makes these veterans look like they've seen a ghost. Aiken stares at them, his voice low as he asks them a question that hits them right in their pride. He reminds them of a kid from the East who came 5 years ago, asking for the exact same thing: high-quality paper manufacturing. The memory is a sore spot for every dwarf in the room. Back then, their legendary skills weren't even enough to make the kid's dream a reality. One of the older dwarves lets out a long, heavy sigh, the shame of that failure still stinging after all these years. Aiken holds the paper up like a holy relic, shouting that some genius in the frozen north just solved the technical problems they couldn't figure out half a decade ago. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts from shock to pure, unadulterated hype. You can practically see the sparks flying in their eyes. Aiken lets out a small, competitive smirk, knowing exactly how to play his fellow craftsmen. He jokingly says that if no one is brave enough to go to Fahelia, he'll just have to take the glory and go all by himself. The other masters immediately lose it, screaming that he's got too much work to do, and that they're the ones who should be heading north. There's a split second of silence as they all size each other up, knowing only a few of them can actually leave the factory. The room explodes into a shouting match, with every master claiming that their business trip to work on this masterpiece is a matter of destiny. Aiken watches the chaos, thinking that these old fools can't even hide how excited they are to finally test their limits again. He lets out a deafening roar, silencing the crowd as he declares that only half of them can go, or the entire shop will collapse. The air crackles with static as the masters glare at each other, none of them willing to back down from this once-in-a-lifetime challenge. Aachen sighs and says there's only one way to settle a dwarven dispute fairly. It's time for that. An apprentice cracks open the door to ask a simple question, but he stops dead in his tracks. The iron rule of the dwarves is in full effect, meaning the most respected smiths in the country are currently having an all-out mosh pit to decide who gets to go north. Fists are flying and tables are breaking as they settle their technical differences the old-fashioned way. Aiken is right in the middle of it, taking a punch to the face while holding another guy in a headlock, proving that dwarven logic is just built different. The apprentice just quietly closes the door and decides he's taking the rest of the day off. Some things are better left unseen. Meanwhile, back in the north, Errol is finally enjoying the peace and quiet he's worked so hard for. He faceplants onto his massive bed, looking like the 14-year-old he's supposed to be as he celebrates a job well done. He figures with the roads and the industry set up, he can finally take a proper rest and just be a lazy prince for a while. He wraps himself up in his blanket like a burrito, ready to drift off into the ultimate afternoon nap. He's mid-dream when a sudden, high-pitched scream and a massive thump against his window nearly gives him a heart attack. Errol bolts upright, wrapped in his blanket and screaming about harassment, wondering who the hell is trying to assassinate him during his nap. He looks at the window and sees Fly, the baby griffin, plastered against the glass like a bug on a windshield. Errol is genuinely horrified, thinking there's no way a baby griffin should be able to fly fast enough to make that kind of impact. He looks out and realizes his room is way too high for a baby that hasn't even learned to hover properly yet. Suddenly, Fly starts plummeting toward the ground, squawking in pure terror as he realizes gravity is winning. Errol sees Kanaya standing on the balcony below, reaching out her hands as Fly comes screaming down toward her. She catches the poor bird with a heavy thud, and Fly looks like his soul has officially left his body. Kanaya looks him dead in the eye and asks why he can't fly any higher, sounding genuinely disappointed, telling Fly that she's going to help him reach the clouds whether he likes it or not. Fly's eyes go wide with panic as he realizes this blonde lady is his literal nightmare. She launches him into the air with enough force to send him into orbit, and the poor griffin's screams echo across the castle. She yells Fly, with the intensity of a drill sergeant, completely ignoring the fact that she's basically using a baby animal as a frisbee. Arl rushes outside, still half-dressed, and asks her what the hell she's doing to their poor pet. Kanya just looks back, feathers floating around her, and calmly explains that she isn't doing anything wrong. Arl looks into the smoking crater in the snow where Fly is currently face down, looking like a total victim. Kanya insists this is training, while Errol just facepalms, realizing his sister has zero concept of how biology works. To understand how we got here, we have to look at the full story of the incident. Ever since they arrived, everyone has been slammed with work, leaving Kanya as the only person with absolutely nothing to do. Arl breaks down Kanya's daily routine, and honestly, it's a lifestyle many would envy. Step 1. Eating massive amounts of high-tier monster meat to maintain her swordmaster physique. Step 2. Some basic training followed by a solid 12 hours of sleep. And then she just repeats that every single day until her brain starts to melt from boredom. For a battle maniac who can't stay still, boredom is a literal curse, and Kanaya was starting to lose her mind. That's when she spotted Fly playing in the garden, and her big sister instincts took a very dark turn. And that, my friends, is exactly when Fly's life turned into a survival horror game. Kanaya holds the dazed bird up, arguing that if he's going to be a riding beast in the future, he can't be this slow. Errol is just stunned, realizing she was literally trying to force-evolve the griffin through kinetic energy. He curses himself, thinking he should have taught her basic common sense instead of legendary swordsmanship. He looks at his sister's pouty face and realizes that if he doesn't entertain her, she's going to accidentally dismantle the entire castle out of boredom. He pauses, wondering what normal siblings even do for fun, since his first life as an only child didn't give him many clues. In all his 100 past lives, his relationships with siblings were usually about backstabbing, poison, or all-out civil wars. His most normal sibling relationship was one where they just didn't speak for 50 years until they both died of old age. He looks at Kanya, and then at Fly, who is shivering in his arms, looking like he's begging for mercy. Errol makes a choice and tosses Fly back into the air, but this time he's telling the bird to run for his life. Fly doesn't need to be told twice. He takes off with a speed he's never shown before, desperate to get away from the blonde demon. Kanya is shocked by the sudden betrayal, letting out a frustrated scream as her training partner disappears into the distance. Errol just smiles, feeling a little proud that he just saved a life and got rid of the distraction at the same time. He turns to Kanya and suggests that since Fly is gone, they should finally spend the day playing together like real siblings. With a confident wink, Errol prepares to handle his sister the only way he knows how, by being the best little brother this 101-life-old soul can be. Sometimes, the hardest battle isn't against a monster, but trying to entertain a bored older sister who has the power to level a city. Errol reaches out, moving his piece with the confidence of a man who's played this game across multiple lifetimes. With a satisfying click, he puts the king in check, looking at Kania with a smug, competitive grin. Kania is absolutely struggling. She's clutching her head as the sheer mental effort of a strategy game starts to fry her brain. She snaps! She screams that she can't do this and literally flips the entire table, sending the chess pieces flying like shrapnel. Arl just stares in disbelief, thinking he's never actually seen someone pull a table flip move in real life until today. He tries to calm her down, realizing that if he doesn't find a way to keep her entertained, his furniture isn't going to survive the afternoon. Our guy decides to offer her a handicap, a magic artifact he modified that's supposed to make the wearer's brain process information way faster. They reset the board, and for a few seconds it actually looks like Kania might be able to keep up with his pro-level experience. But her aura is just too much. The mana circuit in the artifact literally explodes, proving that even magic has its limits when it comes to her. Kania pulls out her sword, her eyes glowing with a terrifying mix of frustration and restless energy. She growls that she really, truly can't handle this thinking stuff anymore, and decides to take her anger out on the game. A massive flash of blue light fills the room as she slashes through the air with the speed of a swordmaster. Errol ducks for cover as the chessboard is sliced into perfect, tiny squares before it even hits the ground. He looks at a piece of wood falling on his head and sighs, mourning the loss of a perfectly good masterpiece of a game. Kania yells at him, acting like it's his fault they can't play anymore because he didn't make the game battle-proof. Arl clutches his head, realizing that he is an indoor person, trapped in a house with a hyperactive outdoor monster. He asks her what she even does for fun, and her answer is exactly what you'd expect. She just trains, and trains some more. He pictures her outside swinging a sword while he's happily tucked in bed, realizing there is zero common ground between their hobbies. Suddenly, a loud growl echoes through the room. It turns out that flip-flopping between anger and boredom has made Kania hungry. Errol sees his opening. He claps his hands together and asks if she wants to try something new, cooking a meal with him. Kania looks genuinely horrified, her face turning pale as she remembers her fatal inability to do anything in a kitchen. Errol puts on his best teacher voice, reminding her that she wants to be a legendary knight, right? He explains that a real knight isn't just someone who hits things with a hammer. They're often out in the wild on long expeditions. He paints a grim picture of her starving in a tent or dying of food poisoning because she didn't know how to boil an egg. He points a finger at her, declaring that culinary skill is an indispensable virtue that every hero must possess. The manipulation works perfectly. Kania slumps into the corner in tears, while Errol laughs internally because his plan to keep her busy is finally back on track. He figures that being a good younger brother means teaching your older sister how to survive a kitchen without burning the castle down. Arl ties on a tiny apron, looking like a master chef, and announces that today's lesson is the ultimate survival dish: stew. Stew is the perfect choice. It's just a mix of meat and veggies boiled until it's edible. It's the most common camp food in history, and more importantly, it's hard to mess up. Errol knows that as long as they don't drop a literal poison mushroom in the pot, they're basically guaranteed to win. But the castle staff is still terrified. They're lying face down on the floor, praying they don't get taken out by their own lord's cooking. Errol just rolls his eyes, thinking that at the very least, they won't end up in the infirmary on their day off. He watches Kania handle the knife and admits that her swordmaster precision makes her a god-tier vegetable slicer. Once the prep is done, he has her toss everything into the massive pot, making sure she doesn't accidentally slice the pot in half too. They add the seasoning and sit back, waiting for the steam to rise as the ingredients simmer together. Finally, it's done! The pot is bubbling with a rich, creamy stew that actually smells like a 5-star meal. It's the official Errol and Kania special, and it looks like a total success. Kania takes a bite, and her eyes light up with joy, shocked that she actually managed to make something that tastes good. Errol takes a bite too, casually mentioning it's been a while since he cooked, which makes Kania wonder exactly when he learned to be a chef. He smirks, thinking his mission to play with his sister is finally complete. Now all he wants is to catch up on that nap he missed. But peace is a luxury he doesn't have. A butler bursts into the room, gasping for air and looking like he's seen a war zone. Errol stands up, his lazy prince mode disappearing instantly as he realizes the butler wouldn't dare interrupt him unless it was a disaster. The butler lets out a desperate scream. "A flock of dwarves has arrived!" Errol just freezes with a blank stare, his brain trying to process why a flock of angry blacksmiths is at his front door. The butler is literally crying, clutching Errol's shirt and begging him to do something before the castle is torn apart. Apparently, the dwarves are standing outside with their tools, threatening to end him if they don't see the Lord right now. Errol lets out a long, exhausted sigh, realizing that dwarven common sense is clearly a myth. He thinks to himself that normally people send a reply letter before traveling halfway across the world, but these guys just showed up like a wrecking ball. The doors blast open, and Aachen marches in, surrounded by a red aura of pure, concentrated, grumpy craftsman energy. Errol tries to maintain his dignity as the Lord, but Aachen gets right in his face, slamming the blueprints down and demanding to know who drew them. Before the dwarf can get any closer, a blur of blue and silver flashes through the air. It's Asha, and she's not playing around. She points her spear right at Aachen's throat, her voice icy as she demands he apologize for being rude to his highness. Aachen just scoffs, telling Asha she's got spirit for a girl, which is basically the worst thing you could possibly say to her. Errol realizes that dwarves understand the human status system, they just literally do not care about it at all. He remembers a story of a dwarf screaming at a king for shortening a delivery deadline, realizing these guys are just built to be rude. He whispers to a fuming Asha that they have to treat these guys differently because of their race, trying to prevent a murder. He sits back on his throne, telling Aachen flatly that yes, he was the one who drew the blueprints, and asking what of it. Aachen laughs in his face, saying he doesn't buy it for a second. There's no way a kid like him is the master craftsman they're looking for. Errol starts to get annoyed, standing up and declaring that he's the one they're talking to, no matter how many times they ask. Aachen looks at Errol's thin arms and smirks, saying a kid who can't even lift a hammer shouldn't be telling lies that don't make sense. That's the final straw! Errol's pride snaps, and he tells Asha to cut that bastard up as she charges forward like a vengeful goddess. The butlers are screaming in the background as the throne room turns into a total brawl, with the peaceful lunch ending in an all-out war between knights and dwarves. If you want to control a bunch of grumpy master dwarves, you can't just act like a prince, you have to act even crazier than they are. Aachen is still in total disbelief, leaning over the table and demanding to know if a kid like Errol really drew these legendary blueprints. Errol just sighs, complaining about the smell of sweat in the room while telling them that if they had just sent a letter first, he would have met them in a much nicer place. Aachen gets down to business, asking if Errol actually wants to commission them to build this insane machinery. He bluntly tells Errol it's impossible for human hands to make these parts, but Errol just smirks, thankful he listened to Damon's advice about how dwarves think. Our boy decides to lean into the mad genius act, striking a pose and declaring that he drew it, because he's simply a one-in-a-million talent. He starts rambling about how he can draw with his toes, and how they'd pass out from shock if they knew what else he could do, making the dwarves think he's officially lost his mind. But it works perfectly. Aachen figures that most geniuses are total nut jobs anyway, so he finally accepts that Errol is the real deal. Without even talking about the pay or the contract, the dwarves slam their fists against their chests and decide right then and there to take the job. Errol is actually the one shocked now, asking if they're really going to agree that easily, without even discussing the employment costs. Aachen gives him a look of pure, hardcore determination. For a dwarf, the challenge of the build is worth more than any pile of gold. Errol leans back with a devious grin, realizing he's just secured the best labor force in the world for practically nothing. He tells them he wasn't trying to prank them by showing only half the plans, and Aachen nods, admitting that for an engineer, technology is life itself. Aachen's eyes practically turn into hearts as he begs to see the rest of the blueprints, his face flushing with pure technical excitement. Errol pulls out the scrolls, and the dwarves let out a collective "ooh" as the glowing light of the blueprints fills the room. But just as Aachen reaches for them, Errol snatched them back, holding them high out of the dwarf's reach. He gives them a playful "here," but keeps the scrolls firmly in his hand, leaving the dwarves completely confused. Aachen loses it, lunging for the papers, but Errol is too fast, dodging the dwarf's hands like he's playing a game of keep-away. Aachen slams the table in a rage, demanding to know what the hell the kid is doing with the sacred documents. Errol just winks, telling them there's no way he's giving up the whole set for free, they have to build the first part to earn his trust. Aachen is literally vibrating with fury, but Errol just stares him down, knowing he's got the upper hand. He taunts them, asking if the great master dwarves are actually incapable of making the parts, hitting them right in their massive egos. That does it. Aachen stands up, fire in his eyes, and tells Errol to just wait and watch how fast they finish the job. The dwarves march out with their eyes literally burning with passion, ready to tear apart the forge to prove Errol wrong. Errol just kicks back in his throne, laughing to himself about how much these guys love his work. He realizes that using the blueprints as bait is the best way to keep their working spirit at 100% until the factory is done. He imagines Aiken working himself to the bone, thinking that if the dwarf wants the rest of the plans that badly, he'd better show some sincerity through speed. Errol lets out a full-on villain laugh, enjoying the sight of the master craftsman being completely played by a teenager. Cut to the results. Aiken bursts into the room looking like he hasn't slept in a week, holding a complex mechanical cylinder with a triumphant shout. Errol just gives him a thumbs up and tosses him the next scroll, treating the master blacksmith like he's clearing levels in a video game. The grind is real. Aiken starts stalking Errol everywhere, even scaring him in the middle of the night just to get the next piece of the puzzle. He even kicks down the door while Errol is in the bath, demanding the next blueprint, while the poor prince tries to cover up. Errol is literally being hunted in his own castle, realizing that these passionate bastards are actually kind of terrifying. Aiken gives a dark, satisfied chuckle as he completes the final piece exactly as ordered, looking like a man who's conquered a mountain. Damon and Errol stand in awe, realizing that these madmen actually finished the entire industrial machine in less than 10 days. The massive paper-making machine No. 1 stands in the middle of the hall, steaming and humming with power as it begins its first run. Damon brings over the first stack of finished products, his voice shaking as he tells Errol that the results are incredibly clean. They reveal a stack of paper that is pure, brilliant white, a sharp contrast to the yellowed, rough parchment everyone else uses. Errol holds a sheet up with a smug grin, reminding everyone that he was the one who planned this whole revolution from the start. Unlike conventional paper that takes days to hand-dry, this machine handles the entire process in seconds, and the quality is on a whole different level. With an endless supply of trees in the north, Errol knows this factory will never stop producing gold as long as he's alive. Aachen asks if it's good enough, and Errol just nods, ordering them to fill the entire building with these machines. Now comes the real question. How do they sell this to a kingdom that's used to being overcharged for garbage? Errol looks up, his eyes sharp as he prepares for the next phase of his economic takeover. A new face enters the room, a sharp-dressed man who bows respectfully, calling Errol the Lord of Fahilia. The man introduces himself as Lichen Ainrest, and it turns out he's Lady Levana's younger brother, Errol's own uncle. Errol recalls looking for a reliable person from his mother's family to handle the sales, and his mom sent the most trustworthy person she knew. Lichen is excited to see what kind of special product his genius nephew is planning to put on the market. Errol pulls back the cover on the stack of paper, and Lichen's jaw practically hits the floor when he sees the quality. Lichen admits he thought Errol had finally picked the wrong business, but one look at the paper changes everything. He realizes the quality surpasses luxury products while being cheaper than basic parchment. It's not just a business, it's a revolution. He explains that the kingdom is currently in a bind because Eastern merchants have been jacking up paper prices for years. Because of the scarcity, people are forced to buy at high prices from the church or the royal family, who are basically running a monopoly. Errol isn't worried about the other merchants attacking them. He knows his product is so different and so superior that they won't even be able to find a way to fight back. Lichen's heart is pounding as he realizes he's holding a product that uses unique technology to beat every other competitor in existence. He slams his hands on the table, looking over the trade routes and realizing Errol has handed him the ultimate weapon. Lichen has completely transformed into a shark-like merchant, and Errol just smirks, knowing he can finally leave the money-making to the pros while he plans his next big move. Errol's silent revolution is finally going live, and he's standing in front of stacks of crates, ready to turn the kingdom's economy upside down. The Dwarven Master Smiths didn't just build one machine, they filled the entire factory with high-tech equipment before heading out. The machines are humming with power, rolling out endless sheets of pure white paper that look like they've been touched by magic. Outside, a heavy blizzard is burying the factory, but the dwarves are already packing up their gear, looking completely unfazed by the sub-zero temps. Errol steps out into the snow to see them off, offering to throw a massive feast to celebrate the completion of the project. Aiken just scoffs, his face buried in a thick fur hood, telling the brat that they've got too many other jobs waiting back at the capital to waste time eating. He gives a rare, toothy grin and tells Errol to call them the second he has another impossible design for them to build. Errol watches them vanish into the whiteout, wondering if these dwarves are the coolest professionals he's ever met or just the most tactless. The wind howls as Errol stands alone in the snow, the cold air stinging his face, but he's never felt more alive. He pulls up his fur collar with a satisfied smirk, knowing that the foundation for his northern empire is officially locked in. He thinks to himself that with the production lines sorted, it's finally time to show the world, and the Queen, exactly what happens when you mess with him. Cut to the royal capital, where the streets are buzzing with excitement over a mysterious new product hitting the market. In the marketplace, merchants are staring at the paper in total shock, unable to understand how something so thin and white can actually be real. An old scholar tests the paper with a quill, her eyes going wide as she realizes the ink doesn't smudge and the texture is perfectly smooth. Even the nuns in the church are gossiping about it, realizing that this Fahilia paper is 10 times better and way cheaper than the garbage they used to buy. At a noble's tea party, the ladies are already whispering about the new lord of that frozen northern land who's doing the impossible. The rumors are spreading like wildfire. Everyone is talking about how the exiled prince is single-handedly reviving a dead territory. Nobles in the street are discussing how Errol even spent his own personal fortune to fix the roads for the commoners. The public opinion is shifting fast. They see him as a kind, hard-working hero, and the demand for his paper is through the roof. Inside the royal palace, King Theorel looks down at a document, his sharp eyes noticing that the texture of the paper he's holding feels different. He asks his butler if the nobles have suddenly found extra money to buy luxury imports, but the answer catches him off guard. The butler stands tall, explaining that this isn't an expensive import, it's a new product that's flooding the market. He reveals that it's cheaper than basic parchment and is being used by everyone from high lords to simple merchants. The king's eyes narrow as the butler drops the bombshell. This paper was made in Fahilia. The king looks stunned, a vision of his trash son appearing in his mind as he realizes Errol is pulling off a miracle from his exile. He closes his eyes with a small, knowing chuckle, realizing that Errol is exactly the same hidden tiger he always suspected. The butler adds that for the first time ever, the territory of Fahilia is actually paying taxes instead of begging for subsidies. The king looks out the window, realizing that even from a frozen dump, Errol is sending a message. His will hasn't been broken one bit. Meanwhile, back in the north, the determined hero is currently face down on his bed, looking like a total lazy bum. Arl is lounging around with a book and a plate of snacks, his face covered in crumbs as he enjoys his newfound wealth. He gets a sudden shiver, feeling like someone, somewhere, is making up a way too dramatic story about him while he's just trying to enjoy his drink. He takes a long sip of his fruit aid, letting out a satisfied kya as he looks out over his castle walls. Back at the palace, a table is set with expensive tea and beautiful strawberry shortcakes, bathed in the soft afternoon light. Crown Prince Jeel takes a sip of his tea, admitting that the aroma is incredible and unlike anything he usually drinks. The queen sits across from him, her hands elegant as she prepares to take a bite of her cake. She gives her son a soft, motherly smile, looking like the picture of royal grace. She mentions that the tea and refreshments were actually a gift from the youngest prince in return for the cheap coat she gave him. Jeel nods, mentioning that he's heard rumors about Fahilia having a massive revival lately. The queen laughs it off politely, but if you look closely, her hand is starting to tremble with suppressed rage. She grips her teacup so hard her knuckles turn white, the kind gift from Errol feeling like a direct slap to her face. Jeel notices her mood shift and asks if she's worried about something, his brow furrowed in concern. He notes that she doesn't look good at all, but the queen just tries to maintain her mask of calm. She takes a slow sip of tea, closing her eyes as she tries to push down the image of Errol's smug, smiling face. In her mind, she sees Errol glowing with confidence, a constant reminder that her plan to ruin him has failed miserably. She mutters under her breath that the gift he sent is just a presumptuous piece of garbage. Jeel is confused and suggests that if she hates it so much, she should just throw it into a warehouse and forget about it. The queen's eyes go dark as she explains that she tried that, but no matter where she hides his name, it keeps showing up again and again. She rubs her temples, telling Jeel it's not something he needs to worry about, though the tension in the air says otherwise. She changes the subject, asking Jeel if he liked the special sword she commissioned for him. Jeel beams, saying the dwarven-made blade fits perfectly in his hand and that he can feel his skills growing every day. The queen stands up, her long red dress flowing behind her like a pool of blood as she approaches her son. She calls his name, Jeel, and reminds him that he is the future king of Ernesia. She cups his face with a look that is both loving and terrifying, telling him he must always possess a sword befitting his title. Her voice drops to a whisper, commanding him to live every second with the mindset of an absolute ruler. Jeel can only nod, the weight of his mother's ambition pressing down on him as he agrees to her demands. As Jeel leaves, the queen is left alone at the table, the silence of the garden feeling heavy and oppressive. She brushes her hair back, her face twisting into a mask of pure, cold hatred as she looks at the cookies Errol sent. She realizes that the gift wasn't just tea. Errol used his new paper to wrap the cookies, a direct threat to her family's business. She stands up and hurls her teacup across the room, screaming that people are already insulting her family because of his success. The porcelain shatters on the floor as we learn the queen's real name, Elia Prache, the family that held the kingdom's paper, Monopoly. Her face is contorted with rage, her breathing heavy as she realizes Errol is systematically dismantling her family's power base. For years, the Prache family got rich by being the only ones allowed to import paper from the East and the Merman Empire. But now, Errol's local production has destroyed their trade routes and turned their gold mine into a pile of worthless scraps. The queen grips her dress, her nails digging into the fabric as the reality of her defeat sinks in. She growls Errol's name, calling him a bastard, and realizing that she can't just ignore him anymore. She storms through the palace halls, her footsteps echoing like thunder as she heads toward her private study. She rips open a hidden drawer, her movements frantic and desperate as she searches for a specific tool. She grabs a quill and begins writing a secret letter, her hand flying across the page with a lethal intent. Bathed in a sinister red light, the queen declares that she can no longer let Errol exist. It's time for the trash prince to disappear for good. Messing with a man's money is one thing, but trying to burn down his hard work? That's how you get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The lead assassin freezes as he realizes the factory isn't just quiet, it's a trap. Before he can even draw a breath, the darkness is shattered by a blinding flash of light as a guard stands right in his path. The intruder screams, clutching his face as the magic tool sears his retinas, leaving him completely vulnerable. Shouts of "Invaders!" echo through the halls as Errol's elite guards swarm the building, coming from every shadow. The assassins try to retreat, but they're met with a literal wall of spears. Their intel was dead wrong. There aren't just 200 soldiers here, there's an entire army waiting for them. Errol steps out of the darkness, yawning like he's bored of the whole scene, and asks them flatly if they really thought attacking his factory would be that easy. The lead assassin drops to his knees, begging for his life and claiming they were just following orders, but Errol isn't interested in excuses. Our boy's eyes go ice cold as he reminds them that trespassing and trying to destroy a lord's assets are crimes that carry a very, very heavy price. He turns to Asha and Sena, giving them the green light to start the interrogation, and by the look on Sena's face, things are about to get real ugly. The assassin desperately pleads that he knows nothing, while Arel just yawns again, his mind already moving on to the next task. As a blood-curdling scream rips through the night, Errol walks away, thinking that while he's usually too lazy to care, there are some things in this world he will never tolerate. He thinks of his mother, his sister Kanya, and the loyal knights at his back, the people and things that belong to him. His golden eyes sharpen with a murderous intent that would make a demon sweat. He makes it clear, if anyone even thinks about coveting what is his, he will handle them with absolute certainty. Because after living 100 lives, the one thing he's learned is that mercy for your enemies is just a death sentence for your friends. Coming home after being exiled sounds like a death wish, but for our boy Errol, it's just the next phase of his plan to take down the queen. He starts by cleaning up the trash. The intruders from the factory have been interrogated and processed according to the law, meaning they'll be living as slaves for the rest of their lives. Errol leans on his hand, slightly annoyed that the assassins didn't actually know who their secret client was, but he decides to settle for their heads for now. With the money from the paper sales rolling in, his financial situation is officially God tier, leaving him with plenty of free time to try out his latest toy. He cracks open a set of double doors with a bright grin, excited to finally reveal the secret project he's been pouring gold into. Ta-da! Hidden in the basement is a massive, glowing teleportation magic circle, etched with complex runes and pulsing with ancient energy. Errol commissioned the businessman Payon to build this masterpiece, spending a literal mountain of gold on stability checks and magic tools to make it perfect. He reminds us one more time that this thing was insanely expensive, proving that even a 101 life genius feels the sting of a high price tag. He thinks about how Payon clearly has the blood of a shark-like merchant, realizing he's somehow become the guy's #1 regular customer. He looks at the portal, deciding that since it's been a while, it's finally time to make a surprise trip back to the capital. Errol pulls out a high-grade mana crystal, the purple gem shimmering with enough power to bridge the gap across the entire kingdom. With a satisfying click, he slots the crystal into the pedestal, and the runes on the floor begin to ignite with a brilliant golden light. He declares his work done, knowing that his nanny back at the palace is currently doing the exact same thing on her end to create a stable link. He turns to Kanya and tells her to get ready, but the legendary sword master looks like she's about to faint from pure anxiety. Kanya asks if they really have to go, her usual battle-ready confidence completely replaced by the dread of an awkward family reunion. Errol notices her sweating and tests her, realizing Kanya is terrified to see her mom, Fenelia, after their big fight before leaving. He just stares at her with a blank expression as she spills all her secrets, thinking his sister is way too easy to read. He grabs her hand and starts dragging her toward the portal, telling her that facing her mom is exactly why they need to go back. He promises her it's perfectly safe, though he warns her that motion sickness might be the least of her problems if she keeps panicking. The air begins to ripple and distort as Errol activates the final stage, his eyes reflecting the swirling chaos of the teleportation gate. A massive wave of blue energy explodes from the center of the room, turning the air into a screaming vortex of magic. Kanaya lets out a panicked "Kyar!" as she's sucked into the light, desperately asking Errol if they're actually going to survive this. Errol is literally being choked by Kanaya's death grip, gasping for air as she squeezes him in her terror. The magic is intense, but the real threat to Errol's life is his own sister's super strength crushing his ribs. A flash of white light blinds them both as the world around them dissolves into pure energy. The light fades, and Kanya is left standing in a daze, still holding Errol like a ragdoll as they land in the middle of a lush green field. Kanya looks around, her eyes sparkling with joy as she realizes they're actually standing in the royal palace garden. Errol takes a deep breath, adjusting his collar and looking at the familiar stone walls of his childhood home. He lets out a soft sigh, admitting to himself that despite everything, he actually missed this place. He strikes a confident pose, standing tall under the bright sun as he prepares to reclaim his status in the palace. Then, he completely loses his cool, falling backward onto the grass with a huge, happy shout. "Hey, Royal Palace! I am back!" he screams into the sky, sounding more like a kid on summer break than a powerful lord. He rolls around in the grass, laughing and feeling the weight of the last few months finally lifting off his shoulders. A familiar voice calls out his name, and Errol sits up to see his nanny standing there, looking like she's seen a miracle. The nanny admits she was terrified she'd mess up the magic circle, but Errol just laughs, telling her even a 10-year-old could handle his foolproof design. She smiles, telling him his mother is waiting inside, but her expression turns serious as she mentions that Kanaya's mother, Fenelia, is waiting too. Errol tells Kanaya it's time for them to part ways for a bit, encouraging her to go show her mother how much she's grown. Errol walks with purpose, his boots crunching on the path as he heads toward the one person he truly cares about. He thinks about his promise to his mom, knowing that seeing him healthy and successful will be the best gift he could ever give her. He breaks into a full sprint, his heart racing with excitement as he approaches his mother's private quarters. The massive wooden doors swing open, and Errol rushes into the room where the morning light is streaming through the windows. Lady Levana stands up, her eyes wide with shock and love as she whispers her son's name. Errol dives into her arms, and they share a warm, desperate hug that feels like it's been years in the making. Levana pulls back, looking him over with a tearful smile and remarking on how much taller he's gotten in just a few short months. She mentions that Errol's uncle, Lichin, has been sending letters about his success, though Errol feels a bit guilty hearing about it. He pictures his poor uncle buried under a mountain of paperwork from the paper sales, looking like a man who hasn't seen the sun in weeks. Errol brushes it off with a laugh, determined to make sure his mom doesn't have a single worry while he's home. He wants her to see him as the same sweet boy, keeping the dark and dangerous side of his northern life a complete secret. They sit down for tea, the garden air smelling of fresh leaves and peace. Errol starts telling her about the cute animals in the north, describing fluffy rabbits that live in the deep snow. Levana thinks they sound adorable, while Errol keeps the fact that those rabbits are 3 meters tall and hunt people for sport to himself. He spends the afternoon telling her watered-down stories about the inhabitants of Fehelia, painting a picture of a peaceful, thriving paradise. He promises himself to only tell her the parts that will keep her mind at ease and her heart full of pride. Suddenly, the sound of rhythmic, clicking footsteps on the brick path shatters the quiet atmosphere. Errol's smile doesn't fade, but his eyes turn cold as he realizes exactly who is crashing their private tea party. A tall figure in a dramatic red dress looms over them, flanked by a line of silent, intimidating maids. Queen Elia stands there, her face a mask of fake elegance, as she looks down at the trash prince she thought she'd got rid of. Errol keeps his seat, thinking to himself that this damn auntie really has the worst timing in the world. He realizes she isn't actually surprised to see him. She must have come the second she heard he'd officially checked back into the palace. The queen puts on a sickly sweet smile, telling Levana it's a relief to see the youngest prince doing so well. Errol stands up and greets her with a perfect, polite bow, even mentioning how happy he is to hear that Prince Jeel is doing well too. Elia smirks, her eyes flashing with a predatory light as she claims that nothing interesting ever happens at the palace. She brings up the improvements in Errol's territory, her voice dripping with a subtle, dangerous sarcasm. Errol just beams at her, acting like a proud kid who just won a school project, but he knows he's hitting every one of her nerves. He watches her reaction, knowing she's seething because the trash she looked down on just put a massive dent in her family's bank account. The queen leans in, her voice low as she asks if his new paper isn't dangerous, mentioning some disturbing rumors she's heard. Errol maintains his fake innocence, thanking her for worrying about him, while thinking that she's probably the one who cooked up those rumors herself. Elia turns to leave, her red dress trailing behind her like a warning, telling him to take care of himself with a chilling finality. Errol waves goodbye with a smile, but internally he's labeling her as a target that's about to cross a very dangerous line. Livona watches her go, noting that the queen seems to be in a particularly bad mood today. Errol's face shifts into a look of absolute stone-cold certainty. He won't forget this incident, and he knows he'll have to deal with Lady Elia permanently, sooner rather than later. The mana crystal on the teleportation pedestal begins to glow with a soft, pulsing light. Arl and Kania stand in the center of the magic circle, waving goodbye as the energy begins to swirl around them. Lady Livana waves back with a bittersweet smile, happy to see her children doing well but sad to see them go so soon. As they travel, Arl asks Kania if she finally made up with her mom, and her response is a high-speed elbow right to his ribs. Arl starts faking a bloody mouth just to make her feel guilty, but Kania just rolls her eyes at his terrible acting. They give one final wave as the teleportation magic hits full power, ready to leave the palace behind. Errol shouts a final wish for his mother to stay healthy before the world dissolves into a flash of white light. A few days later, the duo is back in the cold stone walls of their fortress in Fahelia. The sun shines over the snow-capped mountains, but Errol is already buried in his next set of administrative headaches. He taps his finger on his desk, realizing that his territory has hit a new wall that money alone can't fix. He leans back, deciding that if he wants Fahelia to become a true superpower, he absolutely needs to hire a unit of mages. He even puts together a mental list of reasons why Errol needs mages to justify the massive expense. First off, it's way safer to have professional wizards managing that expensive teleportation circle instead of just hoping for the best. Plus, mages can use high-tier magic to grow trees and crops instantly, which is vital since they're cutting down forests for the paper business. He pictures a happy mage growing a plant in seconds, realizing they're basically the perfect multi-purpose tools for a lord. And when the inevitable monster or enemy army shows up, a few fireballs can be the difference between a win and a total wipeout. But Errol pauses, his expression turning serious as he thinks of the most important reason of all. His eyes narrow with the intensity of a man who's lived 100 lives and knows exactly what he wants. He declares that what he really needs is a magic shuttle, basically a magical butler service. Our guy is so lazy he hates reaching for books on high shelves, cursing himself for never learning basic utility magic in his past lives. He just wants to go to bed without lifting a finger, and he's genuinely annoyed that he can't even use magic to scratch an itchy spot on his back. He wraps up his mental debate, deciding that the convenience factor is more than enough reason to start a recruitment drive. He realizes that while hiring mages is common for nobles, he's avoided it until now because he didn't want to draw any more unwanted attention. But now he's got the territory as a perfect excuse to hire a whole mage unit in a blink of an eye. There's one more dark reason. The last factory raid proved that his knights are great in a brawl, but useless against hidden threats. He thinks of the queen and her assassins, knowing he needs magical security to spot enemies before they even get close. He knows Asha and Sina are incredibly strong, and Kania is a literal goddess of the sword. But their power only really works in a head-on, physical fight where they can see their target. He pictures a shadowy assassin creeping through the halls, realizing that his knights have a blind spot for magic. If a mage attacked while staying perfectly hidden, his best fighters wouldn't even know what hit them until it was too long. With a determined look, he grabs his quill and decides it's time to bring some magic to the north. He begins writing the most attractive job offer in history, knowing mages are always looking for better working conditions. He slams his official seal onto the document, announcing that he's looking for resident wizards with guaranteed housing and self-development support. The ad is simple: join the family atmosphere of Fahelia and work for Prince Arel Ernizia. Errol looks at the sealed letter, feeling satisfied that he's covered every base for his new recruitment plan. He thinks about asking the Magic Tower for help, but he knows they're way too expensive, and their political influence is a massive headache. By making a public announcement, he'll attract mages who are outside the tower's reach, meaning no interference and no annoying rules. He knows he'll probably get a lot of low-level mages applying, but honestly, that's exactly what he wants. He smirks, knowing that with his 101 lives of experience, he can just train them himself and turn them into elites. He orders his team to spread the flyers all over the capital, and soon, the news is the talk of the town. The scene shifts to a bustling city square where citizens are gathered around a bulletin board. People are buzzing about Fahelia, noting that it's become famous for its paper and its incredibly wealthy young lord. Mages in the crowd are stunned by the offer of guaranteed food and a place to sleep, realizing it's a dream job for someone struggling. We see a young girl with messy hair and dirt on her face, looking like she's reached the absolute end of her rope. She spots the flyer on the ground, and her eyes light up with a desperate, tiny spark of hope. She stares at the words, accommodation guaranteed and food, looking like she's just found a literal lifeline. Back in the fortress, Errol has a devilish grin on his face as he looks at the massive mountain of applications on his desk. He's thrilled that so many mages were desperate enough to apply, knowing he's done a great job with the marketing. He'd love to hire them all and form a giant army, but he knows he has to be smart about his budget and security. His expression turns cold as he starts reviewing the backgrounds of every single applicant, one by one. He hands a stack of papers to his eye patch investigator, ordering him to filter out anyone who has even a 1% chance of being a spy. Once the trash is cleared out, Errol conducts the interviews himself, finding the process even more annoying than picking his knights. In the end, 12 mages make the final cut, standing in a line in the throne room looking nervous but excited. Errol tells them to hold their heads high, because he chose each of them personally after careful thought. The new recruits are overjoyed, realizing their average skill level is 3rd class, meaning they've got plenty of room to grow. Errol begins assigning them to different departments, from forest maintenance to territory security, based on their individual talents. But before he finishes, he announces he's picking one specific person to be his exclusive mage. 2 candidates stand out, the comical-looking Monkoi blob and the messy-haired girl we saw earlier, Diareki. Errol just stares at them with a completely deadpan expression, his internal monologue judging their very unique appearances. He quickly scolds himself, reminding his 101-year-old soul that you should never judge a book by its cover, it's the skills that matter. He reaches out and grabs the girl's hand with a bright smile, welcoming Diareki as his personal high-level exclusive mage! Arl isn't just picking mages for their raw power, he's looking for something much deeper, and he's finally found the perfect candidate in Diareki. To understand why, we have to look back at the day of the interviews, when everything changed. Arl calls for the next applicant, and a quiet, scruffy-looking girl in an oversized wizard hat slowly raises her hand. Looking over her impressive resume, Arl is confused why a mage of her caliber would apply to a frozen hellhole like the North, but her answer is simple. She just wants to serve him. Errol is completely caught off guard, his eyes widening as he nearly drops his stack of paperwork in pure shock. He thinks it's incredibly suspicious, since most people only care about the high pay or the research facilities, but she looks him dead in the eye, confirming she's only here for him. He searches her gaze for any hint of a lie or a hidden agenda, but he realizes with a sweat drop that she's being 100% genuine. Right then and there, Errol decides that someone this dedicated is the perfect choice for his exclusive personal mage. Back in the present, Errol stands before his new unit and begins laying out the massive benefits they're about to receive for their service. He swings open the heavy doors of a hidden room, and the mages peer inside, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and curiosity. Their jaws hit the floor as they witness a massive library glowing with ancient energy, packed with more knowledge than they've ever seen. These aren't just regular books, they are high-level grimoires certified by the Magic Tower, collected by Errol at an astronomical cost. For these expelled mages who have been living in poverty, this is like finding a holy land, and they break down in tears of absolute gratitude. Errol gives them a playful smirk, telling them they can use everything here as long as they provide him with detailed research records in return. But he has a secret motive. He plans to use their hard work to master the world's magic system himself, adding another god-tier skill to his repertoire. He rallies the group, telling them to give it their all, and the mages dive into the books with a fire in their souls. With the mages motivated, Errol takes them out into the blizzard to their first major worksite, the logged-out forest. He explains that while they need wood for his paper empire, they can't just strip the land bare, or the North will eventually turn into a barren wasteland. Arl takes responsibility for the environment and asks if the mages can use their power to help the newly planted seedlings grow. The mages gather around a tiny, shivering sapling in the snow, gripping their staves as they prepare to cast. They begin chanting in an ancient tongue, and a brilliant green aura surges from their staves, swirling around the frozen wood. Under the influence of pure mana, the tiny tree begins to pulse with life, growing right before their very eyes. Arl watches with a scholar's focus, realizing they aren't just giving the tree energy, they're using magic to basically rewrite its genetic growth speed. He's genuinely impressed by the cheat power of magic and asks if they can just make it a giant tree right now. The mage explains that rushing nature too much will actually kill the plant, as it needs a rest period just like any other living thing. Even with that limitation, they promise that the entire forest will be fully restored to its former glory in just 6 short months. Errol looks out over the white horizon, imagining the day these snowy peaks will be covered in a lush, endless sea of green. He laughs to himself, thinking about how the environmentalists from his past lives would probably faint if they saw how easily magic solves deforestation. But he's not done yet. He leads the group toward the residential area for their next mission. He stops at the edge of the snowy village and announces that their next job is to maintain and protect the local farming fields. Errol wants his people to be self-sufficient with crops, instead of just relying on dangerous hunting trips for survival. The mages start to shudder in fear, thinking they'll have to manually cast growth spells across all 12 villages in this freezing weather. Seeing their panic, Errol quickly reassures them that he's not a cruel tyrant. He has a much more efficient plan in mind. He pulls out a blueprint and asks if they can build a specific magical structure he's designed. The mages crowd around the paper, their eyes scanning the complex diagrams with growing realization. They realize that by using specialized magic tools, they won't have to work themselves to death, they just need to provide a steady supply of mana. Excited to see it in action, Errol kicks open a crate full of custom magic devices and tells everyone to get to work. He picks up a sleek metallic device embedded with a glowing purple crystal, looking like a master engineer in the middle of a blizzard. They activate the system, and a shimmering blue barrier begins to rise, interlocking to block out the biting northern winds. A massive energy grid forms over the soil, trapping warmth inside and creating a perfect environment for life. Errol proudly reveals his latest invention, a mana house, which is basically a fantasy version of a high-tech greenhouse. The group erupts into cheers, realizing they've just conquered the climate of the north and secured the food supply for every citizen. Errol quickly assigns the rest of the crew, some to R&D for new magic tools, and others to patrol the skies on brooms as the castle's new air force. But as the dust settles, one mage is still standing there, waiting for her orders. Diareki raises her hand again, looking at Errol with a blank but expectant expression, wondering what her special role will be. He tells her that her job is to be his personal shadow, protecting him and handling all his high-priority errands. Secretly, Errol smirks, thinking of her as his magic shuttle, since he can't show off his own magic skills in public without blowing his cover. He tells her to focus on studying the grimoires to boost her power, and Dia gets so fired up that literal flames of determination appear behind her. As she gets ready to leave, a worn-out book accidentally slips from her bag, and Errol catches it before it hits the floor. He's stunned to see the cover. It's his own book, Anyone Can Become a Knight, a manual on intermediate aura theory. Arl remembers writing it as a flop that didn't sell well, because the local knights were too meat-headed to understand the complex science behind it. He asks her why on earth a mage is carrying around a martial arts book, and she explains she got it by pure chance from an acquaintance. She explains that she discovered the link between how knights channel aura and how mages recover mana, realizing they are two sides of the same coin. She holds the book to her chest like a treasure, calling it the most exquisite masterpiece she has ever read. Errol is sweating bullets as he realizes she's willing to cross continents just to serve the author of what he thought was just a basic textbook. But then she adds that the delicious food in his territory was a big bonus, making Errol realize she's just as motivated by her stomach as she is by logic. He watches her stand there, full of sparkles and loyalty, and hopes he hasn't accidentally recruited a total weirdo for his inner circle. He looks up at his growing fortress, confident that with this magic unit in place, his dream of a northern paradise is finally becoming a reality. Arl sits alone in the quiet of his secret library, surrounded by ancient knowledge. He's finally starting to see the true structure of how magic flows in this world. With the theory locked in his mind, he closes his eyes to focus, preparing to manifest a spell for the very first time in this life. He thinks back to how he saw Diareki use her power, trying to replicate that same internal spark. He remembers the calm, focused way Dia held her mana, manifesting a glowing orb of light with zero effort. Just a little more, he whispers to himself, pushing his mental limits to tap into the mana in the air. Suddenly, a tiny droplet of glowing energy forms at his fingertips, shivering as it responds to his will. A massive surge of blue mana erupts around him like a tidal wave. A magical circle manifests over his heart, proving he's not just a sage, he's a natural-born prodigy. His eyes snap open, glowing with a brilliant, supernatural light that pierces through the darkness of the room. A beam of pure magical energy blasts through the library, illuminating the massive windows as the room vibrates with power. He successfully conjures a shard of ice and guides it through the air with perfect precision. "It's a complete success!" Arl smirks to himself, thinking that if he was a pro in his past life, he might just be a magic god in this one. With his training going smoothly, he realizes it's time to stop hiding in the library and start acting like the lord of a rising territory. The scene shifts to the bustling capital of Ernesia, where the streets are alive with the sounds of trade and commoners going about their day. Errol and Asha stand before a massive stone building, the legendary iron factory, where the world's best dwarven blacksmiths work. The entrance looks like a fortress of brick and iron, with the heat of 100 furnaces radiating from behind its heavy wooden doors. Asha is radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. Errol has to tell her to chill out before she starts a war. She's ready to level the building if the dwarves are rude again, but Errol reminds her they're here for a business deal, not a massacre. Asha grumbles, her temper still boiling, but she eventually calms down as Errol drags her inside the sweltering forge. The heat inside is so intense Errol's tongue is practically hanging out. They're greeted by Ben, a disciple who spent 15 years working under the legendary Master Aiken. Errol and Asha look at Ben with genuine pity, realizing the poor guy has survived 15 years of working for the crankiest dwarf on the planet. Ben leads them toward the back office, and Errol gives him a final hang-in-there look, knowing the guy's life must be a living hell of hammer strikes and shouting. They find Master Aiken sitting in the heat, drenched in sweat. He grunts at Errol, complaining that the kid finally showed up after ignoring his letters for weeks. Errol doesn't back down, firing back that Aiken is just way too impatient. Behind him, Asha is still giving the dwarf the deadliest side-eye in history. Aiken starts pouring red wine like it's water, and Errol realizes that in this smithy, they serve alcohol for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Errol gets straight to the point. He wants half of Aken's dwarves to sign an exclusive contract and move to his territory in the north. Aken doesn't even hesitate. He takes a massive gulp of wine and shuts Errol down instantly, telling him he must be drunk to even ask. Errol leans in, his eyes sharp. He offers to pay for every single expense if they set up a permanent branch in the frozen land of Fahelia. Aken slams his fist on the table, shouting that money means nothing to dwarves. They aren't going to freeze their beards off in a remote wasteland just for gold. But Errol has an ace up his sleeve. He tells Aiken it's not about the money, it's about a secret technology he's researched himself. He drops the name of the legendary Damascus steel, and the air in the room suddenly turns heavy. A vision of the legendary rippled metal appears, the holy grail for every blacksmith who has ever lived. Aiken's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He stands up, his fists clenched, as his heart starts racing at the mere mention of it. He's stunned, wondering if the kid Damon leaked the secret, his face a mix of suspicion and desperate hope. Years ago, a young Errol had explained to a scholar that the dwarves only came to this kingdom to find rare metals they couldn't get back home. They've lived in this distant land for generations, working and researching with only one dream, to forge the ultimate metal. The collective desire of all the dwarves in the factory seems to pulse behind Errol as he prepares to make his final move. He smiles confidently, telling Aken that he knows exactly how to forge Damascus steel and can show them all sorts of other impossible tech. Aiken is trembling now, his voice a hoarse whisper as he asks if Errol is actually serious about sharing the secret. Errol lays it out simply. He has the knowledge, and the dwarves have the legendary skills. Together, they can change the world. He tells Aken that if they join forces, producing Damascus steel will be as easy as pulling out toilet paper. Aken's eyes narrow as he starts to consider the price. The negotiation begins. Errol wants 10 years of service, but Aken tries to lowball him at 3. They start haggling like kids over a trade. They finally meet in the middle. 5 years. Not a day more, not a day less. The deal of the century is officially on the table. Errol grabs Aken's hand with a triumphant grin, and the old dwarf begrudgingly agrees to talk to the others. He just needs a month to pack up. As they walk away, Errol realizes just how badly the old man wanted that steel. He tells Asha it's time to head back home. On the ride back, Errol plans to use the fatigue from the journey as an excuse to do absolutely nothing for as long as possible. He used to have to slack off in secret, but now that he's the Lord, he can be lazy with a perfectly valid justification. Life is good! A week passes in Fahilia. Princess Kanaya looks out the castle window at the falling snow, her expression filled with worry. She asks Asha and Sina if they've seen Errol. Asha reports that he's been shut in his room since they returned, claiming he's sick from the trip. Kanaya isn't buying it. Staying in bed for a whole week? She decides she's going to investigate and see if her brother is actually dying or just being a bum. She sprints through the hallways, her boots thudding against the carpet, and slams her fist against Arel's bedroom door. "Arel! Are you okay?" she screams, bursting through the door with enough force to wake the dead. Her jaw drops. She finds Errol lying in bed, completely relaxed, while Dia Reki uses magic to float a spoon of soup into his mouth. Errol doesn't even look embarrassed. He casually invites Kanya to join the laziness party while Dia focuses her mana on the next course. Kanya watches in horror as Dia uses a levitation spell to lift Errol's entire body off the bed so he doesn't even have to stand up to move. It gets worse. His clothes and boots are floating through the air, dressing him automatically as he lets out a satisfied, lazy sigh. Within seconds, he's perfectly dressed and seated at a dining table, while the candles and cutlery are all handled by Dia's magical power. Errol gives Dia a big thumbs up, praising her for being the ultimate magic shuttle. Dia looks incredibly proud of her new job as a human remote control. He asks Kanaya why she isn't eating, but Kanaya is frozen in place, her face turning pale as she witnesses the sheer level of her brother's degeneracy. She puts her hand to her head, asking if he thinks there's something seriously wrong with his brain. Errol just keeps chewing, acting like this is totally normal. Kanaya realizes this is a serious problem. If she lets him continue like this, he might actually forget how to walk. Arel finished his meal and starts stretching, saying he's getting a bit drowsy and wants to head to the bath next. He tells Dia to take him to the bathroom, and Kanaya finally snaps. A massive explosion of rage erupts from the castle window as she screams that he's going way too far. When your older sister is a swordmaster, an emergency meeting isn't a suggestion, it's a death sentence for your free time. Arel and Dia sit side by side, looking like two students who just got caught trashing the classroom, waiting for the hammer to drop. Kanya stands there looking absolutely terrifying, backed up by Asha and Sena, and you can practically feel the temperature in the room drop as she prepares to interrogate them. Arel tries to play it cool, raising a fist and wondering if they're making a big deal out of nothing, but he's clearly sweating. Sena and Asha chime in, agreeing that our boy has absolutely zero self-awareness about how ridiculous he's been acting lately. Errol turns to Dia, desperately hoping for some backup, but she just stares blankly, having no idea why everyone is so tilted. He tries to argue that making a fuss over a little convenience is a waste of time, but Kanaya slams her hand down, shutting him up instantly. She leans in close, shouting that he's becoming a slave to magic and losing his grip on reality. Errol just blinks, completely unfazed, which only makes the situation 10 times more awkward for everyone watching. Kanya realizes that the convenience isn't the real issue. There's a much bigger problem brewing under the surface. She points a finger at him, demanding to know if he's even capable of walking across the room on his own 2 feet anymore. Errol looks at her with a sparkle in his eyes, proudly claiming that he still manages to walk to the bathroom by himself. He gives a confident nod, thinking he's made a great point, but he's completely missed the mark. Even the stoic Asha and energetic Sina are facepalming, telling him that relying on magic for every little thing is going way too far. Errol tries to deflect, saying he's just living his best life, and Dia nods along like a loyal puppy because she doesn't see a problem with it either. That's the final straw. The 3 girls erupt in a literal wall of fire, screaming that this lifestyle is absolutely not okay. Asha points out that Dia's attitude is also a problem. How could she assist him with something as private as the bathroom without a single second of hesitation? Errol imagines floating through the village in a bubble and thinks it sounds like a great idea, but Kanaya snaps him back to reality by officially forbidding him from using any magic. She turns her wrath on Dia, telling her to stop playing along with Errol's childish demands, and Dia looks like her entire world just collapsed. Dia is spiraling, her eyes going wide with pure terror as she realizes she might actually get fired for being too good at her job. Kanaya quickly clarifies she's not fired, but Errol is actually starting to wonder if his convenient lifestyle was becoming a bit of a disaster. He remembers his original plan was just to have Dia help him reach books he was too short to grab. But then it spiraled into him becoming a human blob, munching on snacks while Dia magically ferried him from the chair to the bed. He has a moment of clarity, realizing he's become the literal definition of lazy. He thinks to himself that if he keeps this up, people are going to start thinking he's actually disabled, and a correct tag pops up, because he's right. Kanaya warns him that his muscles will eventually wither away, but Dia finally speaks up, claiming that's not going to happen. She explains that every time she moves him, she uses tiny pulses of magic to stimulate his muscles. Errol realized that's why he felt so ticklish, but Kanya is not amused. Kanya decides that Dia is spoiling him like a baby, and suggests replacing her with a more disciplined mage, causing Dia to bolt upright in protest. Dia's eyes turn sharp, her pride as a mage finally kicking in as she tells Kanya that she won't accept being called inferior to anyone else. Arl watches the sparks fly, realizing Kanya has accidentally challenged Dia's professional dignity. Asha steps in, asking the real question, why is Dia so obsessed with being Errol's exclusive mage when she could have a much easier job elsewhere? Errol is about to interject, reminding them that he's the one who actually signs the paychecks around here, but Kanya ignores him completely, telling Dia that if she wants to stay, she has to prove she's actually smart enough to be Arl's aide. Dia locks eyes with Kanya, her aura turning dark and intense, accepting the challenge to be tested by the swordmaster herself. Errol just sighs, watching the two girls flex their determination while he wonders what kind of crazy test Kanaya has cooked up. Kanaya slams down a mountain of paperwork, declaring the first test is a paper test. If she's Errol's aide, she needs to be as smart as him. Dia doesn't even blink. She uses multicasting magic to control several pens at once, filling out the documents at light speed while Kanya watches in shock. Arel thinks to himself that magic is all about mental processing power, so there's no way a fourth-class mage would struggle with a little bit of math. Desperate to win, Kanya pivots to the second test. Cooking! She says Errol is a picky eater, so Dia has to satisfy his taste buds. Dia just puts on a chef's hat with a deadpan expression, reminding everyone she did plenty of chores back at the magic tower. She turns the kitchen into a magical assembly line, chopping and stirring with telekinesis to prepare a massive, 5-star feast tailored exactly to Errol's favorites. Kanaya takes one bite and her soul practically leaves her body. It's the most delicious thing she's ever tasted. Even Errol is stuffed, admitting the food is perfect, while Dia stands in the background ready to serve dessert like a pro. Our boy is actually starting to get scared by how talented his new mage is. She's basically a one-woman army. As Kanya prepares for a third test, Errol pulls Asha and Sina aside, asking for their honest opinion on why his sister is being so aggressive. He knows Kanya wouldn't pick on someone for no reason, and the look on Asha's face tells him he's right. Asha reveals the truth. Kanya doesn't just hate the laziness, she's deeply suspicious of Dia. She reminds him of a security breach from 2 days ago, where a high-level magic tool was found smashed to pieces by an unknown intruder. Errol asks if they think Dia did it, but Asha says they don't have proof, they're just investigating every possibility. Asha reaches into her gear and pulls out a mysterious envelope they found at the scene of the crime. It's a letter that the intruder dropped, or perhaps intentionally left behind, during the sabotage. Errol takes the letter, his eyes turning cold as he asks if they showed this piece of evidence to Dia yet. Asha confirms they showed it to her, but Dia's expression didn't change at all. She didn't show even a hint of guilt or fear. Asha says she wants to trust Dia, but her behavior is just unnatural. Nobody is that loyal to a stranger for no reason. Errol looks at Dia's silhouette, wondering if her excessive loyalty is actually a mask for something much more dangerous. He tries to joke that it's just his overflowing charisma, but the girls just look at him with disappointment, Sena threatening to beat him up if he keeps talking. Errol knows the real reason for Kanaya's behavior. She was traumatized by a dark mage attack in the past, making her wary of all mages. He remembers the day he and Kanaya were nearly killed, seeing the fear in his sister's eyes as they faced off against a magical monster. His playful expression vanishes, replaced by the gaze of the Ashen Sage as he decides to take control of the situation. He tells Asha and Sina that he will handle Dia personally, and he wants them to keep Kanya busy so she doesn't do anything reckless. Asha sees the seriousness in his eyes and gives a respectful nod, trusting her lord to find the truth. Arl walks down the hall with purpose, his footsteps echoing against the stone as he prepares for a confrontation. He stops at the door and calls out to Dia, his voice calm but firm. It's time for them to have a very serious talk. Arl steps into Dia's room, feeling the weight of the awkward situation he put her in. He's here to finally get some real answers from his mysterious new mage. He notices how empty the room is, hardly any furniture or personal items. It's the room of someone who's used to having nothing, and it makes Errol even more curious about her past. Dia doesn't care about the hardship, she's just focused on proving that her qualifications are worthy of being the personal mage to someone as gracious as Errol. Errol explains that Kanaya's hostility isn't personal, she's just always been against him having an exclusive mage, especially after what happened years ago. To Errol's surprise, Daya already knows about the Dark Mage incident. She reveals that it wasn't a secret, it was a massive scandal that shook the entire Magic Tower. She explains how that one incident destroyed the reputation of mages everywhere, and the Magic Tower even started teaching students to kill dark mages on sight to save face. Errol tells her not to worry about Kanaya, promising to handle his sister later, but Daya stops him. She wants to earn Kanaya's respect through her own actions. Our boy realizes Dia is much more stubborn than she looks. Her pride was hurt when her abilities were questioned, and now she's on a warpath to prove herself. Arl finally asks the big question, why go to such lengths just for him? They only just met, so why is she calling him gracious? And the room goes quiet as she prepares to explain a life of struggle that Arl never could have imagined. She warns him that it's going to be a long, painful story, but Arl is ready to listen to every word. The flashback begins with a young Dia, covered in dirt and grime, scrubbing floors as a lowly orphan with no future. She was taken to the Magic Tower at a young age, but it wasn't a fairy tale. It was a life of survival. She remembers being a helpless child in the snow, reaching out as her entire world collapsed around her. Her village was wiped out by a plague, leaving her to wander alone until the Magic Tower rescued her, though it felt more like being claimed as property. Errol realizes the tower only took her because they sensed her raw mana talent, essentially farming orphans to find the next generation of magical batteries. Daya struggled for years. She could feel the mana, but she couldn't control it using the tower's stiff, outdated methods. Because she couldn't meet their impossible expectations, she was branded a failure and spent her days doing backbreaking odd jobs while others studied. Errol is shocked. He sees her now as an elite mage, but she tells him that just 2 years ago, she was stuck at the very bottom as a lowly first-class mage. "No way!" Errol shouts, nearly falling off his chair. Jumping from first to fourth class in 2 years is practically unheard of in the magical world. Dia tells him to stay calm. The real shocker is how she managed to pull off that impossible feat. She realized that the standard theories the Magic Tower worshipped were actually holding her back from her true potential. Everything changed when she found a specific intermediate theory book, a book written by Arl himself under his Ashen Sage persona. Arl's jaw drops. He's starting to connect the dots, and it's hitting him like a freight train. Dia explains that as soon as she applied the logic from that book, her mana centers finally aligned, manifesting her true power for the first time. Using Errol's advanced mana utilization techniques, she achieved the 4th class in record time, proving his failed book was actually a masterpiece. Errol is stunned. His theory happened to perfectly fit her unique constitution, but even then, her growth speed proves she's a once-in-a-century genius. He feels a pang of guilt, realizing that if he hadn't published that book, this brilliant girl would have spent her entire life scrubbing floors as a failure. To Dia, Errol isn't just a lord, he's her salvation. He tries to credit her hard work, but she won't hear it. To her, he's her one true master. As soon as she hit 4th class, she ditched the garbage Magic Tower. Her so-called master was furious, but she didn't owe him a single thing. She gets a dark look in her eyes, recalling how that rotten man tried to take credit for her success, bragging to everyone that he was the one who trained her. She spent months wandering, swimming across rivers and climbing through forests, searching for the man who wrote the book that saved her. She even accidentally traveled to the wrong continent. She blushes, admitting that new mages often get a bit lost when they first leave the tower. When she finally heard that Prince Errol was hiring mages in the north, she didn't hesitate for a second. She knew that was where she belonged. With a gentle smile, she tells him that he made her a real mage, and serving him is the only goal she has left. Arl suggests that if she just told Kanaya this heartwarming story, his sister would probably understand, but Dia shuts that idea down instantly. She's too embarrassed to tell such a sappy story. She looks away, her face turning bright red at the thought of it. Arl laughs and heads for the door, promising to keep her secret. He tells her good luck with the rest of the tests. Later that night, Arl lies in bed under the moonlight, but his mind is racing too fast for him to sleep. He activates a high-tech hologram device, contacting a specialist to double-check the details of Dia's promotion to 4th class. The contact confirms she's a pitiful case. Her master at the tower was a piece of work who basically treated her like a slave until she suddenly exploded in power. He confirms she left the tower completely on her own, knowing she'd be facing a massive, life-altering penalty for breaking her contract. Errol learns that the penalty is a magical seal that forcibly breaks half of a wizard's magic circles, turning a high-level mage back into a beginner instantly. Errol realizes the Magic Tower is even more vicious than he thought. He thanks his contact and shuts off the device, his expression darkening. He lies there, realizing Dia risked her entire career and her magical core just to come to the north and serve him. He knows he can't just sit back and watch anymore. He sits up, reaching out to another secret contact to ask for a very specific favor. Morning arrives, and the tension at the castle is at a breaking point. Kanya and Dia stand in the courtyard, staring each other down while a tiny bird watches from a branch. Arul is hiding nearby, watching the two girls. He's worried, knowing Kanaya is determined to see this test through to the bitter end. Kanaya draws her blade, her eyes glowing with intensity. She tells Dia there's only one way left to prove her sincerity, through a fight. Arel is freaking out internally. A swordmaster challenging a fourth-class mage is like a grizzly bear picking a fight with a tiny weasel. But Dia doesn't back down. She understands that Kanaya will never accept her as an ally, unless she sees her true spirit in combat. Kanaya charges forward, the ground cracking under her feet as she prepares to put Dia's resolve to the ultimate test. Dia grips her staff, her purple eyes glowing as a massive surge of mana begins to swirl around her body. Arul leaps out, shouting for them to stop this madness, but Asha and Sina just stand there and let it happen. The two knights look away guiltily, whistling and pretending they couldn't stop the fight. Arul realizes he's been played by his own team. He's forced to watch the duel, but suddenly he notices something moving in the bushes. His eyes widen as he realizes they aren't alone. Dia begins her spell, but instead of a fireball, a massive wave of blue energy surges outward, coating the entire battlefield. Kanaya holds her position, her blade glowing with golden aura, but she isn't aiming for Dia, she's looking at the perimeter. Dia chants a complex series of ancient runes, her focus reaching a level that even surprises Arul. Arul recognizes the spell. It's not an offensive spell at all, it's a high-level detection and suppression field. "Dispel!" Dia shouts, and a pulse of magic shatters a hidden cloaking spell nearby, revealing a dark figure lurking in the shadows. A shadowy silhouette is forced out of hiding, completely exposed by Dia's precision magic. The duel was a setup to flush out the rat! Kanya smirks. She knew the intruder was there all along. She gathers a massive amount of aura into her hand, preparing a final strike. She spins and hurls her heavy scabbard like a guided missile, the wooden casing vibrating with pure, explosive energy. The scabbard slams into the intruder's hiding spot, the aura inside it reaching a critical mass as it begins to fracture. A massive K-boom rocks the courtyard. The explosion is so powerful, it looks like a grenade went off, sending debris flying everywhere. Arul watches with a sweat drop, realizing Kanaya's new technique is basically a magic grenade. The dust clears, and the two girls stand together, finally on the same page. Crawling out of the rubble is a battered, pathetic-looking mage. Dia looks down at him with cold, disgusted eyes. It's her self-proclaimed master from the magic tower, the rat who's been crawling around the castle shadows, finally caught in the open. Our boy Arul looks down with a cold smirk. The guy panics immediately, waving a piece of paper and screaming that he's not suspicious and they need to stop attacking. He holds up an official magic tower document like it's a shield, thinking his status as a high-ranking mage is going to save his neck. He barks at Dia, calling her an ungrateful brat, but Dia isn't having it. She reminds him he never taught her a thing and treated her like a starved slave. The master is fuming, shouting about how much trouble she caused him when she vanished, but he's really just mad he lost his star pupil. Arul roasts the guy right to his face, laughing at how incompetent he must be if he hasn't been able to raise a single decent disciple since Dia left. Losing his mind, the master reaches out to grab Dia by force, telling her to shut up and follow him back to face her punishment. Arul steps in with a cheerful grin, blocking the guy's hand and revealing that Dia is already under an exclusive contract with him. The master tries to quote the magic tower rules, but Arul just digs into his ear, telling him he already cleared the whole thing with the tower yesterday. Arul's entire squad steps up behind him, looking like a literal nightmare. He tells the guy to get lost from his castle before things get ugly. The master is backed against the wall, trembling as he realizes he's completely outnumbered and outclassed by these northern savages. But he's not going down without a fight! He pulls out several glowing mana orbs and slams them into the ground. Suddenly, massive stone golems erupt from the courtyard, looming over the group as the master commands his servants to kill everyone in their way. He's spiraling into madness, whispering that as long as he brings Dia back, the magic tower will protect him from the consequences. Arul just sighs and tells the girls to teach him a lesson. Asha, Sena, and Kanya dive into the fray, tearing through the golems like they're made of paper. Arul watches the chaos with a bored expression. He thought this guy was a big shot, but he's just a fifth-class weakling who isn't even providing decent entertainment. The master tries a desperate move, ordering a golem to grab Arul as a hostage, but he's about to realize he made a fatal mistake. Dia steps forward, her eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. She whispers lightning bolt, and the air itself begins to crackle with electricity. A massive bolt of blue energy shatters the golem into a million pieces. Errol gives her a big nice job as the debris falls around them. Dia takes to the sky, floating above the battlefield like a vengeful goddess, her staff vibrating with pure magical power. She unleashes a high-level wind spell, the air pressure becoming so heavy it feels like the atmosphere is trying to crush everything underneath. Sina and Asha watch in awe as the massive gale force slams into the remaining golems, turning the courtyard into a total hurricane. The sheer power of the spell rips through the stone, proving once and for all that Dia has completely surpassed her old master. Errol looks at the wreckage and asks the group if they should just finish the job and get rid of the guy right now. Panic-stricken, the master realizes he's about to die and desperately rips open a hidden emergency teleport scroll. A massive pillar of light shoots up, and before anyone can swing their blades, the master vanishes into thin air. Kanaya is furious and wants to hunt him down, but Errol stops her, acting like he'll just file a formal complaint with the tower later. Dia bows her head, apologizing for the massive commotion her personal baggage caused for the territory. Errol just laughs it off, telling her not to worry. He turns to Kanya and asks if this finally proves Dia isn't a spy. Dia is stunned to learn that Errol set the whole thing up. He knew the master was there and used the duel to make her prove her loyalty to the others. Kanya and Sina give Dia a respectful nod. Seeing her tear her own master to pieces was more than enough proof to win their trust. But as the girls walk away, Errol's gaze turns ice cold. He still has one more thing he needs to take care of personally. Deep in the snowy forest, the master is gasping for air, his lungs burning as he tries to put distance between himself and the castle. He curses Dia, swearing he'll come back for revenge, but a voice from the darkness stops him dead in his tracks. "Who the hell are you?" he screams, charging up a spell as a cloaked figure steps out from behind the trees. "No need for you to know," Errol whispers. He raises his hand, and a dozen lethal fire arrows manifest in the air, lighting up the night with a terrifying glow. A massive explosion rips through the tree line. The master didn't even have a second to scream before he was completely engulfed. Errol steps through the flames, looking disappointed that a fifth-class mage couldn't even withstand a basic warm-up spell. He crushes the remains under his boot. For Dia's sake, a guy like this can't be allowed to exist in this world anymore. He starts heading back toward the castle, worried that Kanaya might notice he's been gone too long and start another emergency meeting. The next morning, the sun shines bright over the north, and the violent events of the night before feel like a distant memory. Errol is back in his library, the scratch of his pen against paper being the only sound in the peaceful room. His books are floating through the air on autopilot, showing that he's already back to mastering the world's magic systems. Dia walks in, and Errol tells her she doesn't have to push herself so hard anymore. He's got everything under control. Even though the spy problem is gone, Kanya is still giving Dia a firm warning about indulging Errol's laziness too much. Dia looks at Errol and asks if he's really okay with her staying as his exclusive mage after everything that happened. Errol tells her the master was a trash-tier human, and it wasn't her fault. Dia is so moved by his kindness that her loyalty reaches a literal burdensome level. She thinks back to the old broom she used to carry, a symbol of her life as a failure and a servant. She looks at Errol with a gaze full of respect, knowing that he is the benefactor who truly changed her destiny. The massive library stands as a testament to the power and knowledge they're building together in this frozen wasteland. Errol gives her a warm, genuine smile. He's glad she's here, and he's ready for whatever challenge comes next. Outside, the north is healing. The forest is growing back faster than ever, and Errol's new era is just beginning. Our boy is out enjoying the fresh air, feeling better than ever. He's decided the weather is finally perfect to test out his latest growth spurt. Errol unleashes a massive surge of blue mana, the air vibrating as he prepares to show off just how broken his magic training has become. He starts cycling through high-level spells like they're toys, unleashing a chained lightning that rips through the sky and an ice storm that freezes the landscape instantly. Then, he cranks up the heat with a massive firewall, laughing like a total maniac as he watches the flames consume everything in their path. He wipes a bit of sweat from his forehead, looking completely satisfied with his morning workout. Errol realizes he's hit 6th class magic in just 1 month. If the high-ranking mages at the magic tower found out, they'd probably die of pure jealousy. He's at the very edge of his territory, a place so remote that no one ever comes around, making it the perfect secret lab for his god-tier practice sessions. He pouts a little, wishing there were some monsters around to use as target practice, but he's already thinking about a much bigger target. The fun and games are over. Now, It's time to get down to business. Errol lets out an evil little chuckle, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to kick off his most ambitious plan yet. He thinks back to the first time he met Auntie Elia when he was just a baby, remembering the cold, hateful gaze she directed at him. Even back then, she looked at him like he was a disgusting caterpillar that needed to be crushed under her boot. Errol tried to play nice and stay out of her way, but she just kept piling on the oppression and even started disrespecting his mother. Well, he's finally had enough. He stands on a cliff overlooking the capital, telling concubine Elia she better be ready for what's coming. He approaches the Prache family's mansion and hits an intrusion barrier designed to keep out every mage in the kingdom. But to a past-life pro like Errol, this high-tech security system is about as complicated as a child's puzzle. He literally floats through the barrier right over the guards' heads, greeting them with a quiet yo, while they wonder if they're just hearing things. He looks down at the massive Prache estate, noticing that Elia's family home is actually bigger than the royal palace. Turns out she's been sitting on a mountain of stolen wealth. Errol smirks as a spark of fire magic dances on his fingertip. He's not here for a chat, he's here to reset their property value to 0. He conjures a massive sun-like fireball above his head, the night sky turning into broad daylight as he prepares to drop the hammer. A massive explosion rocks the capital, a pillar of fire erupting into the atmosphere as the mansion is engulfed in an instant. Errol watches the chaos with a cold satisfaction, thinking that the bigger the building, the better it feels to watch it burn. The guards and servants are in total panic, screaming and running for their lives as fire rains down from the heavens. He calls this the opening ceremony of terror, treating the total destruction of his enemy's home like a simple fireworks display. One of the noble vassals, Elias, crawls out, stuttering in shock and wondering if his family is being targeted by an entire army. Invisible and muted, Errol stands in the middle of the inferno, laughing as he promises to burn down every single one of their warehouses next. He spots the other vassals of the Prashadushi trying to evacuate, and he decides they need a little parting gift. He hits them with a special curse that feels like a nasty flu. It won't kill them, but it'll keep them bedridden and useless while he finishes destroying their reputation. But he's not done yet. He heads deep into the mansion's bowels and finds the heavy, locked doors of the family vault. He breaks the locks with a flick of his wrist, grinning like a kid on Christmas as he prepares to see just how much treasure Elia has been hoarding. His eyes practically turn into gold coins. The room is overflowing with mountains of gems, gold, and artifacts. He decides all of this belongs in his secret storage now. He lies down on the pile of gold, teleporting the entire fortune to his own fortress while preparing a very special thank you note. Later, in the woods outside the smoking ruins, the noble father is met by his guards, who have found something suspicious. They hand over a piece of paper they found at the crime scene, claiming it must belong to the heinous criminal who did this. The nobles look at the paper, and their faces go from anger to pure, soul-crushing confusion. They can't even process what they're seeing, whispering, "What the hell is this?" "It's a postcard!" It says, "Set your heart on fire," complete with a little heart and the signature by Past Life's Pro. Errol is literally trolling them after nuking their lives. Queen Alea is the first to get the news, and she looks like she's seen a ghost, her face turning a sickly shade of white as she reads the report. She collapses to the floor in her royal gown, her world crumbling around her as she realizes her family's power has been wiped out in a single night. Her maid tries to comfort her, saying her father survived with minor burns, but Elia knows that the loss of their gold is a fate worse than death. She's hyperventilating, unable to understand who could possibly commit such a heinous act against her powerful family. Back at the palace, the king is absolutely livid, screaming that attacking a great noble family is an act of treason and demanding the culprit's head. Magical experts report that based on the mana residue, the attacker must be a 6th-class mage, or even a group of 5 elite mages working together. Because the attack was so precise and brutal, they immediately suspect it's the work of a dark mage, just like the one that attacked Kanaya years ago. A servant bursts into the room with even more bad news. It looks like a plague has broken out among the Prache family members who survived the fire. Every single noble in the family is stuck in bed with high fevers and mysterious symptoms, exactly as Errol planned. Elia looks like a wreck, her eyes sunken as she realizes her family, which once boasted enormous wealth, is now completely bankrupt and broken. Her maid warns her to be careful, pointing out that Elia herself might be the next target on the terrorists' list. Elia clenches her fist, the fabric of her dress wrinkling under the pressure as she boils with a mix of terror and rage. "I know," she whispers, realizing for the first time in her life that she is no longer the one in control. Back in the north, Kanya reviews the news, noting that the Prosh family's status has completely fallen off a cliff. She tells Errol that even their supporters have abandoned them, terrified that they'll be the next targets if they try to help. Errol just leans back in his chair with a blissful smile, acting like the most innocent person in the world while agreeing that the world is a scary place. He then has the audacity to say he should send a donation to the Prosh family to express his deepest condolences for their loss. Errol laughs to himself as he imagines Elia's face when she receives a pity check from the trash prince she tried to kill. The North is finally winning. Errol's mana houses are working perfectly, and the local villagers can't believe they're standing in a field of gold in the middle of a blizzard. The harvest is massive, with grains twice the normal size. The people look at Errol like he's a literal god, thanking him for saving them from a lifetime of hunger. Our boy just shrugs it off, giving all the credit to his mages, even though they look like they've been worked to the bone adjusting his magic tools. Everything is peaceful. Everything is perfect. Errol watches over his territory, feeling like his plan for a quiet, comfortable life is finally on track. With the Queen's family financially ruined and his land stable, Errol thinks he can finally just kick back and enjoy being the Lord of the North. He wishes this peace would last forever, but in this world, being successful just means you're the biggest target on the map. 50 years ago, 3 major powers gained supremacy: the Urnesia Kingdom, the Merman Empire, and the Domanial Kingdom. The Domanial Kingdom was the weakest of the 3, but they stayed on top by being absolute snakes, playing the other 2 nations against each other. Inside the Domanial Kingdom, the Chancellor is throwing a massive banquet, and the wine is flowing just as fast as the secrets. A fat, greedy noble raises a glass, urging everyone to enjoy the luxury to their heart's content. Another noble approaches with a mysterious box, claiming he's prepared a very special gift for the Lord to enjoy. They open it up to reveal a glowing bottle, a precious elixir that can only be found within the borders of the Urnesia Kingdom. This is Errol's legendary permanent hair loss treatment, a product so effective it's literally becoming a form of international currency. The Fat Lord is practically drooling over it, realizing that his bald spot is finally history, and he's already ordered a warehouse full of the stuff. He asks the other noble what he wants in return for such an expensive gift, and the guy shamelessly asks for a promotion for his son. The Lord agrees with a creepy grin. Corruption is the name of the game here, and Errol's products are fueling the fire. Across the banquet, everyone is drinking Errol's carbonated drinks and using his goods. Urnesia's economy is booming, mostly through illegal smuggling. But in the royal conference room, King Domanial is absolutely losing his mind, slamming documents onto the floor in a fit of rage. He's staring at a mountain of evidence that his own nobles are smuggling in Urnesian goods while the rest of his country struggles. The king puts his hand to his head, wondering where his country is heading if they can't even control their own markets. His advisors warn him that if this keeps up, the entire global balance of power will be broken within 5 short years. The stable scale of the 3 nations is tilting heavily toward Urnesia, and the other kingdoms are starting to feel the weight of their own debt. And it's all because someone in a remote northern territory keeps pumping out specialty products that the rest of the world can't live without. The Merman Empire is also protesting, claiming Urnesia's new paper production methods are an insult to their own traditions. The King of Domanial looks tired, asking if there's really no way to close this massive economic gap. Duke Elgazin steps forward, reminding the king that Urnesia is a powerhouse, and they can't defeat them in a fair fight. He gets a dark look in his eyes, suggesting that if they can't win alone, they should just join forces with everyone else who hates Urnesia. Elgazin is done playing nice. He's ready to do whatever it takes to drag Errol's kingdom back into the dirt. He clasps his hands together in a sinister pact. The secret letters have already been sent. The Domanial Kingdom has reached out to 3 powerful factions to form a shadow alliance. Deep in an underground meeting room, cloaked figures gather in the shadows to discuss the fate of the world. Elgazin welcomes them with a twisted smile, calling them partners in their great goal. Duke Huan of the Merman Empire grunts, noting that it's been 6 months since they last met to discuss their plan. Count Merlin of the Sejepen Dukedom adjusts his cloak, surprised that so many high-level players are actually showing up for this meeting. Even though Sejepen isn't a great 3 power, they are a military beast that no one wants to cross on the battlefield. Merlin notes that his father has retired, so he's taking over the family business of waging war. They laugh about the hypocritical bastards of the Holy Nation not being invited, though they know the priests will keep their secrets. With everyone on board, Elgazin signals the start of the most dangerous conspiracy in history. He lays it out clearly: Urnesia has earned too much money and gained too much influence. They can't ignore them anymore. Merlin asks if they can actually defeat a powerhouse like Urnesia, and Elgizan promises that their combined attack will be impossible to defend against. He wants to use total war to suppress Ernesia's development, making sure they can't keep producing their useless goods. But the real threat isn't the kingdom, it's the genius youngest prince, who seems to be the source of all these miracles. Elgizan recounts the rumors. Arl was discussing state affairs at age 8, developing world-class products, and reviving a dead land by age 14. He thinks the rumors might be exaggerated, but he knows that if they leave Arl alone, Ernesia's dominance will never end. His voice turns deadly. They have two choices: make Ernesia suffer through war, or just cut off that prince's head right now. The room goes silent as the gravity of the decision sinks in. Duke Huan smirks, admitting that he's always wanted a good war from the very beginning. Merlin cracks his knuckles, ready to see if the legendary prince is really as tough as the rumors say. Elgizan is delighted. With the alliance formed, it's time to talk about how they're going to carve up Ernesia like a feast. Back in the Ernesia royal palace, the king reads a report, his face tightening with a sense of impending doom. He suspects the three countries have made secret contact, and he knows they didn't gather just to have a friendly tea party. He realizes this conflict will be worse than the Great War 30 years ago, but he's confident because his taxes and troop counts are at an all-time high. He issues an official order to every territory: war is coming, and everyone needs to be ready to fight. In the north, Errol is sitting on the grass, looking over a piece of paper as the sun sets behind him. Dia approaches, asking if something is wrong. She's never seen our boy look this serious during a walk. Errol just gives her a faint, weary smile. He can feel the shift in the air. Arl Ernesia is 15 years old now. He's taller, sharper, and his easy life is about to be replaced by a battlefield. He rubs his head, admitting that something incredibly troublesome has happened. He needs to find Khania immediately. It's time to make some very solid and very violent preparations. The shadows are closing in as three kingdoms unite to crush one boy, but they're about to find out that Errol Ernesia doesn't just play the game, he breaks it. The Triple Alliance thinks they've got it all figured out, painting our boy Errol as a greedy monster hoarding the world's wealth all for himself. It's a classic case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and even people who usually hate each other are jumping at the chance to take him down. Errol just looks at the situation with a confused face, wondering what he actually did wrong while the rest of the world prepares for total war. Sitting back in his office, Errol sighs, feeling like he's accidentally become the final boss of some epic evil empire. Khania is equally shocked by the news, noting that they actually had a decent relationship with those countries, well, except for the Merman Empire, who were always a bit salty. She suggests a preemptive strike to knock them off balance, but Errol has to calm her down, pointing out that attacking without proof would just make them look like the bad guys. Errol rubs his eyes, admitting that while he expected this to happen eventually, he thought he'd have at least 5 more years of peace. He leans back, realizing that the greed of kings and the fear of losing power is a cycle that never changes, no matter how many lives he lives. He watches the rain of fire in his mind's eye, disgusted by how easily these leaders play the war card without a single thought for the people who will actually die. Arl is visibly exhausted, rubbing his temples as Khania asks if he's doing okay under all this pressure. He snaps back to reality and tells Khania that since things are getting dangerous, she should probably pack her bags and head back to the safety of the royal palace. He reveals that their father, the king, actually sent a letter specifically worried about Khania's safety. Errol pouts, noting that while the king didn't give a single damn about his helpless son, he was desperate to keep his rabbit-like daughter away from the front lines. Khania just stares at him, her silence filling the room as she processes the offer to run away while her brother stays behind. She quickly shuts him down, saying she doesn't like the idea of using her status as a princess just to dodge a fight. Errol is genuinely surprised by how fast she rejected the easy way out. He gets serious, looking her dead in the eye and asking if she's really ready to face the absolute horror of a real battlefield. He remembers her as the little girl who used to look up to him, and it's clear he still wants to protect her innocence. But Khania stands tall, her eyes full of fire as she declares that as royalty, she should be the first one to stand her ground, not the first to run. Arl is momentarily stunned, realizing his childish sister has grown into a leader while he wasn't looking. He starts crying tears of joy, teasing her about being all grown up, which immediately gets him a look of pure annoyance from Khania. He smirks, telling her he'll relay her brave wish to their father, officially accepting her as his comrade in arms. Khania gives a bright, determined smile, finally feeling like she's being taken seriously. But as he writes the reply, Errol's internal monologue is just him telling his dad, "Hey, I tried, but she's just as stubborn as you are." Back at the palace, the king reads the letter, his face twisting into a mix of pride and pure frustration at his daughter's recklessness. Meanwhile, inside the inner lounge of Fahilia's castle, the atmosphere is a lot less formal and a lot more alcoholic. Sina is chugging down a barrel of ale like it's water, her face turning a bright shade of red. She complains about how troublesome a sudden war is, asking if anyone else is actually worried. Sina admits she's been in wars before, but she gives a small, fanged grin, saying that's all ancient history now. She explains that her past wars were just minor border skirmishes that can't even be compared to the massive scale of the invasion that's coming. Asha listens quietly, her expression serious, as she realizes even their veteran muscle is feeling the weight of the situation. Sina pivots the conversation, asking Asha if she shouldn't head home to see her younger brother before things get too chaotic. Asha thinks of her brother at the academy, her stoic face softening with a rare, gentle smile as she considers the request. But she takes another sip of her drink and decides that her brother will understand. Duty to her lord comes before everything else. Asha notices that Sina has been putting off her own vacation for months just to stay by Errol's side during the chaos. They raise their mugs together, deciding to drink their fill today, because they know that tomorrow might bring a fight they can't come back from. Sina goes to pour more wine but finds the barrel empty, wondering where the hell it all went. Turns out, Dia was hungry and just chugged the entire thing. Asha just sighs, reminding her that wine isn't exactly a meal replacement. The scene shifts to Errol's study, where the heavy doors hide a room filled with maps and the smell of old ink. His desk is a mess of tactical documents and books, showing that Errol hasn't slept in days. He's hovering over a massive war map, his hands trembling slightly as he realizes the sheer scale of the nightmare he's facing. He grips a strategy book, cursing under his breath about the possibility of spending his upcoming 15th birthday on a bloody battlefield. Using his experience as a former professional, he calculates that the Triple Alliance will likely send a staggering army of 700,000 men. He starts moving chess pieces across the map, each one representing thousands of lives that are about to be thrown into the meat grinder. He notes that the Urnesia kingdom can only pull together 600,000 soldiers for a strict defense, leaving them at a massive numerical disadvantage. Errol considers intervening in secret using his god-tier magic, but even he knows that one man can't be everywhere at once on a global front. He stares at the board, his face pale as he realizes this is the absolute worst-case scenario for his quiet life. He slams his hands down, his primary motivation finally kicking in. He is not going to let a bunch of greedy kings ruin his dream of an easy life. Errol slumps into his chair, looking exhausted, but the gears in his head are already spinning at 100 miles an hour. He gives a playful wink and a heart sign, asking himself what a weak and good-natured young lord should do to survive. The answer is simple: total weapon reinforcement. He's going to turn his territory into a fortress that not even a single rat can infiltrate. He sprints through the snow, his boots crunching against the ice as he heads toward the industrial district with a wild look in his eyes. He bursts through the doors of the dwarven smithy, screaming for Master Aiken at the top of his lungs. He finds Aiken swinging a massive hammer, but our boy doesn't care about the noise. He just laughs, noticing the dwarf is in a bad mood today. Aiken stops his work, grumbling that Errol's castle is unpleasantly luxurious, but admitting the facilities are top-notch. Aiken shouts that the local blacksmiths are garbage, but Errol just smirks, knowing the old dwarf is just annoyed that they can't keep up with his insane pace. Aiken thanks him for the Damascus steel info, admitting he's shocked that such a legendary metal could be made with such simple ingredients. He warns Errol that the process is incredibly sensitive. Even a 0.1 gram mistake in the mixture will ruin the entire batch of steel. Errol cuts to the chase, asking if they can start mass-producing some weapons immediately. Aiken thinks it's a small request and asks how many he needs. Errol leans in, whispering his actual number into Aiken's ear, and the dwarf's eyes go wide, with pure disbelief. Errol gives a sheepish, innocent wave as he starts backing away toward the door, knowing exactly how the old man is about to react. Aiken stands there, frozen in shock for a split second, as the trash prince beats a hasty retreat. "Crazy brat!" Aiken's roar shakes the entire building as he realizes the magnitude of what he's just been asked to do. A heavy hammer comes flying through the air like a guided missile, and Errol barely manages to duck in time to save his head. Aiken is being held back by his disciple, screaming that forging armor and weapons for 20,000 people doesn't just happen overnight. Safely outside, Errol wipes his brow, joking that he might actually get beaten to death by his own blacksmiths before the war even starts. But he doesn't have time to rest. He heads to his next appointment, greeted by a high-end merchant bowing low in a fancy fur coat. The merchant is surprised to see Errol again so soon, and asks, with a sleazy grin, how many slaves our boy is looking for this time. Errol gives a dark, confident smirk, telling the merchant that this request is going to be a lot more unconventional than anything he's ever done. He holds up 5 fingers, his gaze turning sharp as he prepares to drop another bombshell order that will change the course of the war. The merchant's jaw hits the floor, his face turning pale as he repeats the number back in a shaky whisper. 50,000 people! When you tell a high-level merchant you want to buy 50,000 people, the only thing that drops faster than his jaw is his professional composure. The merchant is sweating bullets, noting that while business has been booming lately, most nobles are only looking for a few thousand to use as disposable soldiers. He asks the big question, is our boy Errol really planning to turn all 50,000 of these people into a private army? Errol gives a mysterious smirk, explaining that while some are for combat, many are families. The merchant realizes that Errol is actually building a self-sustaining nation, not just a squad. Errol thinks to himself that this guy is definitely going to overcharge his other customers once he sees how high the demand for manpower has become. The merchant quickly flips back to his greedy, smiling self, promising that keeping a client's secrets is the bedrock of his business. He says it'll take about 5 days to round up that many people, and Errol casually decides he'll just hang out and pick them up himself when the time is up. As Errol walks away, he lets out a devious little chuckle that would make a villain proud. He's realized that once he gets back home, he's going to be buried in war preparations, so he's going to use these next 5 days to slack off as much as humanly possible. He's got that trash prince glint in his eyes again, ready to turn this waiting period into a much-needed vacation. Come to me, my sweet and legal break, he cheers internally, practically skipping as he plans his escape from responsibility. Kanaya is skeptical, wondering if they should really be slacking off for 5 whole days when the territory is in such a chaotic state. Errol just laughs, telling her that the busier you are, the better it feels to play hooky. He asks her if she's actually interested in seeing the sights of the royal capital. He knows that because she was a sheltered princess and traumatized by that dark mage incident, she spent her whole life trapped inside the palace walls. He teases her, saying he's already left instructions back home, so there's absolutely nothing for her to worry about. He hits her with the unemployed princess logic, reminding her she doesn't actually have a job to go back to, and Kanaya takes the hit like a physical weight. She finally gives in, agreeing to stay just this once, and Errol celebrates another successful persuasion mission with a whistle. The two head into the bustling city streets, and Kanaya is wide-eyed, realizing that their northern territory is basically a tiny village compared to this massive metropolis. She immediately dives into the local cuisine, stuffing her face with street food while Errol watches with a mix of amusement and "I told you so." They walk past a grand fountain, and Errol enjoys a cool ice cream cone, while Kanaya points out all the strange and exciting things she's seeing for the first time. Suddenly, they spot a massive sign advertising products made by the third prince, the gray young sage. Errol's eyes go wide as he realizes his secret identity is being used for marketing. He turns bright red, absolutely dying of embarrassment that his own merchant group is using such a cringy name to sell his stuff. To escape the embarrassment, they duck into a weapon shop, and the owner immediately starts pitching them his highest quality blades. The guy claims his swords are made at the legendary iron factory by the dwarves themselves, even offering a suspicious 10% discount. Errol's face turns cold as he realizes the guy is selling total fakes. Kanya is shocked, having no idea how to spot a counterfeit dwarven blade. Errol tells Kanya to channel just a tiny bit of her aura into the sword, and as she grips the hilt, a weak, flickering purple light surrounds the cheap metal. Errol points out that a real dwarven blade would never vibrate that poorly. The merchant starts to sweat, realizing he's picked a fight with an expert. Errol leans in with a terrifyingly calm voice, offering to go check out the merchant's supplier in person since it's apparently nearby. The merchant is practically sobbing as Errol gets right in his face, his orange eyes glowing with a menacing intensity that says, "Don't lie to me." Errol reaches into the back and pulls out a hidden item, causing the merchant to gasp in pure terror. He snaps at the guy, asking if he has any more complaints, and the merchant can only bow and thank him for his kindness while trembling. As the sun begins to set over the rooftops, the two siblings head back out into the quiet evening air. Errol pulls out a stunning, shimmering dagger, the real prize he liberated from that crooked merchant's secret stash. He confirms it's a genuine dwarven masterpiece and hands it over to Kania as a gift, surprising her completely. Kania glows with happiness, holding the dagger close and thanking Errol for always looking out for her like the best brother in the world. Errol watches her smile and thinks to himself that she's as easy to please as a little girl who just got a new dress. He smiles, satisfied that their bond as siblings has grown even stronger during this little detour. But the clock is ticking, and a few days later, the real mission finally begins. The sound of thousands of boots hitting the frozen ground echoes through the mountains as a massive crowd approaches the castle. Kanya is starting to get nervous, asking if 50,000 people isn't just a little excessive, but Errol tells her to imagine how cool she'll look leading an army that size. Asha, Sena, and Daya are waiting at the gate, thinking they're just there to greet Errol after his trip. But as they look past him, their expressions turn into masks of pure horror. Errol waves cheerfully, looking like a hero returning from a grand quest, while a literal sea of people stretches out behind him. "I've returned with 50,000 people!" he shouts, his voice booming over the snowy courtyard. The knights watch as a never-ending swarm of refugees and laborers pours into their territory, filling every inch of space. Asha facepalms, wishing she'd followed him just to stop him from making such a logistical nightmare for her to solve. Sena is screaming, pointing at the crowd and wondering where they're supposed to put everyone. Dia is only worried about one thing. How on earth are they going to find enough food to feed an entire city's worth of new mouths? Errol gets serious, telling them that war is 100% coming and they need to be the first line of defense before the rest of the kingdom is destroyed. He tells them to trust his instincts, and Asha finally relents, realizing her lord has never been wrong about a threat before. He lays out the plan. They'll filter the crowd for talent, train elite commanders first, and then turn the rest of the 50,000 into the highest quality troops in history. He asks Asha and Sina if they can handle the general supervision of this massive project, and they salute, ready to get to work. Arl stands alone, looking over his new army. He knows he's going to be crazy busy for a long time, but the stakes have never been higher. Far away, the Chancellor of Demaniel is watching, a twisted grin on his face as he prepares to strike. But Arl isn't scared. He's ready to personally punish anyone who threatens his home with the very soldiers he's about to raise. When the world is plotting your assassination, you don't climb a mountain for the view. You do it because that's where the best illegal deals go down. Errol is huffing and puffing, wondering why every powerful mage insists on living at the top of a giant hill. Dia explains that young mages like the city, but the old-school masters crave the isolation. Dia admits she's a city girl at heart, mostly because the mountains are a total desert when it comes to finding a decent snack. Arl just blinks in disbelief, realizing his top mage's primary motivation for living in civilization is literally just her stomach. They finally reach the top, stepping into a dimly lit workshop filled with ancient books and the smell of expensive parchment. They're met by Paeon, a sharp-eyed master who's curious what would bring the infamous trash prince all the way out to his mountain retreat. Errol plays it off with a playful finger wag, telling Paeon he's here to buy something that's a bit of a headache to get. He drops the hammer. He wants a massive shipment of A-ranked magic stones. These things are basically high-grade mana batteries, and they're incredibly rare. Paeon's face turns serious, reminding Errol that magic stones are under the strict jurisdiction of the magic tower. Errol just smirks, knowing full well the tower would never sell to him directly. He assures the master he isn't planning a coup, he just needs the stones to defend his northern territory from the coming storm. Paeon adjusts his glasses, wondering why Errol thinks a simple workshop master can bypass the world's most powerful magic organization. Errol just starts shaking his money hands, reminding Paeon that with his bottomless pockets, any impossible deal becomes very possible, very quickly. He knows Paeon is an upright old man who values professional secrets above all else, which is exactly why he's the perfect middleman for this black market deal. Paeon agrees but warns it'll take time. Errol just gives a bright, chibi-style smile, saying he's already planned for every delay. As they walk away, Daya suddenly collapses in the middle of the path, her soul practically leaving her body. She's in shock, her pupils dilated as she tries to process the astronomical amount of money Errol just casually threw around. Errol leans in and whispers his true net worth into her ear, and the shock is so great that a literal bolt of lightning seems to crack through Daya's brain. He laughs, reminding her that he didn't even count the mountain of gold he stole from the queen's family treasury. He drags her back to the castle, looking like a total menace. Back in Fahelia, Errol gathers his mages and drops a set of top-secret blueprints on the table, his face hidden in the shadows of the library. The mages look at the complex diagrams with pure dread. Errol tells them it's a confidential mission that has to be finished before the war starts, and it's for their eyes only. "No!" The mages scream internally as Errol gives them a demonic grin, promising them a life of consecutive overtime and 0 holidays. He cheers them on with a heart sign, telling them that peace is built on the broken backs of manual laborers. Our boy is a total tyrant when it comes to deadlines. With the mages busy, Arl decides it's time for a business trip to the royal capital, skipping along with a tune in his head. Asha is dragging behind him, confused why they're in the capital for personal business when there's a war to prepare for. Errol just tells her to quit complaining and follow him. They stop in front of a grand white stone building with golden trim, and Asha's eyes go wide with realization. It's the Royal Academy. Arl mentions he heard her younger brother just got admitted, and he couldn't let her miss the chance to see him. He pushes open the massive golden gates, explaining that while high nobles hire private tutors, the academy is where the rest of the noble elite send their kids to learn. In short, it's a high-pressure environment for the next generation of leaders. Asha is visibly flustered, realizing Errol planned this whole trip just for her. She tries to argue she's too busy for a break, but Errol isn't hearing it. He teases her for being so stubborn, asking if she really thinks he's such an evil boss that he won't let his best knight see her family. He pulls out an official pass, like a winning lottery ticket, winking and telling her there's absolutely no nagging allowed for the rest of the day. Asha is speechless, her stoic mask finally cracking under the weight of her brother's, Arl's kindness. They walk through the halls, passing groups of students. Arl realizes he doesn't even know what Asha's brother looks like. Asha says he'll recognize him instantly because they look identical. Right then, they spot a blonde boy being cornered by 3 girls in the hallway. "Eret!" Asha gasps. Errol is stunned. The kid really does look exactly like a smaller, male version of his commander. But the vibe is off. The girls have their hands on their hips, looming over the poor kid while he trembles against the wall. One girl with short brown hair and green eyes is shouting right in his face, looking absolutely furious. Eret is clutching his book to his chest, stammering that whatever she wants is simply impossible. Errol's eyes narrow as he watches from the shadows, wondering if bullying is really a thing even in the most prestigious school in the kingdom. He's ready to jump in and save the kid, but Asha puts a hand out, telling him to wait and see what's actually happening. The girls finally stomp away, leaving Eret alone and looking completely drained. Asha rushes over, grabbing him by the shoulders. Eret is shocked to see his sister here, but Asha is more worried about who those bullies were. She begs him to be honest, her face pale with worry, but Eret looks away, his face turning bright red. He shouts that he doesn't want to tell her, turning his head in shame while Asha stands there looking completely heartbroken. Errol steps in with a big laugh, noting that he's never seen the legendary Spear Knight Asha look this flustered before. He introduces himself to the kid, trying to stay low profile, but Eret immediately realizes he's standing in front of the third prince. Errol cuts to the chase, whispering to Eret and asking if that distinguished-looking girl was the one bullying him. He promises to keep it a secret from Asha and even does a pinky swear, causing Eret to finally start cracking. Eret reveals that the girl is Heya Carrot, the youngest daughter of Marquise Carrot, a name that sounds familiar to Errol. Arl remembers meeting the Marquise on his birthday. The guy seemed like a decent, well-respected nobleman. Arl puts on a devious villain face, telling Eret he'll just report the Marquise's daughter for harassing the brother of a royal knight. Aret's eyes go wide, and he starts sweating, realizing Arl has completely misunderstood the situation. Errol demands the truth, telling him not to make him more upset than he already is. Eret has a flashback to the bullying, showing Heya slamming her hands against the wall, trapping him in a classic Kabadon move. Her face was bright red as she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Eret! She's forcing me to date her!" Eret cries out, his face a mix of terror and pure embarrassment. Errol just stands there with a giant question mark over his head, holding his complaint paper, as he realizes he just accidentally walked into a teenage romance drama. The stakes are high, and poor Eret is shaking in his boots as he gets pinned to the wall by a girl who doesn't take no for an answer. He's practically begging for mercy, reminding Lady Carrot that they're only 11 years old. Errol watches from the shadows, looking completely unimpressed as he realizes these kids are basically playing house while he's out here fighting wars. Eret makes a break for it, tears in his eyes, lamenting how all the noble ladies treat him like some kind of cute pet instead of a person. He clutches his books tight, trying to explain that it's not exactly bullying, but the constant affection is starting to feel like a nightmare. Our boy Errol just sighs, thinking about how lame this whole situation is. The kid has no idea he's actually the most popular guy in school. The awkward silence is broken when Errol points right at Heya, asking Eret why he doesn't just talk to her directly, causing the poor kid to jump out of his skin. Heya stands her ground with fire in her eyes, demanding to know who these intruders are and why they're messing with her business. Arl decides to stir the pot, casually introducing Asha as Heya's future sister-in-law, which sends both Asha and Eret into a total panic. While Asha is busy having a meltdown, Arl leans in and whispers the truth. He's just having a little fun with the chaos. Heya immediately switches gears, dropping into a formal introduction as the youngest daughter of the powerful Carrot family. She curtsies with perfect noble grace, showing that despite her aggressive confession style, she's still a high-ranking lady. Asha is losing her mind, asking Arl how they should handle this, but Arl just smirks, thinking it's better to let the kids work it out themselves. He points out that Aret doesn't actually hate her. He's just a shy kid who's completely overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. Arel, always the strategist, explains that the Carrot family are legendary investors, so if Aret plays his cards right, it could save the Fernell family's finances. Asha looks conflicted, realizing that her brother's love life might actually be the key to their family's survival. Errol tells her to just trust the kid and watch from the sidelines, but Asha still feels like something is off. She can't wrap her head around it. If Aret doesn't hate her, then why is he trying so hard to run away? Errol figures it's just a man's pride thing, but suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoes through the hallway. A new challenger appears, and he looks absolutely furious as he stomps toward the group with a scowl on his face. The guy barks out a demand, accusing Aret of bothering Heya again, looking for any excuse to pick a fight. Heya isn't having it, stepping in front of Aret to protect him, and making it clear that she's the one who wants him by her side. Errol's imagination goes wild, picturing this weird academy love triangle as a trashy romance novel come to life. He and Asha share a look of pure disbelief. This drama is getting way more complicated than they expected. The bully starts running his mouth, mocking the Fernell family for being ruined, and calling Asha a common worker who ran off to the countryside. Aret finally snaps, standing up for his sister and demanding an apology, but the bully just raises a fist, ready to get violent. Before the punch can land, Errol steps in and catches the guy's wrist like it's nothing, telling him that this hero of justice act is getting real old. The kid screams at Errol to get lost, calling him an outsider who has no right to interfere in academy business. Errol just laughs it off, asking since when a guest with permission is considered an outsider, while Asha watches from the back, ready to strike. Suddenly, the kid's older brother arrives, looking more like a middle-aged teacher than a student, and the bully immediately cries out for help. Errol has been waiting for this. He flashes a brilliant smile and introduces himself as the third prince of the kingdom and the lord of Fahelia. The green-haired teacher Goodell nearly chokes on his own spit as the realization hits him. He just tried to bully royalty. Errol keeps that sharp smile on his face, suggesting they take this conversation somewhere a bit more private to settle things. They move to a fancy lounge, but the air is thick with tension as Errol sits down and Asha stands behind him like a silent, deadly shadow. Goodell Lutzen bows his head, offering a half-hearted apology for his brother's rudeness, identifying himself as an academy swordsmanship instructor. Errol isn't buying the act. He tells Goodell to apologize to Aret, but Goodell scoffs, claiming the Pernell family were the ones who started the mess. Asha's eyes narrow as she defends her brother, making it clear she won't let his name be dragged through the dirt. Errol leans back, realizing that this isn't just about kids, it's about noble families trying to claw their way up the social ladder. He knows the academy is just a breeding ground for aristocrats to make connections and build power before they enter the real world. It's clear Goodell is trying to force his brother and Heya together to link the Lutzen and Carrot families, and the Fernells are just an obstacle in his way. Arel thinks about how even the right intentions can turn into something ugly when greed and status are involved. Goodell keeps pushing, claiming the Lutzen and Carrot families have a long history and that a low-rank family like the Fernells shouldn't interfere. Errol is disgusted. He can't believe a teacher at the Royal Academy is openly preaching discrimination against his own students. He slams his hand on the table, asking Goodell if the Academy is actually teaching kids how to be elitist snobs instead of actual knights. Goodell just closes his eyes, arrogantly stating that rank is everything and that nobles have a duty to associate only with their own kind. Errol hits him with the truth. Asha is his personal royal guard. So is Goodell really calling a knight of the crown inferior? Goodell tries to make a quick exit, telling the Pernells to back off before things get worse, but Errol stops him in his tracks with a cold question.
"Where do you think you're going, you coward?"
Errol's voice is like ice as he towers over the instructor, refusing to let him walk away. Suddenly, Errol's mood flips, and he flashes a thumbs up, proposing they settle this the old-fashioned way, aristocrat style. Asha looks worried as Errol brings up that method, a tradition handed down since ancient times for settling noble disputes. Goodell's eyes widen as he realizes what the prince is hinting at, an official, high-stakes duel. Errol confirms it with a grin. They're going to settle this once and for all in the arena. The match is set, it'll be the eldest siblings against each other, and the younger brothers in their own battle as well. Goodell tries to call it nonsense, but Errol isn't finished. He's about to make an offer the instructor can't refuse. Errol reveals he knows the Lutzen family is struggling with food shortages, and he offers to solve their crisis if they win the duel. Goodell is stunned. How could the prince know about his family's private financial struggles? Errol lays out the rules. For the Pernils to win, both Asha and Iret must be victorious. But for the Lutzens? If even one of them wins, they take the whole prize. It's a massive handicap in favor of the Lutzens, and Goodell can already see the victory banner in his head. He thinks he's hit the jackpot. This duel could save his family's future and put the Pernils in their place. Goodell does the math. His brother is older and stronger than Eret, which is an easy win right there. And as for himself? He's a former knight captain of the 13th Order. There's no way a mere escort knight like Asha can touch him. He smirks, fully confident that he's about to humiliate the prince's guard and walk away with a mountain of food and gold. Goodell humbly accepts the challenge, acting like he's doing the prince a favor by taking his money. Errol seals the deal with a promise on his royal name, his eyes sparkling with a mischief that Goodell is too arrogant to notice. Asha just facepalms in the background, knowing that when Errol looks that happy, someone is about to get their entire life ruined. Asha is absolutely losing it, shouting that while she usually lets Errol's antics slide, he's officially crossed the line this time. Errol just blinks, surprised that his usually stoic knight is actually nagging him for once. She snaps back that it's not about the nagging, it's about the reckless gamble he just took with her brother's future. Our guy gets serious for a second, admitting he might be being unreasonable, but he asks her if she's truly okay with that Lutzen jerk getting away with those insults. He reminds her that Goodell didn't just ridicule her family, he treated her and Iret like garbage on the side of the road. Asha stares at a mental image of her family's broken pride, her heart sinking as she remembers the look of contempt on the instructor's face. She tries to play it cool, saying she's a professional escort knight and shouldn't let her personal feelings dictate her actions. Errol shuts that down immediately, reminding her that she is his knight, and looking down on her is the same as looking down on him. He clenches his fist with a confident smirk, telling her to just think of this as him setting the stage for her to finally teach those bastards a lesson. He flashes a huge, infectious grin, shouting that it's time to show Iret just how incredible his big sister really is. Asha lets out a long, heavy sigh, the tension finally leaving her shoulders as she realizes there's no stopping him. She looks at him with a small, knowing smile, realizing that the prince actually cares about her family's honor more than he lets on. Mission accomplished! The Asha persuasion quest is officially complete, and Errol is feeling pretty good about himself. But then we hear a scream of "I can't" echoing through the room. Poor Eret is trembling like a leaf, tears streaming down his face as he wonders how on earth he's supposed to win against a Lutzen. Errol just laughs, giving him a bro tip that in a fight between kids, whoever hits first usually wins, so he just needs to go in swinging! He puts a hand on the boy's shoulder, the playful vibe disappearing as he prepares to give some real advice. Errol looks Eret dead in the eye and tells him it's time to be 100% honest about his situation. He points out that the Lutzen kid has been picking on him for years and asks him one simple question: "Aren't you actually mad about it?" Eret looks down, finally admitting that of course he's upset and tired of being the Academy's punching bag. He clenches his shirt, explaining that he only held back because he didn't want to act immature and bring more trouble to his hard-working sister. Errol nods, acknowledging that being the bigger person is an option, but he asks the kid when he thinks he'll actually be able to escape this hell. Eret looks up with watery eyes as Errol pushes him further, questioning what the point of all his training is if he won't use it now. Our guy warns him that if he keeps waiting for the perfect opportunity to stand up for himself, he'll be waiting for the rest of his life. He tells Iret that this is his one chance to show the world what happens when you mess with a Fernil. The MC drops the ultimate reassurance: "Keep this in mind. I, the third prince, have got your back." Errol pulls the kid into a supportive hug, but his eyes stay sharp and calculating. Eret is stunned by the prince's sudden affection and the weight of his words. Behind the boy's back, Errol flashes a wicked secret grin that screams, "I have a plan." He whispers into Eret's ear that he's going to give him a plan that guarantees a victory, and he needs to listen very carefully. The scene changes to the Academy's arena, where everyone is gathered to watch the violence unfold in front of the social elite. The young Lutzen brother stands in the center of the ring. Eret enters from the other side. Errol has found his ideal spot, lounging back in a rocking chair like he's at a summer resort while everyone else is stressed to the max. Suddenly, Heya Karet's voice cuts through his relaxation, asking what the meaning of this duel even is. Errol waves her off with a cheeky apology, saying he just really wanted to teach those bullies a lesson they wouldn't forget. Heya isn't convinced, shouting that this isn't right because Eret is notoriously bad at swordsmanship. Errol just puckers his lips and tells her that she really doesn't know anything about how a real fight works. She asks if this isn't a duel where skill matters most, but Errol just shuts her down with a flat no. Eret stands ready with his wooden training sword, looking nervous, but Errol reveals that what really matters is trickery. Errol tells Heya she'll understand soon enough, then pivots to ask her why she's so interested in a weak kid like Eret anyway. Heya turns away, blushing furiously as she admits it's simply because he's just way too cute. She starts gushing about how he looks like he's about to cry the moment you pinch his cheeks, and how she just wants to hold him and poke him. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with a creepy obsession as she shouts that she actually just wants to bite his cheeks. She lets out a terrifying ho-ho-ho-ho laugh, looking like a total villain as she imagines munching on poor Eret. Errol is sweating bullets, realizing this girl is an absolute psycho who's just as dangerous and weird as he is. He starts wondering if he should actually stop the duel right now, just to save Eret from her clutches. But it's too late to back out now. The referee steps forward, announcing that in the presence of the third prince, the duel is officially beginning. A bright light flashes as the signal is given, and the air in the arena supercharges with tension. "Begin!" The shout echoes through the hall as Eret grips his sword with everything he's got. Lutzen lunges forward with a murderous look as he aims a lethal swing at Eret. Errol watches from his chair, thinking that the Lutzen kid doesn't even look like a noble anymore. He looks like a rabid wild boar. Suddenly, Errol's voice echoes in Eret's head, telling him to take half a step back diagonally to the right. Lutzen's sword misses by a hair's breadth, and he lets out a confused "huh" as his momentum carries him forward. Errol barks another order, "Lefty! Now bow down and go straight back!" Eret moves like a puppet on strings, dodging every frantic swing. The MC keeps the instructions coming, telling Eret to move 2 steps right, then 3 forward while twisting his body. A massive crack sounds out as Eret's wooden sword connects perfectly with Lutzen's face. The bully hits the floor with a pathetic thud, letting out a weak scream as his sword clatters away. Eret stands over him, panting and completely shocked by what he just did. The crowd goes wild. The students can't believe that Eret managed to dodge everything and land a clean hit despite his clumsy form. Asha just facepalms in the background, knowing exactly whose cheating hand was behind that miraculous victory. Errol lets out a triumphant "Ku-ha-ha," celebrating his successful proxy training session. He looks down at a small communication device in his hand, mocking the kids for moving exactly like the predictable textbooks they study. He tells Eret through the device that he did a great job and to keep following his lead. We see a close-up of Gödel Lutzen's face, his teeth grinding in pure rage at his brother's humiliating loss. He stands up, his voice trembling with fury as he asks how a lowly bastard like Eret dared to hit a member of his family. The former knight captain raises his sword high, his aura flaring as he prepares to personally end the boy who embarrassed his brother. Eret freezes up again, the sheer pressure of a master-level knight making him gasp for breath. Errol's voice booms in his ear, telling him to stay calm. "Just lower your waist and strike now!" Errol's command is absolute. Eret lunges forward with a burst of desperate energy, his body a blur of light blue light as he puts everything into one final strike. Heya covers her mouth in shock, her green eyes wide as she watches her cute Eret do something incredible. The screen explodes with impact. The younger Lutzen brother is sent flying, lightning-like energy crackling around him as he's blasted backward. The bully is out cold, foam coming out of his mouth as his eyes roll back into his head. He looks like he just got hit by a literal truck. The arena goes dead silent. The referee just stares at the body on the floor, unable to process that the underdog just won. Finally, he finds his voice and screams it out, "Eret Fernal, I is the victor!" Errol leans back in his chair with a smug grin, noting that glory is always fleeting anyway. Eret is just standing there with question marks over his head, wondering if he's dreaming. Gödel Lutzen accepts the loss with a dark look, but he tells Errol that his little joke has gone quite far enough. Errol just picks his nose and pretends he has no idea what he's talking about. Gödel starts walking toward the ring, his eyes closed as he claims he knew Errol would pull some childish trick. He towers over Asha as they meet in the center of the arena, the former knight captain looking down on the woman who's supposedly just a mere escort. He tells himself that after he wins this next match, the younger brother's loss won't even matter anymore because the Fernil name will be crushed. Eret runs back to Errol, shaking and pale, while Errol just gives him a thumbs up and tells him, "I told you so!" Heya grabs Eret's hands, lying through her teeth as she shouts that she knew he would win. Errol thinks to himself that this lady is a natural-born liar and will probably go far in the future. Eret is worried sick about his sister, knowing that Sir Goodell was a high-ranking knight captain. He asks Errol if she'll be okay. Errol admits that the guy looks confident in his skills, but then he pauses with a cold, piercing look. He looks at Asha's hands gripping her spear, her knuckles white with anticipation. Errol puts an arm around Eret, telling him to look carefully, because his sister didn't become a knight just to help the family. Back in the ring, Goodell mocks Asha, saying he won't underestimate her anymore, meaning he's going to show no mercy. He roars that he's going all out, charging forward with a speed that turns the background into a series of white streaks. In a close-up, Goodell's eyes are filled with professional focus. He tells himself he's never let his guard down, and he'll fight harder than anyone else to secure this win. But then, something weird happens. A blurry golden streak passes through his vision. "What's wrong with my vision?" he thinks, looking confused as he suddenly realizes he's staring at the ceiling and falling through the air. A massive KO effect fills the screen as a blinding beam of light slams into him. The ground explodes with a deafening boom. Dust and debris fly everywhere as the arena floor literally shatters. The dust starts to settle, revealing a massive crack running up the wall under the Academy's crest. Goodell is slumped against the wall, his head bowed, his body broken and embedded into the stone. He didn't even see the hit coming. Asha stands in the center of the ring, looking bored as she spins her spear with one hand. She notes that she wanted to say she wouldn't let her guard down either, but she thinks she might have gone a bit overboard. She starts walking toward the fallen teacher, her boots clicking softly on the shattered floor. She looks down at him with a cold, dominant smirk and a glowing blue aura, telling him that for someone with such a big title, he's unexpectedly weak. Asha lets out a deep sigh as they walk away, telling Arl that next time, she'd really appreciate a heads up before he goes and gambles their family's entire future on a duel. Arl just smirks, pointing out that Eret is finally feeling confident and inspired to become a great knight, just like his sister. He tells her that thanks to today's chaos, the Lutzen family will finally shut up and stop bullying her brother, and he adds with a wink that he only did it because he genuinely cares about her too. Asha looks at him with a soft, genuine smile, touched by the fact that beneath his trash prince act, Arl is actually looking out for everyone. She softly admits that she owes him a big thanks for everything he's done today. Arl laughs it off, casually suggesting it's time they head back before things get even more complicated. Asha nods in agreement, finally feeling a sense of peace despite the crazy situation they just escaped. But the mood shifts. The narrator notes that when people are about to face a total disaster, their first instinct is usually to pretend it's not happening. Or at least, that's how the old saying goes. The nobles of Ernesia are in total denial, laughing off the rumors and insisting there's no way a full-scale war is actually coming. One of the lords mentions that while they received the official letter to train soldiers, nobody is really taking it seriously or putting in the actual effort. The guards are literally yawning on duty, thinking that if a war doesn't happen, all the weapons and supplies they're gathering will just be a massive waste of space. Meanwhile, Errol stands in the darkness, a swirling vortex of energy behind him as he prepares for the storm he knows is coming. He looks back with a sharp, knowing gaze. He's the only one who realized the peace was already over. The other lords just shake their heads and carry on with their lazy lives, convinced that the borders are perfectly safe. That is, right up until the news finally arrives. Over in the Merman Empire, the capital is buzzing with energy as a massive crowd gathers for a historical announcement. The Merman Emperor steps out onto the balcony, his voice booming as he addresses every nation on the continent. He starts spewing propaganda, claiming that Ernesia is making unfair profits with their strange new products and stealing their empire's paper business. Errol's inventions like carbonated aid and cheap paper have turned the global economy upside down, and the other nations are feeling the burn. The Emperor clenches his fist in rage, calling Errol's success unforgivable shamelessness. He points his sword at the sky, labeling Errol a demon and declaring that for the safety of the continent, they must use force to stop him. The king of the Domanial Kingdom watches from the side, his face hard as he prepares to join the slaughter. The Emperor officially declares the formation of the Triple Alliance between the Merman Empire, Domanial Kingdom, and Sejepan Dukedom to deliver judgment on Ernesia. The three rulers cross their swords in a chilling pact of blood and war. The crowd erupts into cheers as the three kingdoms unite, signaling the start of a continent-wide bloodbath. An official scroll is sent to Ernesia, laying out the impossible conditions to avoid the shedding of innocent blood. First, they demand Ernesia stop all paper production and completely destroy their manufacturing facilities. The king of Ernesia shakes with fury as he reads further. They want him to share all his secret manufacturing methods and return all the profits they've made. And the final insult, They want Prince Errol handed over to the Empire as a student, which is basically just a fancy word for a hostage. The king slams the letter down, screaming that the alliance is clearly treating their entire kingdom like a joke. The fires of war are lit as the king realizes there's no avoiding this. It's time to mobilize every soldier they have. He reaches out as if to crush his enemies with his bare hands, the sheer pressure of his anger filling the room. The order is clear. They won't give up a single inch of the land their ancestors fought for. Dust clouds rise on the horizon as the enemy march begins, the ground shaking under the weight of thousands of boots. The sound of the approaching army is like thunder, signaling the end of the peace. First Prince Gil Ernizia stands on the castle walls, looking stoic as he asks for an update from his scouts. The report is a nightmare. An advanced troop of 70,000 is already here, and a total of 100,000 soldiers are swarming in from the northeast. Gil knows this is just the beginning, but as the successor to the kingdom, he vows to stop them at all costs. He draws his sword and rallies his men, telling them there's nothing to fear from a ragtag group that joined forces in a hurry. He lets out a battle cry, ordering his troops not to let even a single ant through the castle gates. The full-scale battle begins, and while the mobilization order hasn't even reached the north yet, the people of Fahilia are already on high alert. Back at the mansion, Errol tells Dia that he's busy with something incredibly important too. Dia expects some high-level magic or strategy, but Errol just bursts out with a giant tray, announcing that it's fun cooking time. Dia is completely speechless, her mouth hanging open as she watches her master play chef in the middle of a national crisis. Errol has prepared a snow rabbit meat dish, and it actually looks and smells incredible. It's a high-quality meal made with materials provided by the local village chief, served with a rich, dark sauce. As they eat, Errol complains that people are too picky about rabbit meat, while Dia points out that most people haven't had to survive on bugs and poison mushrooms like they have. Errol looks a bit taken aback by her dark survival stories, realizing his mage has lived a much rougher life than he thought. He finishes his meal and stretches out, looking totally relaxed while his brother is literally fighting for his life on the front lines. Suddenly, Errol gets back to work, rolling up his sleeves and asking if he should try cooking something else next. Dia watches with curiosity as he brings out flour and dried fruit, wondering what kind of gourmet meal he's planning now. Errol pours out a thick batter, bragging that every single food product sold by his merchant company was actually developed by him personally. He admits that there was a time in a past life where he thought about just laying low and becoming a professional cook if everything went wrong. Errol dings the oven and pulls out the finished product with a triumphant shout. It's Errol's snack, golden brown bars that look simple but are packed with energy. Dia takes a big bite, the steam rising from the fresh pastry as she tests it out. She admits it's delicious, but she's worried she's going to gain a ton of weight if she keeps eating stuff this good. Errol explains that it's not just a snack, it's portable military food designed for soldiers to eat quickly on the battlefield since standard rations taste like cardboard. Dia's face goes serious as she realizes what this means. RL is preparing for a war he hasn't even been officially told about yet. RL just laughs it off, scratching the back of his head and saying he's just being prepared just in case something happens. But his smile fades into a sharp, cold look as he repeats, just in case, showing that he's already anticipating the blood that's about to be spilled. Back on the battlefield, the sky is choked with black smoke as the castle walls are swarmed by enemy forces. Ernisia's soldiers are struggling to hold the line, the sound of metal clashing and men screaming filling the air. Enemy troops are scaling the walls with ladders, shouting as they try to overwhelm the defenders with sheer numbers. Prince Gil is right in the thick of it, his face covered in sweat and grime as he shouts orders to his men. One of his soldiers warns him that the enemies are climbing up faster than they can push them back, and a reckless counterattack might get them all killed. The ground below is littered with fallen soldiers, the brutal reality of the 100,000-man invasion finally setting in. Suddenly, a scout rushes up with a panicked look, screaming that there's an emergency report from the front lines. Gil's heart sinks as the scout delivers the killing blow. The main force of the enemy army has arrived, and it's a staggering 210,000 troops. The earth literally shakes as the massive main army begins its charge, a sea of soldiers moving as one. Cavalry units thunder across the plains, their flags flying as they prepare to crush whatever remains of Ernisia's defense. Rain begins to fall, mixing with the blood and smoke as Gil stares out at the impossible odds. His face is a mask of pure despair. He's realized that even with all his training, this isn't a battle, it's a massacre.